You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is the autopilot on my car is trying to drive me somewhere not on the map. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first sign something was wrong was so small I almost thanked the car for it. I was doing 68 on Interstate 84, heading west out of Hartford with one hand on the wheel and the other wrapped around a sweating paper cup of gas station coffee, when the autopilot nudged us across the right lane marker like it had seen an exit I hadn't. Not a violent jerk, just a smooth, deliberate lean, the kind of correction the system usually made when I drifted. Only this time, I hadn't. The steering wheel turned under my palm with that soft electric resistance these newer systems have, firm, but not aggressive, like another hand resting over yours. The turn signal clicked itself on. 3 polite flashes. Ahead, the exit sign glowed green in the dark. State Route 218, Windsor LOCKS, airport letters shining in the damp air. It was just after 10:30 p.m., late March, the highway black and glossy from a rain that had stopped an hour earlier. Tractor trailers hissed past in the left lane, spray ticking against my windows. Somewhere under the clean synthetic smell of the heated seats was old French fry grease and the faint medicinal scent of windshield washer fluid. I tightened my grip and canceled the signal. "No," I said aloud, mostly to hear a human voice. The car straightened. 2 seconds later, the signal clicked on again. That got my attention. My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm 34. And until that night, I was the kind of person who defended this car to strangers. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'd spent the last 3 years telling anyone who rolled their eyes about driver assist features that they were thinking about it wrong. It wasn't magic. It wasn't trust. It was redundancy. Backup systems, statistical improvement. I worked in network infrastructure for a regional hospital group, which meant my whole professional life was built around the idea that humans missed things and machines missed different things. And if you layered the failures carefully enough, maybe nothing catastrophic slipped through. That was the theory. Anyway, I was on my way back from visiting my younger sister in Sturbridge, Massachusetts, where I'd helped her move a dresser up a staircase too narrow for it and eaten takeout Thai at a folding table because she still hadn't unpacked her kitchen chairs. The plan had been simple: drive home, shower, sleep, wake up early, and get on a 7:30 call with a vendor that was already 3 weeks behind schedule. Normal life. Boring enough to be comforting. I'd broken up with my girlfriend, Lee, 6 weeks earlier, and I was still in the stage where every errand felt like evidence I could function alone. I bought groceries for one. I folded my own towels. I drove myself home at night and told myself I preferred the quiet. The truth was, I didn't like being alone nearly as much as I pretended to. The screen chimed. A neat blue route line remained fixed on the map, guiding me toward New Haven. No reason to exit. No alert. No warning. Just the signal ticking again, patient as a metronome. I disabled Navigate Assist with my thumb. The signal stopped. The wheel relaxed. "Thank you," I muttered. Then the center display flickered once not dark, just a quick brightness dip, and a little gray banner appeared across the top. Route recalculating. I stared at it. For what? The banner vanished before I could tap it. My route was still home. Same ETA, same line, same destination. I checked cell signal, 2 bars. Good enough. Music still playing low through the speakers. Some old Springsteen track I hadn't chosen so much as let happen to me. The wipers made a dry rubber squeak across a windshield that didn't need them, and then parked themselves. I laughed once, short and humorless. Software glitch. Moisture sensor hiccup. Something dumb. I kept driving. About 10 miles later, near Farmington, my phone buzzed in the cup holder so hard it rattled against the change. The sound made me flinch more than it should have. Lee's name lit the screen. I almost let it ring out. Instead, I tapped accept through the car interface and heard her come into the cabin a beat later, slightly compressed, voice too crisp through the speakers. Hey, sorry, are you driving? Obviously. I know, I can hear the road. She exhaled. I left my jacket in your hall closet, the black one. I need it for a work trip. Lee Bennett is 32, female, and one of those people who never seemed rumpled even when she was exhausted. She's an ICU nurse at Yale New Haven, sharp in a way that can feel like warmth or judgment, depending on the day. We were together for almost 4 years, which is long enough to know what the other person sounds like when they're pretending this call is about a jacket. It's still here, I said. I can drop it off tomorrow. That'd be good. A pause. Tires humming. Some truck downshifting ahead. Deep mechanical growl rolling under the overpass we were about to pass beneath. You sound tired, she said. I am tired. Okay. There was a lot inside that okay. History, accusation, care, maybe all 3. The car chimed again. What was that? Lee asked. Nothing. Another banner slid over the screen, searching for alternate route. I have got to update this stupid thing, I said. What thing? My car keeps trying to reroute me. To where? I glanced at the map. Blue line still home. Nothing visibly different. Nowhere, apparently. You still using that hands-free mode all the time? Not hands-free. Daniel, what? You know what I mean. I knew exactly what she meant. Lee hated the car, not because of any specific incident, but because I had a habit she'd noticed before I had. When I was anxious or tired or overloaded, I handed off little decisions to anything that would take them. Navigation apps, calendar reminders, food delivery suggestions. Whether that counted as a personality flaw or just modern adulthood depended on how charitable you were feeling. I'm driving, I said, actively. Good. That should have annoyed me. Instead, it made me weirdly defensive, like I'd been caught. We talked about the jacket for another minute, then her shift on Tuesday, then nothing important. Ordinary things. The sort of conversation people have when they used to know how to talk to each other without planning it. For a minute, the road seemed harmless again. A string of taillights, sodium lamps, dark tree lines, the black shoulder shining wetly whenever headlights swept across it. Then the wheel twitched left so hard my coffee sloshed onto my hand. What the hell? The car drifted over half a lane toward a concrete barrier in the median before I hauled it back. Horns erupted behind me. Bright lights flooded the cabin from an SUV I'd nearly clipped. The steering fought for one ugly second, not enough to overpower me, but enough that I felt it, felt intention in it. Daniel, Lee's voice sharpened. Daniel, what happened? I'm fine. Pull over, I'm fine. The dashboard flashed red now, finally deciding to admit something was wrong. Driver takeover required. No kidding, I snapped. I disengaged everything. Full manual. The wheel loosened under my hands, almost sulky. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The coffee smell turned sour. "Talk to me," Lee said. It tried to correct into the median. "Then pull over. There's no shoulder here. Next exit." I was already scanning signs. A blue services sign loomed up: gas, food, lodging, and then another exit marker I barely registered. The highway opened briefly, trees thinning to reveal warehouses and low industrial buildings, all washed silver by floodlights. My palms were damp. I wiped one on my jeans and kept both hands on the wheel. "Okay," I said. "Yeah, I'll get off and restart it. Do you want me to stay on?" That one landed harder than it should have. I looked at the empty passenger seat, at the faint reflection of my own face in the side window. Tired eyes, 3-day stubble, the expression of a man trying very hard to stay reasonable. "Yes," I said. "We took the next exit. Or I did. At least, I thought I did." The ramp curved down through a stand of pines, their trunks rising black and straight beyond the guardrail. Water dripped from branches onto the roof in slow, irregular taps. My headlights caught reflective posts, a dented sign, a patch of dirty snow buried in weeds. There should have been a light at the bottom, a gas station, something. Instead, the road fed into a narrower 2-lane blacktop with no businesses in sight and no painted center line for 50 yards. The interstate noise fell away so quickly it was disorienting. 1 second, engines, spray, tire roar. The next, just our car, the whisper of the climate control fan, and the light ticking sound of Lee breathing over the speakers, because she hadn't realized she was close enough to the phone for me to hear it. "Where are you?" she asked. "I don't know yet." "What do you mean you don't know?" I looked at the nav screen. The blue route line was gone. Not rerouted. Gone. In its place was a pale, unmarked road snaking across a dark patch of map with no town labels, no road numbers, nothing but the little triangular icon of my car moving forward through blank space. The display still showed my position, but the area around me looked unfinished, like the map data hadn't loaded or had never existed to begin with. "That's weird," I said. "Daniel, the map's blank." She was quiet for a beat. "Turn around." Ahead, the road dipped between trees. On the right, behind a chain link fence, I caught the outline of what looked like old loading bays or storage units, concrete mouths half hidden in shadow. 1-yard light buzzed over a metal door. The sound carried strangely far in the damp air. I slowed almost to crawl. The dashboard chimed once, gentle and pleasant. Then a new message appeared on the screen in the same calm font, the car used for everything from low washer, fluid to incoming calls. "Continue on current route for 8.2 miles. My foot came off the gas. "Lee," I said, and now my voice sounded wrong even to me, thinner than I wanted it to. "I never put in a route." The speakers crackled softly. "What? I'm telling you, I said home when I got on 84 and now it says continue on current route for 8 miles. But there isn't a road name. There isn't even a behind me, from farther back than the curve should have allowed." Another pair of headlights turned onto the road. Not fast. Just there. White beams sliding between the trees. "Daniel," Lee said, very steady now, all the softness gone from her voice, replaced by the tone she used with panicked family members in waiting rooms. "You have a choice right now. Keep driving until you find somewhere lit, or turn around before that car gets close. Do not just sit there." I looked at the blank map, at the fenced concrete bays, at the headlights growing larger in my mirror, at the glowing words on my dashboard telling me to continue. And for one stupid, suspended second, I actually considered listening. The headlights behind me slowed when I slowed. That was the first thing that felt deliberate. I eased my foot onto the brake, just enough to drop from 25 to 15. The trees on either side thickened, swallowing the last of the highway glow. My beams reached maybe 30 yards ahead before dissolving into damp darkness. The road curved gently left, then right, the asphalt patched in places where it had sunk or cracked. No painted center line, no reflectors. Behind me, the other car matched the drop in speed perfectly, not creeping closer, not hanging back, just there. "Okay," I said, more to myself than to Lee. "Okay, what's happening?" she asked. "There's someone behind me. They came off the ramp too. That's not automatically bad." "I know it's not automatically bad." "Then don't decide it is." Her voice had that firm edge again, the one that made me feel like I was being talked through a panic attack I hadn't admitted I was having. The dashboard chimed softly. "Continue on current route for 8.1 miles. The number had ticked down. I let out a breath through my nose. "It's counting." "What is the route?" "It says 8.1 miles now." "Daniel, you said you didn't set a route." "I didn't." "Then don't follow it." The simple logic of that should have settled me. It didn't. Because the car, this system I defended, wasn't just suggesting anymore. It was behaving like it had a plan. I flicked my eyes to the rearview mirror. The headlights behind me were too bright to see the shape of the vehicle. SUV, probably. Maybe a pickup. The beams bounced slightly with the uneven road, but they stayed centered in the lane, steady. I reached for the turn signal and flipped it left. Nothing happened. I frowned, pushed it harder. Still nothing. "Come on," I muttered, toggling it again. No clicking. No green arrow on the dash, just dead. "Lee, my signal's not working." "Both sides." I tried the right, same result. "Yeah, could be a fuse." "Both at once." "Daniel, focus. Can you turn around?" I looked ahead. The road dipped again, then disappeared around a bend that felt tighter than the others. Trees pressed closer here, branches arching over like a tunnel. There was barely enough width to make a clean U-turn without backing up. "I'd have to three-point it," I said. "Do it." I slowed to a near stop, wheels crunching lightly over grit at the edge of the pavement. The car behind me slowed too, its headlights swelling in the mirror, until the glare filled the cabin, turning everything inside into a washed-out negative. I put the car in reverse. For a split second, the gear indicator hesitated, just a flicker. Then it engaged with a soft, mechanical click. The rear camera came up on the center screen. Nothing but darkness, and the twin white beams of the car behind me, flaring and streaking across the lens. I turned the wheel. The steering resisted, not locked, just reluctant, like it was trying to remember a different input. "Move," I said under my breath, adding a little more force. The wheel gave, the front of the car angling slowly toward the opposite shoulder. Gravel crunched. The right rear wheel dipped slightly off the asphalt. Behind me, the other driver tapped their horn once. Short, impatient. "Great," I said. "Just do it," Lee urged. "Don't worry about them." I eased back, then shifted to drive, straightened, then reversed again to swing the nose around further. It was clumsy, slower than it should have been. My depth perception felt off, like the shadows were swallowing distance. Halfway through the turn, the dashboard chimed again. Route recalculating. No, I snapped. No, don't. The wheel twitched hard to the right. My foot slammed the brake instinctively. The car jerked, tires squealing against the damp surface. The nose swung wider than I intended, bringing me almost perpendicular to the road. Daniel, Lee's voice cut through sharp. I've got it. The steering wheel vibrated faintly under my hands, a low-frequency buzz, like the system was arguing with me. Then, abruptly, it went still. I completed the turn, heart thudding, and shifted into drive. For a second, everything felt normal again. The road ahead, back the way I'd come, looked just as narrow, just as empty. The interstate should have been a mile or two back up this stretch. I pressed the accelerator. The car rolled forward. The headlights behind me didn't move. They stayed exactly where they were, watching. I swallowed. They're not coming. What? The car behind me. They stopped. Okay, Lee said carefully. Then just go, I nodded, even though she couldn't see it, and drove. The first 50 yards were fine. Then the map shifted. Not gradually. Not a smooth redraw. It snapped. Where there had been blank space, a thin gray line appeared, my road leading forward. Not back. Forward. The little triangle icon representing my car flipped orientation without the vehicle actually turning, like the software had decided the direction I was traveling was the correct one now. The blue guidance line reappeared, pointing the way I had just come from, except the arrow pointed ahead. Lee, I said, a tightness creeping into my voice I couldn't smooth out. It thinks this is the right direction. That doesn't matter. You know where you came from. Do I? Silence for a beat. Daniel, I glanced up. The trees looked different. That sounds ridiculous, I know. Trees are trees. But there was a subtle shift, the spacing, the angle of the trunks, the way the underbrush pressed closer to the edge of the road. The patch of dirty snow I'd noticed earlier was gone. Chain link fence wasn't on the left anymore. I slowed. Did you pass anything recognizable? Lee asked. There was a fence, loading bays, a light. Do you see them now? No, that could just be the other side of the road. Maybe. The problem was, I couldn't remember the exact sequence of turns. I hadn't paid attention. I'd let the car handle it. That was the whole point. My own route through the last 5 minutes existed only as a vague impression: curves, trees, darkness. Keep going, Lee said. You'll hit the ramp. I nodded again, though my stomach had started to tighten in a way that had nothing to do with motion. The dashboard chimed. Continue on current route for 7.6 miles. It's still counting down, I said. Turn it off. I did. It's not on. Then ignore it. The road dipped again, steeper this time, and at the bottom, a thin sheet of water stretched across the asphalt, reflecting my headlights in a flat, shimmering band. I slowed further, easing through it. The tires hissed. For a moment, the steering felt light, almost floating, before gripping again on the far side. Up ahead, something caught the edge of my beam. A sign. I leaned forward slightly, squinting. White reflective lettering mounted on a metal post. As I got closer, the words resolved. No outlet perfect, I muttered. What? Lee asked. Dead end. How far? Doesn't say. Okay, then you turn around there. Yeah, simple again. Except the map didn't show a dead end. The gray line extended beyond the sign, curving out of view. Map says it keeps going, I said. The sign says it doesn't. I'm aware. Which do you trust? I didn't answer right away, because the honest answer was neither. We rolled past the sign. The road narrowed further, shoulders crumbling into dirt and brush. The trees thinned abruptly on the right, opening into a wide, dark lot. My headlights swept across cracked pavement, weeds pushing up through seams, and the skeletal outlines of what looked like abandoned trailers or storage units arranged in uneven rows. One of them had a door hanging open, swinging slightly. The wind caught it, making it creak on rusted hinges, slow, irregular, like it couldn't quite decide on a rhythm. The sound carried into the car, faint but distinct. Lee must have heard something, because she said, "Where are you now?" "Some kind of lot. Old storage or something." "Are there lights?" "Just one." A single pole light flickered near the far edge, buzzing with that high, insect-like hum. The rest was shadow. "Don't stop there," she said immediately. "I'm not planning to." The car slowed anyway. I hadn't taken my foot off the accelerator. "Hey," I said, pressing down harder. The engine responded, revving slightly, but the forward motion didn't match. It felt like the car was dragging. Not mechanically, exactly. More like a software-imposed hesitation, as if it were applying gentle braking I hadn't asked for. The steering wheel nudged left, toward the open lot. "No," I said, louder this time, correcting it. The resistance came back. Subtle, but there. The same firm, guiding pressure as before. "Daniel," Lee said, "it's trying to turn in. Override it." "I am." I gripped the wheel tighter, muscles in my forearms tensing as I kept the nose pointed straight down the road. Car fought me just enough to be unmistakable, then eased off, like it had tested the boundary and decided to wait. We passed the lot. The door kept creaking behind us until it faded into the general noise of the night. For a few seconds, the road ahead was empty again. Just trees, damp asphalt, the faint shimmer of water in low spots. Then, in the rearview mirror, I saw the headlights again, closer than before. "They're back," I said. "What?" "The car, the one behind me." "How?" "I don't know. They weren't there when I turned around. Maybe they turned too, maybe, but the timing didn't make sense. Not with how long I'd been moving. The headlights grew, filling more of the mirror. This time, I could make out a shape around them, a dark SUV, boxy, older model. No obvious markings, no roof rack, just a silhouette. "They're gaining," I said. "Speed up." I pressed the accelerator. For a moment, the car responded normally, engine note rising, the scenery sliding past a little faster. Then the dashboard chimed. "Maintain speed." "What?" I said. The accelerator went soft under my foot. Not dead, just dulled, like I was pushing through thick foam. "Come on," I muttered, pressing harder. The speedometer ticked up by 1 mile per hour, then stopped. Behind me, the SUV closed the gap further. "Daniel," Lee said, and now there was something new in her voice. Not just urgency, fear. "You need to get out of there." "I'm trying." "Is there anywhere to turn off?" I scanned the roadside. Thing but trees and brush. No driveways, no side roads, just the narrow strip of asphalt stretching ahead into darkness. The map still showed that gray line, still extending, still wrong. "I don't see anything," I said. The SUV's headlights flared brighter as it got within maybe 50 feet. Close enough now that I could see the outline of a person behind the wheel, just a shape, no details. They didn't honk. They didn't flash their lights. They just stayed there, steady, patient. The dashboard chimed again. "Continue on current route for 6.9 miles. 6.9, I said, my voice barely above a whisper now. "Forget the route," Lee said. "Listen to me. You need to break whatever control it has. Can you shut the car off? Not while moving. Then slow down and do it." I hesitated. Slowing down meant letting the SUV get closer. Maybe right up on my bumper. Maybe worse. But keeping this speed, with the car limiting me, wasn't working either. My hands tightened on the wheel. "Daniel," she said, softer now, "you can't let it decide where you go." That landed hard because she was right, and because it was exactly the thing I'd always been a little too comfortable with, letting systems decide the path of least resistance, trusting that they knew better. I eased my foot off the gas. The car decelerated smoothly, almost eagerly. Behind me, the SUV closed the distance in seconds, headlights flooding the cabin again, bright enough that I had to squint. "Okay," I said. "Okay, I'm going to." The engine revved. Not because of me. The car surged forward, sudden and sharp, throwing me back into the seat. The wheel pulled slightly right, aligning perfectly with the center of the lane, like it had taken a breath and committed. "Continue on current route for 6.8 miles. "No," I said, but it came out thin. The SUV behind me didn't follow immediately this time. For a second, it just stayed there, its lights receding as my car accelerated away on its own. And slowly, it started to move again. Following. The surge pinned me back just long enough to feel it intent, not acceleration. The car wasn't slipping or catching a gear. It was choosing. "Daniel, what just happened?" Lee said. "It took off," I said. My voice sounded thin, like it was coming from farther away than the phone. "I didn't press anything." "How fast?" I glanced down. 42, 43, climbing. "I can't push the pedal past this," I said. My foot was on the accelerator, but it felt like pressing into foam. "It's capped. Brake," she said immediately. I tapped the brake. The car slowed a little, then held, hovering in the mid-30s like it had a target speed. I pressed harder. The brake pedal pushed back, not locked, just resisting, the same way the steering had, like there was a second opinion layered over mine. "Daniel, I'm trying." The road bent left around a low rise. As we crested it, the trees fell away again, opening onto something wider, a clearing cut into the woods. On the right, maybe 20 yards off the road, a cluster of structures sat in a loose line. Not trailers this time. Shipping containers. Rusted, dented, some stacked too high. A portable office unit at one end, a white rectangle with dark windows. A yard light buzzed over it, flickering. On the left, the land dropped into a shallow ditch filled with water, reflecting the light in broken strips. "This is like a yard," I said. "Storage or construction staging. Something like that." "Is there a gate?" Lee asked. "Not here. Any signage. Nothing I can read." The map still showed the thin gray line stretching forward, cutting through this place as if it were just another road. Behind me, the SUV kept its distance now, maybe 100 feet back. Its headlights didn't waver. It wasn't trying to pass. "Okay," Lee said, thinking out loud. "You need to break the system, not override it." "Break it? Can you put it in neutral?" "While moving, can you?" "I don't." I tried. The gear selector resisted at first, then slipped into neutral with a soft mechanical click. The engine revved immediately, climbing higher without translating to speed. The car coasted. For 1 second, it felt like I'd cut the leash. "Yes," I said, breath catching. Okay," the dashboard chimed. Drive engaged. The transmission snapped back into drive. I hadn't touched it. Jesus, the car lurched forward again, speed climbing back toward that same mid-40s band, like it had a preferred range it wanted to maintain. "That didn't work," I said unnecessarily. "I heard," Lee said. Her voice was tighter now, controlled but strained. "Okay. That means it can override gear input. That's not normal. No kidding. Can you disable it through the menu?" I tried earlier. It said it was off. "Check again." I flicked my eyes to the center screen, navigating through the settings with quick, jerky taps. Driving assist, autopilot, everything showed as disengaged. Grayed out toggles, as if the system wasn't even active, except it clearly was. It says it's off, I said. Then something else is controlling it. That's not a thing. Daniel, focus. The road narrowed again, the clearing falling away behind us. Trees closed in, branches scraping lightly against the sides of the car with a dry, whispering sound. The asphalt here was rougher, patched over with darker strips that caught the headlights unevenly. Up ahead, I saw another sign. This one was smaller, mounted lower, partially obscured by brush. As we got closer, the reflective paint flashed. Private road, no trespassing. Well, I said. That answers that. Turn around, Lee said immediately. There's no space. Then find space. I scanned the edges. The ditch on the left deepened, water pooling dark and still. On the right, the trees pressed right up to the pavement, trunks thick and close together. No room. We keep going, I said. No, we don't, she shot back. We do not just keep going because the car says so. It's not just the car, I said, sharper than I meant to. There's nowhere to turn around. Then you stop. And let that SUV roll up on me. Silence for a beat. Okay, she said finally. Okay. Then we need another plan. My hands were starting to ache from gripping the wheel so hard. I forced myself to loosen them, then tightened again, when the car drifted a fraction toward the center of the lane. The dashboard chimed. Continue on current route for 5.9 miles. 5.9, I said. Stop reading it, Lee said. It's not helping. It's counting down. I know. The road curved right, tighter than before. My headlights swept across something ahead, a break in the trees, a wider opening. As we rounded the bend, the space resolved into a T intersection. Relief hit me so fast it almost made me laugh. There, I said, there's a crossroad. What's it look like? 2-lane, same condition, no markings, but it's something. Take it. The car didn't slow. Daniel, I'm trying. I pressed the brake again, harder this time. The pedal resisted, but the car began to decelerate reluctantly. 40, 38, 35. The intersection came up fast. No stop sign. No yield. Just a worn patch of asphalt crossing ours at a slight angle. Left or right? Lee asked. Either, I said. Just off this. The steering wheel jerked right. Hard. The car swung into the turn before I could fully counter it, tires chirping as we cut onto the crossroad. No, I hauled the wheel left, fighting the motion. For a second, we wobbled between directions, the car trying to complete the right turn while I dragged it back toward the left. The back end slipped slightly on the damp surface, a fishtail that snapped my heart into my throat. Daniel, I've got it. The wheel vibrated violently, then went slack. The car straightened out on the right-hand road. Damn it. Okay, Lee said quickly. Okay, that's fine. You're on a different road now. Not by choice. But you're not where you were. I took a breath. Let it out. Tried to steady my hands. The new road looked marginally better. Slightly wider. The asphalt smoother. The trees set back a little farther from the edges. No ditch on either side, just packed dirt and low brush. This might connect somewhere, I said. Good, stay on it. The map updated. The gray line bent sharply to match the turn we just made. The route continued seamlessly, as if this had been the plan all along. Of course it does, I muttered. What? It adjusted. Then it's tracking you in real time. Yeah, the implication of that sat heavy. Daniel, Lee said, slower now. Is there any chance someone else has access to your car? Like remotely? No, I said automatically, then hesitated. I mean, not that I know of. Think, I didn't share anything. No one has my account. Any recent service, software update. It updated last week, I said, over the air, like it always does. And you didn't notice anything weird after? No. Okay. We drove in silence for a minute. The only sounds the engine, the faint rush of air over the car, and Lee's breathing, steady but louder now, like she was closer to the phone. My eyes burned. I blinked hard, trying to keep them focused on the road. Then I saw it. Up ahead, maybe 100 yards, something moved across the road. A shape. Low. Fast. My foot slammed the brake. The car resisted for a split second. Then the tires locked just enough to squeal as we slowed sharply. The shape resolved into a person. A man. He staggered out of the trees on the left, crossing into the beam of my headlights. His clothes were dark, soaked, clinging to him. One arm hung at an odd angle. He turned his head toward me, eyes wide, mouth open. "Stop," Lee shouted, even though I already was. The car slowed, but not enough, not as fast as it should have. "Come on," I pressed harder. The man raised his good arm, waving frantically, stumbling toward the center of the road. For a split second, everything compressed: the distance, the speed, the angle. Then the car jerked left, not away from him, toward him. No, I yanked the wheel right, fighting the motion. The tires lost grip on the damp surface, skidding slightly as I forced the nose back on line. We missed him by inches. I saw his face as we passed, mud-streaked, terrified, shouting something I couldn't hear over the rush of air and the thud of my own pulse. In the rearview mirror, he stumbled, then collapsed to his knees in the road. "Daniel," Lee said, breathless, "you have to go back." "I can't," I said. The words came out flat, automatic. "I can't stop here. He's hurt, I know." Then turn around. I glanced at the mirror. The SUV's headlights filled it again, closer now. The beam washed over the man, turning him into a silhouette on his knees. For a moment, I thought the SUV would slow. It didn't. It drove straight toward him. "Wait," I said, a spike of panic cutting through everything else. The SUV didn't swerve, didn't brake, at least not enough for me to see. The headlights flared, swallowed the figure, then the road was empty. "Did it?" Lee's voice cracked. "I don't." I craned my neck, trying to see past the glare. Nothing. No body. No movement. Just the SUV continuing forward, now between me and where the man had been. My stomach lurched. "Maybe he got out of the way," I said, but it sounded wrong even as I said it. "Or you misjudged it," Lee said quickly. "It's dark, you're stressed. I saw him." "I know, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm saying," she stopped herself. "We deal with that later. Right now, you need to get out of there." The rational part of my brain grabbed onto that explanation with both hands. Misdistance. Poor lighting. Adrenaline. It made sense. It had to, because the alternative didn't. The dashboard chimed. "Continue on current route for 4.7 miles. 4.7, I said. "Daniel, I'm just..." "Stop narrating it." I nodded, even though she couldn't see. The SUV ahead slowed slightly, matching my speed now. Its brake lights flickered once, then went dark. "They're pacing me," I said. "Can you pass them?" I pressed the accelerator. The same resistance. The same soft cap. "No." "Then keep distance." "I don't think I get to decide that." The road straightened out, stretching ahead in a long, dark line. On either side, the trees thinned again, replaced by open ground fields, maybe, or cleared lots. Hard to tell in the dark. In the distance, I saw lights. Real lights, not a single yard bulb. but a cluster. Yellow-white, steady buildings. "Lee," I said, a flicker of something like hope cutting through the noise. "There's something up ahead. Lights." "Good," she said immediately. "Head there. Don't stop until you're in a populated area." "I don't think it's populated," I said, squinting. "More like industrial. Better than trees." The SUV ahead maintained its position, a dark block between me and the lights. As we got closer, the shapes resolved. A large fenced compound, chain link topped with barbed wire. Several long, low buildings inside, metal-sided, painted a dull gray. A gate across the road, set back maybe 50 yards from where we were now. 2 poles on either side with security cameras mounted high, their lenses catching the light. A sign hung on the gate. I couldn't read it yet. "Gate," I said. "Is it open?" "I don't know." The car didn't slow. "Daniel, I'm not controlling the speed." The SUV ahead slowed just enough to pass through the gate as it began to slide open. I hadn't seen anyone trigger it. No guard, no keypad interaction. It just opened. "Wait," I said. "Wait." The gate continued to slide, metal scraping against metal with a low, grinding sound. My car aligned itself with the opening. "No," I said again, louder now. "No, we're not." I hit the brake hard. The pedal pushed back, then gave just a fraction. The car slowed, but not enough. "Daniel," Lee shouted. "I can't stop it." The gate was almost fully open now. Beyond it, the compound stretched out, rows of buildings, floodlights casting long shadows across cracked pavement. The sign came into focus as we approached. "Authorized vehicles." Only I wrenched the wheel left, trying to veer off before the entrance. The steering locked, not resisted, locked. The wheel wouldn't move more than a fraction of an inch. My breath caught in my throat. "Lee, I'm here," she said, but her voice sounded far away now. The car surged forward one last time. The SUV ahead cleared the gate. My car followed. The metal gate slammed shut behind us with a heavy, final clang that echoed through the compound. And in the rearview mirror, the road we'd come from dark, narrow, wrong was gone behind a solid wall of chain link and barbed wire. No space to turn, no way back. The gate hit the track behind me with a metal crack that seemed to travel up through the seat and into my spine. For half a second, nobody moved. Then the SUV ahead accelerated across the compound. Not fast, purposeful. It passed under a floodlight, enough for me to finally make out the vehicle clearly. An older black Chevrolet Tahoe, oxidized paint, no company markings, rear window tinted so dark it looked painted over. It drove between 2 long metal buildings and disappeared behind them. My car kept rolling straight. "Daniel," Lee said. Her voice was tinny now, chopped by interference. "Tell me what you see." "Industrial yard," I said. My mouth was dry enough that the word stuck. 3, no, 4 buildings. Storage tanks maybe. Fencing inside the fence. Cameras at the gate. The SUV went left between buildings. Any people? Not yet. The compound was bigger than it had looked from the road. The entrance lane opened into a broad rectangle of cracked asphalt with faded yellow arrows, loading zones, and white stenciled numbers barely visible under grime. To my right stood a row of shipping containers stacked too high, the same rusted reds and blues I'd seen earlier in the clearing. To my left were 2 low warehouse structures with roll-up bay doors. Most were closed. One, near the far end, sat half open, black inside. Floodlights hummed overhead. Somewhere deeper in the yard, a generator or compressor throbbed with a steady mechanical pulse. Not loud, constant. The kind of industrial sound that gets under your skin because it never changes. The dashboard chimed. Proceed to destination. There was no mileage now, no map. Just those 3 words in the same polite font. Destination, I said. What? It says proceed to destination. Lee was quiet for 1 beat too long. Can you stop? I hit the brake. The pedal softened unexpectedly, and the car slowed this time, real slowing, nose dipping slightly. 10 miles per hour. 8. Hope came too fast and too stupidly. I pushed harder. The car stopped in the middle of the yard. I sat there breathing hard, both hands locked on the wheel. Okay, Lee said, fast now. Okay, put it in park. Shut it off. Get out. I slapped it into park. The gear engaged. Pressed the start-stop button. The screen went black. The floodlights outside stayed on. The hum from the compound stayed on. But inside the car, everything died at once. The climate fan, the screen glow, the low electronic buzz I hadn't realized had been with me for the last hour. Silence hit hard. Not total silence. Real silence never is. There was still the tick of hot metal cooling somewhere under the hood, the distant thrum of machinery, rainwater dripping off something high and hollow, making a tinny plink, my own breathing too loud in the cabin. But the car itself was dead. Daniel, Lee said faintly from the speakers. The speakers crackled once and cut out. The call had dropped with the power. For the first time that night, I was completely alone. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder. 3% battery. No service. Of course, I said to nobody. The compound looked different with the screen off. Less like a system, more like a place people had used and worn down. Oil stains, potholes holding black water. A forklift parked near the containers with one fork lowered crookedly into the pavement. On the nearest warehouse wall, old reflective lettering showed through where a company sign had been removed. Just adhesive ghosts and a faint rectangle cleaner than the metal around it. I locked the doors by habit, then immediately unlocked them because that was pointless now. I needed to think. At the gate behind me, chain link, barbed wire cameras, and no visible keypad on the inside from this angle. Maybe there was a manual release. Maybe not. The Tahoe had gone left between the buildings. The half-open bay door was farther ahead on the right. And if this was some kind of active site, even abandoned, but still powered, there might be landlines, offices, tools, people. Or the people were the problem. My chest felt tight, not panic exactly, but close enough that the distinction didn't matter. I opened the glove compartment. Registration, insurance card, napkins, flashlight, cheap aluminum body, probably from a hardware store checkout rack, but it worked when I thumbed it on. Under the center console, tire iron in the lower compartment from when I'd replaced the jack kit last winter. Not much. Better than empty hands. I put the phone in my pocket, took the flashlight and tire iron, and got out. Cold, damp air hit me immediately. The compound smelled like wet concrete, diesel, and something sharper underneath, solvent maybe, or cleaning fluid. My knees felt weak when I stood, a delayed reaction to the last hour. My shoulders ached from fighting the wheel. The coffee I'd spilled earlier had dried sticky on my hand and cuff. I shut the door quietly, which was absurd because nothing here was quiet enough for that to matter. The Tahoe was gone from sight. No movement between the buildings. I kept low and moved toward the left-hand lane where it had disappeared, skirting the front of my own car. My shoes crunched on loose gravel and glass. The beam of the flashlight felt too bright, too obvious, so I kept it off and let the floodlights do most of the work. Between the first two buildings, the wind tunneled and picked up, carrying that same high electric buzz I'd heard from the yard light earlier. Halfway down the passage, I saw fresh tire tracks in the damp dirt edging the asphalt. Wide tread, SUV. At the far end, the space opened into a rear service yard. That's where I saw the other cars. Not many, 4 total. The Tahoe, now parked engine off near a concrete loading dock. A white cargo van with no plates on the front. A silver sedan backed awkwardly into a spot near a side door. And off to one side under a broken lamp, another car of the same make as mine. Same body shape. Same color. For one nauseating second, my brain refused to process it. It was just coincidence, I told myself. Popular model, same region, same paint option. Then my flashlight slipped across its rear bumper and caught the dealer frame. The same New Haven dealership. I stopped walking. The side door near the dock opened. A man came out dragging someone by the arm. The dragged figure stumbled, caught himself against the doorframe, and I recognized the soaked, dark clothes before I saw the face. The man from the road. He was real. He wasn't dead, not run over, not imagined. His right arm wasn't broken after all. It was zip-tied in front of him with the other wrist, which is why it had hung wrong. Mud smeared one side of his face. There was tape residue on his mouth, though the tape itself had been pulled down to his chin. He looked dazed, not theatrical, and that mattered in a way I can't fully explain. Real fear has less shape to it, less drama, more confusion. The man dragging him was in his late 40s, maybe 50, heavy-set, wearing a dark rain jacket and a knit cap. He moved like someone used to lifting things for a living, not rushed, efficient. A second man stepped out behind them, thinner, younger, beard, holding something in one hand that caught the light. Not a gun. A handheld scanner maybe, or a phone in a rugged case. I ducked back behind the corner so fast my shoulder clipped metal siding with a hollow clang. Both men froze. What was that? The younger one said. I flattened myself against the wall and stopped breathing. The older man listened. The generator throbbed. Water dripped somewhere. Then he said, "Cat or sheet metal, move him." Their footsteps resumed. My heart pounded so hard it made my vision pulse. This was not random. This was not software weirdness in a vacuum. There were people here, organized enough to have vehicles, a facility, some kind of access to cars or systems. The injured man on the road hadn't been bait in a movie sense. He'd been a person trying to get out. And I had driven right past him. The shame of that hit sharp and clean. I edged back to the corner and risked another look. They were taking him toward the half-open bay I'd seen from the front yard. The younger man scanned a badge or device at a panel beside the door, so there was access control. The door lifted a little higher with a motorized rattle. Inside, under white shop lights, I caught a flash of equipment, lift arms, tool chests, open hoods, a garage, a service bay for vehicles. My phone vibrated in my pocket so suddenly I almost dropped the tire iron. A text. Somehow one bar had appeared. "Lee, call 911 now." I stared at it, then hit call anyway. It tried, failed, tried again. Failed. I sent back. No service. People here, cars. Maybe multiple. The bubble hung on sending. Then, delivered. A second later, another text appeared. I called. They want location. Send pin, anything. I opened maps. The blue dot jittered in a blank gray area, no labels, no named roads. The same void from the dashboard. I screenshotted it and sent it. Good enough or useless, I couldn't tell. A noise came from behind me. I turned so fast I nearly swung the tire iron. A figure stood 6 feet away at the other corner of the building, half in shadow. I snapped the flashlight on. The beam hit a face. Male. Mid-30s maybe. Thin, pale, wearing a dark hoodie and reflective work vest. He threw up a hand against the light. "Don't," he said sharply. "Turn that off." I almost did just from the tone. "Who are you?" I said. "Who are you? Answer me." He looked past me toward the bay, then back. His voice dropped. "If you're from intake, you're late. If you're not, you need to get down." Something in the phrasing made me do it before I could think too hard. I crouched. He moved in fast, grabbed my sleeve, and pulled me into the narrow gap between a dumpster and the building wall. It stank of wet cardboard and old oil. Up close, I could see his face properly. Bruised cheekbone, split lip, not old injuries. "My name S. Owen," he whispered, 36. His eyes flicked to the tire iron in my hand. "You drive the gray Atlas." I nodded once. He shut his eyes briefly, like that confirmed something bad. "They used your car to bring you," he said. "What do you mean used?" He looked at me like I was behind the conversation by half an hour, which I was. "The updates," he said. "The fleet control spoof. They grab cars with certain modules after service sync or over the air patch windows. Mostly newer driver assist systems. Route them off main roads when signal gets thin." He swallowed. "Strip them, clone identifiers, swap parts, wipe telematics. Sometimes ransom. Sometimes resale. Depends." It was insane. It was also, in a sickening way, more believable than anything else had been tonight. "You work for them," I said. "I worked here," he snapped. Then quieter, "contract diagnostics. 6 months. I figured out what the reroute scripts were doing and tried to leave with proof. The man on the road, Lewis, he tried before me. I thought of the SUV's headlights swallowing him, and a piece slid into place. Not run over, picked up, pulled in close enough that from my angle he vanished in the glare. Realistic, horrible. "Police are coming," I said, though I didn't know that for sure. Owen gave me a look that said he'd already considered and dismissed that hope. "Then they need time, and those men in there are getting ready to move the cars." "Move them where?" He jerked his chin toward the far side of the compound. "Secondary gate, tree line, flatbed access. If they take yours, it's gone." I looked toward the bay. The younger bearded man was now inside, hood open on the car matching mine. The older man had Lewis seated against a tool chest, zip-tied hands still in front, talking to him like they were discussing invoices. Small, normal body language. That was the worst part. "What do we do?" I asked. Owen wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Power." "What?" "Main service disconnect. Kills the bay doors, camera feeds, gate motors, most of the networked controls. Backup keeps perimeter lights and some office circuits, but not the shop floor. Buys confusion." "Where?" He pointed across the rear yard to a cinderblock utility shed attached to the second warehouse. 30 yards of open ground. 1 steel door. 1 exterior meter assembly. 2 exposed. "You can't be serious. You want your car back or not?" It wasn't really about the car anymore, but it also was. The car was the thing that had delivered me here, and somewhere inside that fact was a private humiliation I didn't have time to unpack. I had trusted a system because trusting it was easier than paying full attention, easier than uncertainty. easier than being alone with decisions. Now, the only way out seemed to require the opposite. Owen leaned out, checked the bay, then looked at me. "They're about to move." He was right. The older man had stood and was reaching for Lewis. The bearded one lowered the hood on the duplicate car and headed toward my lane of sight. "Go," Owen hissed. We ran. Open ground always feels longer when someone else might be watching. My shoes slapped wet pavement. My breath rasped too loud. Halfway there, a shout went up behind us. "Hey!" The bearded man had seen us. Owen hit the utility door first, grabbed the handle. Locked. He stepped back and drove his shoulder into it once. Metal boomed, didn't give. I shoved the flashlight into my pocket, raised the tire iron, and jammed the hooked end into the latch seam. My hands slipped. I adjusted, braced a foot against the wall, and pulled with everything I had. The metal screamed. Behind us came pounding footsteps. Again, Owen shouted. I yanked harder. Something popped. The latch tore loose enough for Owen to kick the door inward. We stumbled into the shed. Panels, conduit, main switchgear, industrial labels. I knew just enough infrastructure to hate improvising around it. "Which one?" I said. Owen pointed to a red-handled disconnect the size of my forearm. I grabbed it. Behind us, the bearded man hit the door, catching it before it swung shut. He shoved through, one hand reaching, face wild now up close. Not a mastermind, just a man doing bad work and scared of losing control. He grabbed my jacket. I pulled the disconnect down. Everything changed at once. The floodlights outside snapped off. The bay lights died. The compound dropped into blackness, so complete it felt physical. Somewhere motors wound down with a descending whine. A gate alarm started screaming in the distance. The bearded man cursed and lunged blindly. We hit each other hard in the dark. His fist caught the side of my head. A bright flash burst behind my eyes. I went down on one knee, felt concrete slam bone. The tire iron clattered away. Owen crashed into him from the side. All I could hear was grunting, shoes scraping, metal rattling. I crawled, hands out, found the tire iron, and stood into chaos. A dim red emergency light blinked on above the far panel, barely enough to separate bodies into shapes. The bearded man had Owen against the wall by the throat. I swung, not heroically, not clean. I hit the man's forearm because that's what I could reach. There was a sick thud, a yell, and he let go. Owen folded, gasping. The man turned toward me, and I swung again, shorter this time, catching his shoulder and side of the neck. He went down hard against the panel and stayed there, moaning. "Move," Owen choked out. We moved. Back in the yard, the darkness was broken only by emergency strips over a few doors and the spill of weak backup lights near the entrance. Enough to navigate, not enough for precision. Shouts came from the bay. The older man, maybe more than one voice now. Lewis was still by the tool chest when we reached the half-open door. He looked up wild-eyed as I crouched and fumbled at the zip tie with the hooked end of the tire iron. It took 2 tries and 1 curse before it snapped. "Can you run?" I said. He nodded, rubbing his wrists. "To the gate," Owen said. "Manual chain release, left motor housing." "How do you know?" I installed it. We ran again, 3 of us this time. My knee was starting to stiffen. Blood trickled warm from somewhere above my ear into my collar. Behind us came the clang of someone forcing the bay door by hand. At the main gate motor housing, Owen dropped to one knee, ripped open an access panel, and reached inside. The older man came out of the dark like he'd been grown there. He hit Lewis first, shoulder driving him into the fence so hard the chain link boomed. Lewis cried out and went down. Then the man turned on Owen, kicking him in the ribs before I could get there. I swung the tire iron low this time, into the older man's thigh. He staggered, snarled, and hit me across the face with something hard, flashlight, radio, I don't know. Pain burst hot through my nose. I fell backward onto wet asphalt, tasting blood immediately. The world narrowed to fragments. Fence, barbed wire silhouette, alarm screaming, Owen swearing, Lee's last text still ghosting in my head. The gate, the gate. The older man bent toward me, maybe to take the tire iron, maybe worse. I grabbed the only thing near my hand, a fist-sized chunk of broken concrete from the base of the fence, and threw it into his face. Not dramatic, ugly, effective. He reeled back with a choking sound, hands to his eye. Owen yanked something inside the motor housing. The gate shuddered, then began to slide. Not fast, fast enough. Move, Owen shouted. I crawled, then stumbled up and pulled Lewis by his jacket. He was half conscious, weight awkward and dead. Owen got under his other side. Together, we dragged him through the widening gap. Headlights flared outside the compound, multiple, flashing blue and red across the trees, strobing over wet pavement. For one blinding second, I thought I was hallucinating from the hit to the head. Then I heard the sirens, distant but closing, and the relief that hit me was so violent it almost dropped me where I stood. Behind us, inside the gate, the older man stopped at the threshold. He didn't run after us. He just stood there, one hand over part of his face, and watched as we pulled Lewis onto the road. Police cruisers turned in hard from the dark access road beyond the compound entrance, tires spitting water. Doors opened before the first car fully stopped. Voices, commands, hands visible, down on the ground, more lights, more motion. I remember trying to say, the cars, and not being sure if it came out. I remember Lee's name on my phone screen when it finally found signal again. I remember answering and hearing only my own breathing for a second before she said, very quietly, "Are you alive?" And because there were police everywhere now, and the gate was open, and the men from inside were no longer abstract, no longer hidden behind software or headlights or polite dashboard fonts, I said the truth. Yeah, I told her, but I'm not okay. By the time the ambulance doors closed, the adrenaline had burned off enough to leave me shaking. Not dramatically, not movie shaking, just a fine, humiliating tremor in my hands that made it hard to hold the plastic emesis bag the paramedic had given me in case my head injury decided to announce itself properly. I didn't throw up. I just sat there on the narrow bench under harsh white lights while the vehicle rocked gently with the road, and a young EMT pressed gauze to the cut above my ear and asked me the same questions 3 different ways. What's your full name? Daniel Mercer. What day is it? Saturday. Or technically Sunday now, probably. Where are you right now? In an ambulance somewhere outside Hartford. He nodded, wrote something down, and shined a penlight in my eyes again. My nose wasn't broken, which surprised me. It felt broken. My right knee had swollen to the size of a grapefruit under my jeans. My ribs hurt when I breathed deep. There was blood dried under one nostril and in the corner of my mouth, and every time I licked my teeth, I found grit. EMT, whose badge said M. Russo, maybe 23 male, with the steady, practical patience of someone who'd seen much worse than me that night, told me I likely had a concussion and a knee sprain, maybe a small fracture if I'd landed badly enough. He asked if I wanted them to notify anyone. I said, my ex is already on her way. He didn't react to the word ex. Professionals rarely do. He just asked for her name, checked that she wasn't driving recklessly to get there, and moved on. Through the rear windows, I could see the compound shrinking behind us in chopped flashes of blue and red. More cruisers had arrived. State police too. The gate stood open now, harmless looking in a way that made me angrier than the locked version had. Men in reflective jackets moved between vehicles with clipboards and evidence bags. Floodlights from portable stands had been brought in. The place looked less like a nightmare than a worksite, which in some ways made it worse. Everything evil about it had been procedural, logged, repeated, maintained. My car was still inside when we left. I kept thinking about that. Not the money, exactly. Not the car itself. It was the image of it sitting there under police tape with the driver's door hanging open, as if it had simply completed a task and was waiting for the next instruction. At the emergency department in Hartford, the night widened into the usual fluorescent blur. Intake, triage, a paper wristband too tight on my arm, a nurse cutting away part of my shirt collar because the blood had dried into it, another nurse asking me whether I felt safe at home, which under the circumstances was both fair and impossible to answer cleanly. Lee found me there around 2 a.m. I saw her before she saw me, moving down the corridor in dark green scrubs under a winter coat she'd thrown on over them. Hair pulled back badly, one shoe untied. She looked like she'd come straight off a shift, or out of bed, or both. There was no polish to her now, no careful emotional distance. Just a woman scanning curtained bays for someone who might be worse than she was ready to see. Lee, I said. She turned so fast her bag slipped off her shoulder. Then she was there, and because we had once been in love for a long time and had lately been trying to behave like sensible adults who had chosen separation for good reasons, we did not hug immediately. We both hesitated half a second too long. Then she leaned in anyway, one hand on the side of my face, very gently, not romantic, just verifying that I was solid and warm and present. You look terrible, she said. I laughed once and winced from the ribs. Yeah, I said, you too. Fair. She pulled a chair over and sat beside the bed. Up close, I could see how tired she was. The purple smudge under her left eye. The indentation from an N95 mask still faintly pressed into the bridge of her nose. Her hand stayed on my wrist for another few seconds before she seemed to realize it and moved it back into her lap. What happened after the call dropped, she asked. So I told her, not elegantly, not in order. The human brain likes narrative after the fact, but the body remembers in fragments first. Gate, garage, Owen, the duplicate car, Lewis kneeling in the road, the disconnect handle, the hit to my face. She didn't interrupt much, except once to ask, very quietly, "You're sure the man on the road was the same one?" Yes, she nodded. That seemed to matter to her more than she said. Probably because she had been the one talking me through the moment when we both thought, for one awful second, that I'd watched someone disappear beneath an SUV. She liked things to be explainable. So did I. Maybe that had been part of why we'd lasted as long as we did. Maybe it had also been part of why we ended. Around 3:30, a state trooper took my statement. Then, After sunrise had begun to turn the high windows from black to dull gray, a detective did it again with better questions. Her name was Detective Marisol Vega, 41, female, Hartford County, Task Force, plainclothes, hair tied back. The kind of person who looked like she did not mistake hesitation for innocence. She sat in the chair Lee had just vacated for coffee and walked through the story without indulging me once. What exactly did the dashboard display say? What kind of update had your vehicle received last week? Who had access to your service history? Did anyone from the dealership or manufacturer contact you recently? Could the man called Owen identify names, vendors, shell companies, usernames? It was grounding in its way. Her questions were smaller than terror. They had edges. They could be answered. By then, they had enough pieces to start talking around the thing without quite stating it. A stolen vehicle ring wasn't unusual. Illegal salvage wasn't unusual. VIN cloning, telematics interference, repurposed industrial sites, corrupt service contractors, all ugly, all real, all boring in the bureaucratic language she used. The unusual part, she admitted only once, was the sophistication of the rerouting. We've seen relay thefts and spoofed app access, she said. Using driver assist behavior as a lure is new. Lure, I repeated. She watched me for a second, then nodded once. Yes, Lee came back with bad coffee in paper cups and heard that word too. She didn't comment until Detective Vega left. Then she said, "You were right not to trust the car." I stared at the lid of my cup. Took me a while. "You're allowed." "No," I said. "That's kind of the point." I kept waiting for the system to correct itself, even after it was obvious. Lee didn't rush to reassure me, which was one of the reasons I loved her, and one of the reasons being around her could feel like being seen under hospital lighting. "You did," she said. "Yeah, and then you stopped." That was the generous version, maybe even the true one. I wasn't ready to decide. They discharged me a little after 10 in the morning with a knee immobilizer, instructions about concussion symptoms, and a warning not to drive for a few days, even if I'd had a car available. Lee drove me back to New Haven because there was no version of the universe where I was getting on a train in that condition, and because when she asked, "Do you want me to take you home?" I heard myself say yes before pride got there first. The highway in daylight felt obscene, too ordinary. We took 91 south, then cut over, and every overpass, service road, and tree-lined exit ramp seemed to hold some afterimage of the night before. Just wet asphalt, just signage, just a shoulder and guardrail, and a strip of pines. Nothing haunted about it, unless you knew how little it took for a map to become wrong. I kept glancing at the dashboard of Lee's Honda like it might speak. She noticed around Wallingford and turned the radio up a little, not enough to force conversation, just enough to give the air another texture. Public radio. Some local segment about zoning disputes. Human voices discussing boring civic problems. I could have kissed the host. At my apartment, the hall closet still held her jacket. She saw it when she helped me inside and gave a short, tired laugh. "Well, technically, I came for this." "You did." She put it on the back of a kitchen chair instead of taking it. That felt significant, and probably was. Trauma makes symbolism out of coat hooks. We sat at my small table, morning light flattening everything, and for a while neither of us spoke. The apartment smelled faintly like stale coffee and laundry detergent, and the basil plant on the windowsill I kept almost killing and reviving. Normal smells, domestic ones. Lee finally said, They'll probably want your laptop. Phone too, maybe. Yeah, and your account credentials. I looked at her. You think I should give them everything? I think you should assume this goes farther than one night. She was right. Again. By late afternoon, an investigator from the manufacturer called. Not the dealer, corporate security. The voice on the line was smooth and carefully remorseful in the way legal departments train people to be when facts are still moving. They wanted logs, consent to access telemetry, permission to inspect the vehicle once law enforcement released it. They were taking the matter extremely seriously. I said, "Your car drove me into a fenced compound." A pause. Then, "We understand your concern, Mr. Mercer." The phrase was so bloodless, I almost laughed. "My concern," I said, "is that if I'd been a little more tired or a little more compliant, I'd be missing." Another pause, longer. "We are cooperating fully with authorities." It wasn't satisfying, but satisfaction had stopped being one of the available outcomes. Over the next week, the aftermath arranged itself into paperwork and bruises. Lewis survived. Broken ribs, dehydration, a concussion of his own. Detective Vega told me that much and nothing more personal than that, which I respected. Owen survived too, though he disappeared from easy access, almost immediately protective custody, maybe, or just the sort of chaos that follows when you've been both participant and witness in something ugly. The older man at the gate and the bearded one from the utility shed were both arrested. The detectives hinted at others. Search warrants multiplied. The compound turned out to be leased through a chain of shell companies that took effort to untangle, and for all I know, still are. My car was impounded for forensic analysis, and then, eventually, released not back to me, but into a dispute involving insurance, the manufacturer, and law enforcement. There were cloned modules in it, Detective Vega said, evidence of unauthorized firmware. Extra hardware tucked where extra hardware had no business being. The simpler version was that it was no longer really my car in any sense that mattered. I didn't fight to get it back. That surprised some people. A friend from work said, "At least make them buy you a new one. Maybe they will eventually. Maybe they won't." But I knew, with a clarity that bypassed reason, that I was never sitting alone inside that vehicle again, no matter what anyone certified. For a while, Lee kept checking in under practical pretexts. Did I have groceries? Was the dizziness improving? Had I scheduled ortho? Had I heard from the detective? It was kind. It was careful. It did not magically fix what had broken between us, and the fact that it didn't somehow made it more trustworthy. One night, about 2 weeks after, she came by with soup and the charger she claimed I'd left at her place months ago and probably found that afternoon. We ate in my kitchen. The window was cracked open because spring had finally started to smell like spring instead of wet pavement and thawing trash. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked. A kid laughed. A bus sighed at the stoplight. Almost ordinary. "You know what bothers me most?" I said. Lee looked up from her spoon. "Not the men, not even the gate." I rubbed at the bridge of my nose where the bruise had gone yellow. "It's that voice, not an actual voice, just the tone of it. All those messages. Proceed to destination. Maintain speed. Continue on current route. So calm, so helpful." She set the spoon down. "That's what it's designed to sound like." "I know. And now you know that too." There wasn't anything to say after that for a minute. Eventually she stood, rinsed her bowl, and got her jacket from the chair where it had sat since the hospital. This time she put it on. At the door, she turned and said, "You still don't have to do everything alone." I could have answered that a dozen different ways. Honest, evasive, hopeful, cruel. I was too tired for performance. "I know," I said. She nodded once and left. A month later, when the knee was better and the bruise above my ear had faded to a pale line hidden by hair, I bought a used Subaru from a dealer in Milford. No driver assist beyond lane departure warnings. No remote app. No connected account. The salesman tried to upsell me twice on a package with adaptive cruise and integrated navigation, and I told him no with enough flatness that he stopped smiling. I drive with my phone face down now. I read road signs. I still use maps, but I keep one eye on the world and one on the screen, and I do not confuse them anymore. Most nights, that's enough. Some nights, usually when rain has just stopped and the roads are black and reflective, and every exit sign seems to hover in its own little weather system, I feel my shoulders tighten without permission. I notice how isolated a stretch of highway can become in 10 seconds, how quickly service bars thin, how easy it is to believe you are still on the right route because the line on the screen says you are. Last Tuesday, coming back from work, I took 91 north to 691, and then west, traffic light, the kind of weekday drive I used to do on autopilot even before the car had won. I was near Meriden when my phone, face down in the cup holder, buzzed once with a manufacturer email I should have unsubscribed from but hadn't. At the same exact moment, the dash on the Subaru gave its harmless little navigation chime from the phone app connected by cable. Two unrelated sounds, totally ordinary. My hands locked on the wheel so hard my knuckles hurt. I looked up at the overhead sign. For half a second, no more than that, I thought I saw an exit number I knew wasn't there. Route 218, Windsor Locks, Airport, the same green glow in damp air. Then I blinked, and it was the right sign again. Local roads. Cheshire, nothing strange. Exhaustion, I told myself. Memory. Pattern recognition misfiring under stress. All explainable. I kept driving. But when I got home, I sat in the parked car with the engine off for a full minute before I could make myself unplug the phone. And when the screen went dark, I watched my own reflection in it, waiting to see if anything else would appear. It didn't, not that night. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is why we never played tag in the corn maze behind our house. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first time it happened, we thought someone was messing with us. Halfway through the maze, the sky already thinning into that gray-blue evening where everything starts to flatten out, when Tyler froze mid-sentence and said, "Did you hear that?" We all stopped. Not dramatically, just paused, the way you do when a car drives too slow past your house or a dog barks in the wrong direction. At first, there was nothing, just the dry hiss of corn leaves rubbing together, a constant, papery sound like someone flipping through a book too fast. Then footsteps, quick, light, not far, and definitely not one of ours. Okay, I said, trying to keep it level. Who's out there? No answer. The footsteps stopped too. That was the part that made it stick in my head later, not the sound itself, but how it ended. Like whoever it was had heard me and decided to wait. Tyler let out a short laugh. Probably some kid cutting through. Happens all the time. He said it like he was reassuring himself, not us. Yeah, I said, probably. But none of us moved right away. My name is Connor Hale, 26. And at the time, I just moved back to my hometown in southern Illinois after a stretch in Chicago that didn't work out the way I'd planned. I told people it was about saving money. That was true. I didn't tell them how loud the city had gotten in my head, how even in my apartment I couldn't shake the feeling that something was happening just out of sight, that if I looked too closely at the wrong moment, I'd catch it. Out here, things were supposed to be simpler, predictable. You could stand in your backyard and see the edge of the world, the tree line, the grain silos, the one blinking radio tower miles off. Nothing hiding in the corners. That's what I told myself. The corn maze sat directly behind my parents' property. Every fall, the Reddicks, who owned most of the farmland around us, cut a new pattern into one of their fields and opened it up for tourists. Hay rides, cider, the whole thing. During the day, it was packed. At night, after closing, it was technically off limits. Technically, we'd been going back there after hours since high school. It was just something to do. Walk the paths, scare each other, maybe bring a couple beers, and sit in one of the dead ends like we owned the place. We never played tag, not after that night. Tyler Grant was the one who always pushed for dumb ideas. 27, tall in that loose, uncoordinated way, like he hadn't quite settled into his limbs yet. He worked at his dad's auto shop and had this restless energy that never really shut off. If things got quiet, he'd find a way to poke at it until they were. Come on, he said now, stepping forward again. We're like 10 minutes from the center. Let's just keep going. Megan Holt, 25, fell in beside him without arguing. She had a habit of going along with Tyler, not because she agreed with him, but because she hated the idea of being the one who said no. She worked as a nurse at the clinic in town, and even out here she carried herself like she was on shift, alert, watching, ready to step in if something went wrong. You sure that wasn't just wind? She asked. Wind doesn't sound like sneakers, Tyler said. That depends on the sneakers, I said, mostly to fill the space. Ben Carter, 28, brought up the rear. He'd been quieter than usual all evening. Ben was the kind of guy who noticed things other people didn't, small inconsistencies, details that didn't quite line up. It made him good at his job. He did maintenance for the county, mostly electrical work. But it also meant he got stuck on stuff. Could be someone else in here, he said. They don't lock it up that tight. Exactly, Tyler said. So what are we worried about? Ben didn't answer right away. He just looked down the path we'd come from, then back at the narrow corridor ahead of us, the corn rising up on both sides like walls that leaned in just a little too far. I don't like not knowing where they are, he said finally. That landed, because if it was someone else, they weren't on the main path anymore. Not with how close those footsteps had sounded. Hey, Tyler called out again, louder this time. If you're messing with us, it's not that funny. The maze swallowed the sound. No echo, just gone. We waited, nothing. See, Tyler said after a beat. Nobody. He turned and started walking again, brushing past the corn with his shoulder. The leaves rasped against his jacket. Megan followed, then me. Ben hesitated, then came after us, but I could tell he wasn't letting it go. The maze was tighter this year. That was the first thing I'd noticed when we came in. The rows were closer together, the turns sharper. You couldn't see more than a few feet ahead before the path bent again. Made it feel longer than it actually was, and darker. Even with the sky still holding some light, the corn blocked most of it out. Everything took on this muted, dusty tone. Greens turning gray, shadows pooling in the gaps between stalks. We walked in a loose line, Tyler talking about something that had happened at the shop earlier, some guy who tried to pay in cash and then argued about the price. Megan chimed in now and then. I half listened, more focused on the sounds around us. The wind shifted. For a second, the corn on our left side moved differently than the rest, like something had brushed against it from inside the rows, not along the path. I slowed. Connor, Megan said, glancing back at me. Just thought I heard. I started, then stopped. There it was again. Not footsteps this time. A faint, uneven rustle. Too deliberate to be wind. Too soft to be someone walking normally. Ben heard it too. I could tell by the way his head turned, sharp and quick. You hear that? He said. Yeah, I said. Tyler sighed. Guys, come on. No, listen, Ben said. We all went still again. The sound came from our right now, a few feet in, something shifting through the corn parallel to us, keeping pace. Megan's voice dropped. Okay, that's not funny. I'm not laughing, Tyler said, but he wasn't smiling anymore either. Hey, he called out, louder, sharper. Who's in there? The rustling stopped instantly. Same as before, like a switch had been flipped. All right, Tyler muttered. That's weird. Could be an animal, Megan said, though she didn't sound convinced. Big enough to move like that? Ben asked. Deer, she offered. Deer don't stop on command, I said. We stood there, all of us listening harder than we wanted to admit. Then, from somewhere deeper in the maze, a voice. Not clear, not a full word, just a sound. A low, drawn-out shape of something that might have been a person trying to call out. Or might not. Tyler's reaction was immediate. Okay, that's it. Someone's messing with us. Or someone needs help, Megan said. That changed the tone. Because yeah, if someone was actually hurt out here, we couldn't just walk away. Did you hear what they said? I asked. No, Ben said, just something. Could have been hay, Megan said. Could have been anything, Tyler countered. The wind picked up again, pushing the tops of the corn into a slow, swaying motion. The sound filled the space, covering whatever might have come next. We all looked at each other. There was a path branching off to the right, half hidden by the angle of the rows. It led deeper into the maze, away from the main route we'd been following. That way, Megan said quietly. That's where it came from. Tyler rubbed the back of his neck. Or someone wants us to think it did. Why would someone do that? She asked. He didn't have an answer. Ben stepped closer to the opening, peering down it. If it's a kid or someone drunk, they could have gotten turned around. Happens all the time. Yeah, I said. And if they're actually hurt, I didn't finish it. I didn't have to. Megan looked between us, then back down the path. I could see the calculation happening, risk versus responsibility. It was written into her at this point. Tyler shifted his weight. We could call someone, he said. Reddix, and tell them what? Megan cut in. We heard a maybe voice in the middle of a corn maze we're not supposed to be in, he winced. Okay, fair. Ben glanced over his shoulder, back toward the way we'd come. The light was fading faster now. The maze felt tighter, like it had drawn in around us while we weren't paying attention. If we go in, he said, we stick together. No splitting up. No splitting up, Megan agreed immediately. Tyler looked at me. Connor, I stared down the narrow path. It looked the same as every other part of the maze. Dirt underfoot, corn on both sides. A slight bend a few yards and that blocked the view beyond. Normal. Completely normal. And still, there was that feeling again. The one I'd tried to leave behind in Chicago. That sense that something was just out of frame, waiting for the moment you stopped paying attention. I forced a breath out through my nose. It's probably nothing, I said. Probably, Tyler echoed. Megan took a step toward the path. Ben didn't move yet. Neither did I, because once we turned down there, we weren't just messing around anymore. We were choosing something, and I wasn't sure we understood what. Last chance, Tyler said, half joking, half not. We can just go back, grab beers, pretend this didn't happen. The wind pushed through the corn again. For a second, just a second, I thought I heard that sound again. Closer this time, waiting. Megan looked at me. Connor, I swallowed. Yeah, I said, we should check. And that was it. That was the moment. We stepped off the main path and into the darker part of the maze, not because we were brave or stupid, but because it felt like the only thing you could do when someone might need help. Behind us, the path we'd been on disappeared into the corn like it had never been there at all. The path narrowed almost immediately. Not in a dramatic way, no sudden choke point, no obvious shift, but enough that we had to fall into single file. Tyler in front, because of course he was. Megan behind him, then me, then Ben closing us in from the back. The air felt different down here, warmer still, like the wind didn't quite reach this part of the maze. You hear anything? Tyler asked over his shoulder. No, Megan said, just walk. He didn't like that answer. I could hear it in the way his steps sped up a little, like he wanted to force something to happen instead of waiting for it. The dirt underfoot had been packed down on the main path, but here it was softer, uneven. My shoe caught on a small rut, and I had to steady myself against the corn. The stalks bent with a dry creak, leaves brushing my wrist like paper. Careful, Ben said behind me. I'm good. But it wasn't just the footing. The maze here felt used, not by crowds. There were no scattered wrappers or flattened sections from groups passing through, but in a quieter way. A few broken stalks pushed inward. A narrow gap where someone had clearly forced their way between rows at some point. They'll come through here, Tyler said, noticing the same thing. Shortcut or something. Or they got lost, Megan said. Same difference. We kept moving. The path curved left, then right, then split again, one branch continuing straight, the other angling off into a tighter corridor that looked darker somehow. That way, Megan said, pointing left. That's where I heard it. Tyler didn't hesitate. He turned. I followed, but slower this time, scanning the edges of the path. The corn wasn't uniform here. Some stalks were taller, leaning in, others had been snapped partway up, hanging at an angle that made the gaps between them feel intentional, like windows. Connor, Ben said quietly. Yeah, look at this. I stepped back toward him. He pointed at the ground near the edge of the path. Footprints, not ours, or at least not from tonight. The dirt was disturbed in overlapping patterns, some deeper than others. Hard to read, but clear enough that someone had been moving through here recently. Could be from during the day, Tyler said, glancing back. Maybe, Ben said. But these, he crouched, brushing at the dirt. These are fresh. Megan leaned in. How can you tell? The edges aren't dried out yet. And see this? He pointed to a deeper impression. Heel mark. Someone stopped here. Turned. Toward where? I asked. Ben looked up. straight ahead. A longer stretch of path, no turns for a good 20 yards. The corn on both sides stood tighter here, less broken. "Okay," Tyler said, a little too quickly. "So someone walked through." "That's not," the sound cut him off. A sharp, sudden crack from somewhere ahead, like a stalk snapping clean in half. We all flinched. "Hello," Megan called, voice firm but controlled. "Are you okay?" Silence. Then a scuff, like a shoe dragging. Closer this time. "Yeah, that's a person," Tyler said under his breath. "Or someone wants us to think it is," Ben replied. "Why would someone do that?" Tyler shot back, a little edge creeping in. Ben didn't answer. Megan took a step forward. "We need to check. Or we call it in," I said. "Seriously, we've got phones." I pulled mine out, thumb already moving. "No service." I frowned, lifted it higher, turned slightly. "Nothing. Anyone else?" I asked. Tyler checked his. "Same." Megan glanced at hers, shook her head. Ben didn't even bother pulling his out. "Dead zone. Happens out here." "It didn't happen 5 minutes ago," I said. "That was closer to the edge." The explanation made sense. I didn't like how fast he gave it. "Okay," Megan said, drawing a breath. "So we can't call anyone, which means if someone's hurt, we're it." Tyler rubbed his hands together like he was gearing up. "Then let's go." We moved again, slower now. The path ahead stretched just long enough to make it uncomfortable. You could see the end of it, the slight bend where it turned right again, but not what was around that bend. Halfway down, I heard it. Breathing faint, uneven. "Stop," I said. Everyone froze. "Do you hear that?" I asked. Megan tilted her head. Yeah," Tyler squinted into the dim. "Where?" "Right ahead," I said. "Past the turn." "Hey," Megan called. "We can hear you. Stay where you are, okay?" The breathing hitched. Then a voice. Clearer this time, but still strained. "Help." Megan didn't wait. She moved past Tyler, quick but careful. "Hey, we're coming," she said. "Just hold on." "Wait," Ben said, reaching out. But she was already at the bend. We followed. The path turned sharply right, and the air shifted again, cooler this time, damp. And then we saw him. He was sitting on the ground, back against the corn, one leg stretched out awkwardly in front of him. Early 20s, maybe. White, hoodie jeans, one shoe missing. His hair was matted to his forehead with sweat. "Hey," Megan said, dropping into a crouch beside him. "Hey, can you hear me?" He nodded, slow and shaky. "What happened?" she asked. I fell," he said, voice thin. "Twisted something. He swallowed. I've been trying to get out." "How long have you been here?" I asked. "I don't know. Since before it got dark." Megan reached for his ankle, gently probing. He hissed in pain. "Okay, yeah," she said. "That's not good. Probably a sprain, maybe worse." "Can you stand?" Tyler asked. The guy shook his head immediately. "No, I tried. I can't put weight on it." "All right," Megan said. "We'll help you out." Relief flickered across his face. Too quick, too intense. "Thank you," he said. "Seriously, I thought." He cut himself off. "Thought what?" Ben asked. The guy hesitated. "Nothing," he said. "Just I thought I was stuck." Something about the way he said it made the back of my neck tight. "Okay," Megan said, "all business now. We need to get you up. What's your name?" "Evan," he said. "Evan Reed." "All right, Evan, I'm Megan. This is Tyler, Connor, and Ben. We're going to get you out of here, okay?" He nodded again, eyes moving between us, lingering like he was counting. We got him to his feet slowly, Megan and Tyler taking most of his weight. He leaned heavily into them, wincing with each step. "Which way is the exit?" he asked. "Back the way we came," Tyler said. Ben didn't say anything. I glanced at him. He was looking down the path behind us. "Ben," I said. He didn't answer right away. Then he turned, frowning. "You sure about that?" Tyler blinked. Yeah, we just came from there. Ben shook his head slowly. No, I mean, are you sure that's the way we came? A small, uncomfortable pause. I looked back. The path looked the same as it had when we entered. Same narrow corridor, same dim light filtering through the corn. But was that stalk broken before? I asked, pointing to a jagged bend on the left side. Tyler glanced. I don't know, maybe. Ben stepped closer, studying it. No, that's fresh. Everything looks the same in here, Tyler said, a little defensive. We're overthinking it. Ben said quietly. Evan shifted, grimacing. Guys, I really need to get out of here. Yeah, Megan said. We're not staying. Let's move. We started back the way we thought we'd come. But within a few turns, something felt off. The path forked where I didn't remember it forking. A dead end appeared where there hadn't been one before. The light dropped faster than it should have, the sky outside the maze already slipping into full dark. Okay, hold on, Tyler said, stopping. This isn't right. No, Ben said, it's not. Megan adjusted her grip on Evan. We're just turned around, it happens. Yeah, Tyler said, we just need to. A sound cut through his words. Laughter, high, quick, close, not from Evan, not from any of us. We all went still. Evan's grip tightened on Megan's arm. That's, he started, then stopped. That's what? I asked. He didn't answer. The laughter came again from somewhere off to our left. Then, almost immediately after, running footsteps. Circling. Hey, Tyler shouted, spinning toward the sound. Cut it out. The footsteps stopped, just like before, always stopping. Megan's voice dropped. We need to move now. Which way? I asked. No one answered, because the paths all looked the same. Ben pulled his phone out anyway, like maybe something had changed. Still no signal. All right, he said, forcing calm into his voice. We stay together. We pick a direction and stick with it. Yeah, Tyler said. Forward. Forward where? Ben snapped. We don't even know where forward is. Evan shifted again, breath coming faster now. You said you knew the way out. We do, Tyler said too quickly. We just got turned around. The laughter came again. Closer this time, not loud, not aggressive, just there, like someone was enjoying the game. And then from somewhere behind us, a voice. Tag, clear, close, human. Every muscle in my body locked. We turned as one. Nothing there, just the narrow path. The corn, the dark settling in. But the word hung in the air, sharp and unmistakable. Evan made a small, broken sound. No, he said. No, no, what? Megan asked. Evan, what is it? He shook his head hard. We need to go now. We are going, Tyler said. Just tell us what. Don't stop, Evan said, voice rising. Whatever you do, don't stop moving. Ben looked at him, something clicking into place behind his eyes. Why? He asked. Evan didn't answer. 'Cause from somewhere in the maze, footsteps started again. Fast, coming toward us. The footsteps came fast enough that you didn't have time to argue. Move, Megan said, already pulling Evan forward with her. Tyler grabbed Evan's other side, and they half walked, half carried him down the path ahead. Left or right? Tyler said as the corridor split again. Left, Ben said immediately. Why? I asked. Because we came from the right. That's not, Tyler started. Left, Megan cut in. Just pick. We went left. The maze tightened again, forcing us shoulder to shoulder for a few steps before opening into a slightly wider stretch. The ground dipped unevenly, soft dirt giving way under our shoes. Evan stumbled, his weight dragging Megan down with him. Careful, she snapped, breath already shortening. You have to help me here, Evan. I'm trying, he said, voice shaking. I can't. Then lean less, Tyler said, more sharply than he meant to. Behind us, the footsteps slowed. not stopped, slowed. Matching us, that was worse. Don't look back, Ben said quietly. I wasn't going to, Tyler said, immediately glancing over his shoulder. What do you see? I asked. Nothing, he said, but his voice had tightened. We hit a fork that I recognized, or thought I did. This way, I said, pointing right. That leads toward the center circle. From there, we can get bearings. Ben hesitated. You sure? Yeah. We used to cut through here in high school. Tyler didn't wait. He turned right, dragging Evan along with him. The path widened slightly, then curved in a gentle arc. The corn on the left side had been thinned more than usual, leaving small gaps where you could see into the rose dark, layered spaces that swallowed light. We moved faster, too fast for Evan. His foot slipped, and he went down hard, pulling Megan with him this time. Jesus, she hissed, catching herself on her hands. Evan cried out, clutching his ankle. Okay, stop, Megan said, sitting back. We need to reset. We don't have time, Tyler said, pacing a few steps ahead before stopping himself. We don't have a choice, she snapped. He can't keep moving like this. The footsteps behind us paused again, like they were waiting for us to make a decision. Ben moved to the edge of the path, peering through one of the gaps in the corn. There's space in there, he said, between the rows. Yeah, but it's not meant for walking, I said. You'll get turned around even worse. Or we cut straight through and bypass the path, he said. Shorter distance. Or we lose the path entirely, Tyler countered. Megan shook her head. We stay on the path, it's structured. We just need to move smarter. Evan's breathing had gotten worse. Short, panicked pulls. They're not going to let us out, he said. Who? I asked. He looked up at me, eyes wide and glassy. A sharp rustle cut him off. Close. Right side. We all turned. The corn shifted, a ripple moving through it like something was pushing from within. A shape, tall, human-sized, pressed briefly against the stalks before pulling back. Tyler stepped forward instinctively. Hey, Tyler, no, Ben started. Too late. Tyler shoved into the corn, forcing a gap with his arms. The stalks snapped and bent around him as he disappeared into the rows. Tyler, Megan shouted. Just a second, he called back. The rest of us stood frozen for a beat, listening to him crash through the tight space. Then got you, Tyler's voice rang out, sudden and loud. A scuffle, a grunt. Stop, someone else said. Not one of us. We moved at the same time, pushing into the corn after him. It was tighter than it looked, stalks scraping against our faces and arms. Dry leaves caught on my jacket, tearing at the fabric. I broke through into a narrow clearing between rows. Tyler stood there, holding onto a kid's hoodie. The kid couldn't have been more than 16. Male, skinny. Baseball cap pulled low, eyes wide with panic. Let go, the kid snapped, twisting. Who are you? Tyler demanded. Just let go. Megan pushed in beside me. Tyler, ease up. He was right there, Tyler said. He's been following us. I haven't, the kid shot back. I'm just trying to get out. Ben emerged behind us, breathing harder now. You alone? He asked. The kid hesitated. Yeah, he said finally. Behind him, deeper in the rows, something moved. The kid flinched. Okay, that's not helping your case, Tyler said, tightening his grip. I'm serious, the kid said. I came in with friends earlier. We got split up. I've been stuck here since. Since when? Megan asked. Since before dark, he said, same as Evan. My stomach tightened. Have you seen anyone else? I asked. The kid's gaze flicked toward the path, then back to us. Yeah, he said. Who? Ben pressed. He swallowed. People running, laughing. They don't, he shook his head. They don't talk normal. That's helpful, Tyler muttered. Tyler, Megan warned. Evan's voice came from the path, strained. Don't stay here, please. We all turned back. Evan was half propped against the corn alone. Why? I called. Because they'll circle, he said. They always. The sound cut him off. Laughter again, closer, and then footsteps, multiple, moving fast. Okay, Tyler said, releasing the kid immediately. We need to go. Which way? The kid asked, panic rising. Back to the path, Megan said. We shoved our way out of the corn, back into the narrow corridor. The kid stumbled after us, nearly tripping on the uneven ground. Stay with us, I told him. Yeah, he said quickly. Yeah, we didn't ask his name. Didn't have time. We moved faster now, pushing through the maze with less care for footing or direction. The path twisted, doubled back, opened into small dead-end pockets before forcing us to turn again. Connor, Ben said, breath tight. This isn't the center. I know, I said. It should have opened up by now. So we're lost. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Evan stumbled again, and this time Tyler nearly dropped him. Jesus, man, Tyler said, you're dead weight. Tyler, Megan snapped. I'm just saying, then say it quieter, she shot back. Or not at all. The kid, he was still right behind me, kept looking over his shoulder. They're behind us, he said. Don't look, Ben said. I can hear them, the kid insisted. We all could, not just footsteps now. Voices, low, overlapping, too far to make out words, but close enough to feel. We hit another fork. 3 paths this time. Left, right, and straight. Pick, Tyler said. Straight, Ben said. Why straight? Tyler demanded. Because it's the longest line, Ben said. Fewer turns. Easier to track direction. Or easier for them to see us, the kid said. Do you have a better idea? Ben snapped. The kid shook his head. Straight, Megan said. We went straight. The path stretched longer than any we'd been on so far. 20 yards, 30, maybe more. The corn on either side was denser here, fewer gaps, less visibility. For a moment, the sounds behind us faded. Just enough to make you think maybe. A sudden shape lunged from the left. Tyler shouted, jerking back, nearly dropping Evan again. I felt my chest spike, adrenaline hitting hard, and then I saw it. A scarecrow, old, half collapsed, propped awkwardly between 2 stalks. Its burlap head had slipped, exposing the wooden post beneath. One arm hung loose, the sleeve flapping slightly in the wind. The sudden movement had been the fabric catching the air. Jesus, Tyler breathed. Okay, Megan said, exhaling. Okay, that's just, yeah, I said, just that. But my hands were still shaking. The kid let out a nervous laugh that broke halfway through. Thought that was, don't, Ben said, just don't. We moved past it quickly. The path curved again. And then it ended. Dead end. A wall of corn unbroken. No, Tyler said immediately. No, that's not. He stepped forward, pushing against it. Solid, no gap, no hidden turn. Okay, Megan said, forcing calm. We backtrack, carefully, we turned. The way we'd come wasn't the same. The path behind us had split. Where there had been one corridor, now there were 2, diverging at a shallow angle. That wasn't there, I said. No, Ben said. It was. The kid shook his head, backing up a step. No, 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 Evan's breathing hitched. They're doing it. Doing what? Tyler demanded. Changing it, Evan said, closing paths, opening others. That's not possible, Tyler said, but he didn't sound convinced. The laughter came again, closer than ever, and this time it didn't stop. It carried through the maze, echoing in a way that made it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Ben grabbed my arm. We can't backtrack, he said. We'll just keep hitting these. So what, we just pick one and hope? I said. Yes, he said, because standing here is worse. Megan tightened her grip on Evan. Then pick. Ben looked at the two paths. One angled left, slightly narrower. The other right, a little wider but darker. He hesitated. Ben, Tyler said. Right, Ben said finally. Why right? Tyler asked. Because it's darker, Ben said. Less visibility for them. Or less for us, Tyler shot back. Pick, Megan said. Ben repeated. We went right. The path narrowed immediately, forcing us into single file again. The darkness closed in faster here, the sky above almost completely blocked out. The ground dipped sharply. I felt it before I saw it, a slope downward, subtle but steady. Watch your step, I said. Evan slipped again, and this time Megan couldn't catch him fully. He went down hard, dragging Tyler with him. They both hit the ground, a tangle of limbs and breath. Get up, Tyler said, scrambling. Get up, I can't, Evan said, panic breaking through. I can't, the footsteps behind us surged. No more pacing. Running, closing the distance. Leave me, Evan said suddenly. No, Megan said immediately. You have to, he insisted. You won't make it with me. We're not doing that, she said. You don't understand. Then make me understand, Tyler snapped. Evan looked at him, something hard and desperate in his eyes. If they tag you, he said, you're it, a beat. What does that mean? Asked. Evan didn't answer, because the footsteps were almost on us now. Ben turned, stepping back up the path a few feet, like he was trying to see around a corner that wasn't there. Move, he said. Now, Megan and Tyler hauled Evan up again, but slower this time, sloppier. We pushed forward down the slope, the ground softening underfoot, turning slightly muddy. The air grew cooler, damp. I could hear something ahead now, not footsteps, water, a low, steady trickle. Is that? I started. Ditch, Ben said. There's one that cuts through the field. That's not part of the maze, Tyler said. No, Ben said, it's not. We broke through the last stretch of corn into a narrow clearing. The ditch ran across the path, deeper than I expected. Maybe 4 feet down, lined with slick mud and shallow water at the bottom. Too wide to step over cleanly. Behind us, the footsteps hit the edge of the path. Close enough now that I could hear breathing that wasn't ours. Go, Ben said. We cross. How? Megan asked. Slide down, climb up the other side, he said. It's the only way. Evan shook his head, panic rising. I can't, you can, Megan said. We'll get you across. The laughter came again, right behind us. Tyler looked back and his face changed. Move, he shouted. Ben grabbed my shoulder, pushing me toward the ditch. You first. I slid down the muddy bank, boots losing traction, hands scraping against the dirt as I caught myself at the bottom. The water soaked through instantly, cold and sharp. I turned, reaching up. Come on. Megan and Tyler lowered Evan down between them. He cried out as his foot hit the slope, but they kept moving, half dropping him into the ditch beside me. Ben came next. The kid followed, and then Tyler and Megan scrambled down after him. Up, Ben said. Go, go. We climbed the opposite side, slipping, clawing for grip in the wet soil. I pulled myself over the edge, rolling onto the ground on the other side. Turned back, Tyler was halfway up. Megan just behind him. Ben was still at the bottom, pushing Evan up. The kid wasn't there. Where I started, then I saw him, still on the other side of the ditch, standing at the edge, frozen, something just behind him, a shape, human, close enough to touch. Go, I shouted. He didn't move, because a hand reached out and tapped his shoulder, light, deliberate. Tag, a voice said. The kid jerked like he'd been shocked. Then he ran, not toward us, back into the maze, straight past the shape, gone in seconds. Ben hauled himself up beside me, breathing hard. "What the hell?" Tyler pulled Megan over the edge, both of them scrambling away from the ditch. We didn't wait. We ran. Because behind us, on the other side of the ditch, more shapes were gathering, and none of them were trying to cross. We ran until the ditch sounds were gone, not the water. That faded first. Then the sliding mud under our shoes. Then the scrape of the bank behind us. What stayed longest was our own breathing, ragged, wet, too loud in the narrow path, and the constant, dry brushing of corn against our sleeves and shoulders as we shoved past it. Tyler was in front now. No more arguing about direction, just movement. Megan and Ben had Evan between them. I kept turning every few steps, checking behind us, even when I knew it was useless. Nothing. Then too much nothing. That was the problem with the maze. You could never tell whether you'd made space or just lost sight of whoever was closest. "Slow down," Megan gasped. Tyler didn't. "Not yet. You're going to drop him." "He's already half dropped." "Tyler, that got through. Barely." He pulled up hard enough that Megan nearly ran into him. Ben caught Evan under the arm before he pitched sideways into the corn. We all stood there in the dark, bent over, hands on thighs or knees or dirt-streaked stalks, listening. My lungs burned. My socks squished inside my shoes from the ditch water. Somewhere in the sprint, I'd raked my forearm open on a broken stalk. I could feel the sting now that I'd stopped, a thin, hot line from wrist to elbow. Evan slid down until he was sitting. "I can't do that again," he said. "You don't get to decide that," Tyler said automatically, then seemed to hear himself. He rubbed both hands over his face. Sorry. He didn't finish. Ben crouched, palms on his knees, head tilted slightly like he was trying to hear through walls. "They're not following." "Not yet," I said. "No," he said. "I mean it all." That landed heavier than it should have. Megan looked back down the path. "Because of the ditch, maybe. Or maybe they don't need to," Tyler said. Nobody liked that. We waited another 10 seconds. 15. Long enough for the pounding in my ears to settle into separate sounds again. Corn leaves ticking against one another overhead. Someone's wheeze, Evan's probably, a dog barking way off toward the road, so faint it felt imagined. "Okay," Megan said, taking control because someone had to. "Evan, tell us everything you should have told us before." He kept his head down. "I did." "No, you didn't." His voice got smaller. "Most of it." Tyler gave a short laugh with no humor in it. "That's comforting." Ben stayed crouched. "Who are they?" Evan swallowed. "Local guys, mostly. High school, college, some older. They do it every year." "Do what?" I asked, though I already knew the word. He looked up at me. Even in the low light, I could see how shot his face was. Sweat, dirt, something darker smeared along his cheek. "They call it tag night," he said. "Last weekend before the maze gets busy. Before the owner does final safety checks. They come in after close, split up, hunt people." Megan stared at him. "It sounds worse than it sounds exactly as bad as it is," Ben said. Evan nodded once. "They don't use weapons or anything. It's not supposed to be like that." Tyler stepped toward him. "Supposed to be like what then?" Evan flinched. "They tag you, you're it. Then you have to tag someone else before they get you again." I felt my stomach turn. That doesn't explain why everyone's acting like this. Because they don't just run the paths. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. They cut through the rows, close exits, move signs. They know the layout before it opens. They've been doing it for years. Ben's head came up. That's why the paths felt wrong. Some are wrong, Evan said. Some are just panic. Who they? Megan asked. Names. He hesitated too long. Tyler saw it. You know them. Evan looked away. Jesus Christ, Megan said. I came with them, he blurted. Okay, I came with them. I wasn't supposed to, it was just supposed to be inside the group. For a second, none of us said anything. Even Tyler, then. You brought us into this. No, Evan said immediately. No, I didn't know you were in here. I got separated before I saw you. I fell in one of the cut-throughs, twisted my ankle. They keep going even if someone gets hurt because they think. He stopped, swallowing hard. They think stopping ruins it. Megan's voice had changed, gone flatter, colder. And the kid, Evan shut his eyes. I don't know him. Was he one of them? No, that's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Tyler kicked at the dirt wall of the path. Unbelievable. The corn shifted somewhere far behind us. Just a soft, passive movement. Whined maybe. Maybe not. Ben stood. How many? 8, 10, Evan said. Depends who came. 8 or 10, Tyler repeated. You don't know whether there are 8 or 10 people out here. I don't know. His voice cracked on the last word. That at least sounded real. Megan pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, fine. New problem. We are deeper in a maze at night, with no signal, carrying a guy with a wrecked ankle. And somewhere between 8 and 10 idiots who think terrorizing strangers is a game. Not strangers, Evan said quietly. We all looked at him. He regretted it instantly. Who, then? I asked. He didn't answer. But he didn't have to, not really. This was behind our house. Behind several houses, if you counted the road. Local guys. People who knew the maze, knew the fields, knew when kids from town cut through after dark, because everyone had done it at least once. People who hadn't stumbled on us by accident. Tyler got there first. They knew there'd be people in here. Evan's silence said yes. A colder kind of fear took over then, not the spike and run kind, but the heavier one. The one that sits low and makes everything sharper. Someone had planned for bodies in the maze. Maybe not us specifically, but people, which was almost worse. Ben looked up through the strip of sky overhead, nearly black now. We need the edge of the field. How? Megan said. We don't know where we are. The ditch tells us something, he said. It runs along the low side. South edge, probably. If we keep moving parallel to it, we should hit an outer lane or the service road. Tyler nodded immediately because it was a plan. Then let's go. Evan tried to stand and almost folded again. Megan cursed under her breath and took his arm. I didn't move because something in what Ben had said pulled at me, parallel to it. There were maintenance lanes in the maze. Narrow cuts the Reddicks used to get in with tools or ATVs before opening, not marked for visitors, mostly hidden. We'd found one once as kids because Tyler got bored and climbed the watch platform near the center. The lane had run straight to the back fence. You remember something? Ben asked. I looked at him. Maybe. Say maybe. There used to be a service lane along the west side, I said. Not part of the maze, just a straight cut. If the layout's even close to older years, it should connect to the outer road. Tyler turned fully toward me. Should, it was years ago. That's still better than nothing, Megan said. Ben nodded. Which way? I turned slowly, trying to picture the field from above. Our house to the north. Road east. Ditch south. Ben was right, and we'd crossed south. Then west would be a laugh cracked through the corn, closer than any before. Not shrill, male, adult. We all jumped. Then a voice, normal volume, almost conversational. You can keep him if you want. Tyler stepped in front of Megan and Evan before anyone asked him to. "Who's there?" he shouted. No answer then from a different direction. He already lost. A third voice, somewhere off left. "That's not fair. You crossed." They were talking to each other now. Not hiding, not pretending. Like we were far enough in that they didn't need the theater anymore. Ben lowered his voice. "West," I nodded once. "I think." "Go," he said. We moved. The next stretch was the worst because it felt almost normal. A long straightaway, then a gradual bend, then another fork. No rushing footsteps, no bursts of laughter, just the maze and our bodies grinding down. Evan could barely put his toe down now. Megan's shoulder was shaking from carrying too much of him. Tyler kept veering to the side to peer through breaks in the corn, and then correcting when he realized he was drifting. Ben counted turns under his breath. I started doing it too, just to keep my head from splitting open with fear. Left bend, straight, right at fork, long run. Dead sunflower stalk woven into the corn wall on the left, broken signpost on the ground. Another right. Map it, hold it, don't lose it. At one point, we heard something huge crashing through the rows to our right, fast enough that for 2 full seconds, I thought someone was charging us with a vehicle. Tyler actually shoved Megan into the dirt and threw himself partly over her and Evan. Then the shape broke through 2 rows over and bounded away. A deer, big, pale flash of tail in the dark, gone almost as soon as it appeared. Nobody laughed after that. We just got up and kept moving. But all our hands were shaking worse. The fork after the deer opened into a small circular clearing with a bench made of hay bales wrapped in old tarp. I recognized it immediately. "The rest spot," I said. "What?" Tyler whipped around. "For daytime groups. They set one near the west side every year. We're close." Ben looked around, recalculating. "If this is West Rest, outer lane should be." He pointed to a narrow path half hidden behind the hay bales. "There. Hope is dangerous when you're tired. It makes you stupid fast." Tyler lunged for it. I went after him. Ben too. Megan and Evan were a step behind. The path behind the bales ran straight for 10 feet and ended at wire fencing. Not tall fencing. Chest-high, rusted farm fencing, the kind used more as boundary marker than barrier. Beyond it, darkness, uneven ground, and the faint silver line of a gravel road. "We found it," I said, already grabbing the top wire. Then I saw the padlock. A chain had been looped through the fence gate and cinched tight. New metal. Fresh shine. Tyler swore. Hard, loud. "Back," Ben said instantly, but too late. Light burst on behind us. Not a floodlight, just a flashlight, but close and bright enough to flatten the whole path white. "Don't," a voice said. We spun. 3 of them stood at the mouth of the short lane. Late teens to maybe 22. Hoodies, work boots, cheap Halloween masks pushed up onto their heads or hanging loose around their necks. One held the flashlight. Another, a broad guy in a dark Carhartt jacket, rested one hand on the hay bales like he was blocking a backyard gate. The third one I knew, not well, but enough. Cal Mercer, 20, maybe 21. Lived 2 roads over. Played JV baseball with Tyler's younger brother for a year. The kind of local face you'd nod to at a gas station and never think twice about. He looked almost embarrassed to be recognized. Tyler saw it too. Cal's mouth tightened. "You shouldn't have come this far." Something about the sheer ordinary stupidity of that sentence nearly made me laugh. Megan stepped forward instead. "Move." Flashlight guy shook his head. "Can't. We have an injured person." "We know." Ben Ben's voice went quiet. You locked the gate. Cal looked away. That's kidnapping, Megan said. False imprisonment. Pick one. You want police terms, I can keep going. It's not like that, Flashlight Guy said. Evan made a sound behind us, small and terrible. Broad Guy's head tilted. Told you he crossed. I fell, Evan said. I got hurt. Still crossed. Tyler took one step forward, opened the gate. Broad Guy smiled a little. Or what? It happened fast after that because Tyler had never in his life known when to leave a bad idea alone. He lunged. Not a fake move. Full body, shoulder first. Broad Guy got a hand up too late, and both of them slammed into the hay bales, sending loose straw and old tarp sliding. The flashlight went wild, beam punching through corn and faces and fence wire. Tyler, Megan shouted. Cal moved in. Ben intercepted him. They hit hard enough to go down. I grabbed for the flashlight. Flashlight Guy swung it like a club and caught me above the eyebrow. White burst in my vision. I stumbled into the fence, wires biting into my palms. Everything turned small and chaotic. Megan dragged Evan backward, trying to keep him from the pile. Broad Guy got Tyler by the hoodie and drove him face first into the dirt. Ben and Cal rolled into the hay bales, thudding and grunting. The flashlight clattered loose. I went after it on instinct more than thought. Someone kicked me in the ribs. Air vanished. I still got a hand on the flashlight. Rolled, clicked it on. Straight into Flashlight Guy's face from 2 feet away. He yelped, covering his eyes. Tyler used that second. Twisted, got an elbow under Broad Guy's chin, then scrambled half up before Broad Guy caught his leg and yanked him back down. Connor, Ben shouted. I turned. Cal had gotten on top of him, not punching, just trying to pin his arms while Ben fought like a trapped animal underneath. The fence gate was right there, chain and padlock at shoulder height. And beside the hay bales, half hidden under the tarp, a rusted metal T post driver the Reddicks must have left during setup. Heavy steel tube, 2 side handles. Seated all story. Maybe enough. Use improvised. I grabbed it. Flashlight Guy saw me first. Hey, I swung low, not at him at the chain. The steel tube hit the lock assembly with a crack that shot up both my arms. Once. Twice. On the third swing, the staple pulled loose from the old wood post with a shriek of splitting timber. The gate lurched open 6 inches. Broad Guy abandoned Tyler and came at me. Tyler hooked his ankle as he passed. Broad Guy went down hard, shoulder first. Open it, Megan shouted. I dropped the post driver, grabbed the gate, and hauled. The wood post ripped farther, chains scraping and popping loose enough for the opening to widen. Ben drove a knee into Cal's stomach and rolled free. Go, he barked. Megan shoved Evan toward the gap. He hopped once, then collapsed halfway through, dragging the broken chain with him. Tyler grabbed his hoodie from the roadside and yanked. I got under his arm and pulled too. Ben came next, then Megan. Flashlight Guy lunged for the opening just as Cal got back to his feet behind him. And then Broad Guy said, furious and breathless, tag him. I don't know if he meant me or Tyler. I only know Cal reached through the gap, hand outstretched, and caught Ben's wrist. Not hard, not even enough to leave a mark probably. But Ben went still, just for a second. Cal's face had changed too, lost that half-embarrassed look, gone blank. Tag, he said. Tyler slammed the gate into Cal's forearm with everything he had. Cal recoiled, swearing. I dragged the loose chain through and jammed the gate shut again. this time with the wrecked post angled enough to wedge it crooked in place. Then we were on the gravel road, pulling, stumbling, half carrying Evan West with the maze fence on our left and open field on our right. Behind us, pounding on the gate, shouting. Someone laughing again, because maybe once things go that far, laughter is easier than hearing yourself. Ben was breathing too fast, too shallow. "You okay?" I asked. He nodded once. Lie. We made maybe 40 yards before his legs gave out. He didn't collapse all at once. Just started drifting sideways, steps getting strange. Then he sat down in the gravel like he meant to and put both hands flat on the road beside him. Ben, Megan dropped next to him. He was staring back at the maze. Ben. He touched me, he said. That doesn't matter, Tyler snapped. He had blood all down one cheek and dirt ground into his teeth. We're out. Ben shook his head slowly. You don't get it. I did, though. Not because the word meant anything magical, it didn't. But because once people decide on a rule set, once fear and humiliation and pain fuse around one stupid word, the rule becomes real enough to kill for. Megan put 2 fingers to the side of his neck, checking him by habit. Ben, look at me. He did, barely. You took a hit to the head, she asked. No, any blackout. No. Behind us, the fence stopped banging. That was worse. The road ran another 100 yards to the county lane. Beyond that, scattered house lights. Distance that should have felt easy. It didn't. Tyler looked back once and swore. They found another way out. Shapes were moving along the fence line inside the maze, heading for wherever the next opening was. We have to move, he said. Megan looked between Ben and the road, made the calculation, hated it. Connor, help me. We got under Ben's arms and forced him up. He could move, but dead weight now, 1 foot dragging a little in the gravel. Tyler and Evan were their own broken unit a few yards ahead, Evan hopping and slipping, while Tyler pulled him upright every few seconds. No one talked. No one had breath left for it. The county lane came into view by inches, the reflective back of a stop sign first, then the shallow ditch, then the black strip of asphalt. A pickup turned onto it from the highway. For one impossible, stupid second, I thought the people from the maze had looped around in a vehicle. Then the headlights swept us fully. Brakes screamed. Old Mr. Reddick's truck. I knew it by the dented feed box in back before he even threw it in park. What the hell happened? He yelled, already climbing out. Everything after that fractured into pieces. Megan talking too fast and too clearly, nurse voice taking over. Tyler shouting over her. Reddick swearing, then seeing Evan's ankle and Ben's face and changing from angry to scared. Me trying to explain the gate, the masks, Cal Mercer's face, but hearing how insane it all sounded out loud. Reddick got us in the truck bed and cab where he could fit us and drove straight to the house first because it was closer, yelling for my dad before he'd fully stopped. Then ambulances. Then county deputies. Then too much light. By the time officers searched the maze, the gate on the west side had been cut open from the inside, and the masks were gone. They found the hay bales overturned, blood in the dirt, the broken post, footprints everywhere, too many to sort cleanly. They never found the teenage boy, not that night, not later either. And Ben stayed conscious long enough to give a statement, then vomited in our driveway and had to be taken in for a concussion. Tyler had a cracked molar and 3 stitches over his lip. I needed 6 above my eyebrow. Evan's ankle was broken, not sprained. When the deputy asked Ben at the hospital whether he could identify who touched him through the gate. He stared at the wall for so long I thought he hadn't heard. Then he said, "Yeah," but his voice sounded far away, like he was still listening for footsteps in the corn. That was how it ended, officially, with names, reports, parents being called in the middle of the night, denials first, then partial admissions when the gate damage, and phone records and group texts stacked up too high to dodge. Resolved enough for paperwork, not enough for the part that stayed in us. Because for weeks after, every time I heard someone running behind me, even on pavement, even in daylight, my body would tense before my brain caught up. Tyler stopped laughing at anything that sounded like a joke made by a group. Megan couldn't hear a patient call weekly for help without her jaw hardening. And Ben never went near the maze again. Not even in daylight. Not even after it was cut down. He said the worst part wasn't getting touched. It was the second right after. That tiny pause in his own head where some animal part of him almost turned back toward us, looking for somebody else to hand it off to. That was what they'd built in there. Not ghosts, not legends, just a set of rules ugly enough and fear sharp enough to make regular people feel one step away from doing something they'd hate themselves for later. And once you know that about a place, it never really goes back to being a game. The first clear memory I have after we got out is the smell of iodine. Not the maze, not mud, not blood. Iodine and wet wool, and the sour plastic smell of the oxygen tubing they kept trying to hook under Ben's nose while he turned his head away from it. Everything after Mr. Reddick found us came in bursts. Red and blue light washing over the side of our house. My father standing in the driveway in work boots and a flannel shirt he'd thrown on inside out. Megan sitting on the back step with both hands braced between her knees while a paramedic cut Evan's shoe off. Tyler pacing in a bright square of porch light with his lips split open, saying the same 3 details over and over to a deputy because he thought if he changed the order, they'd think he was lying. They locked the gate. There were masks. I know one of them, Cal Mercer. I know him. The deputy kept saying, "Okay," in that flat, professional way people do when they don't want to promise they believe you yet. I was on the tailgate of an ambulance with a towel pressed over my eyebrow while a paramedic named Lisa irrigated the cut. 30-ish, female, hair in a bun so tight it made her eyes look wider. She had that controlled gentleness some medical people get, like every movement has been sanded down to the useful part. "This is going to sting," she said. "It already does. That's the spirit." Then she poured saline straight into it, and for a second, the whole world turned white. From where I sat, I could see the back edge of the field beyond our property line. Black now, flat, empty looking, like nothing had happened in it. That bothered me more than the pain, because the maze had always looked different at night, bigger, less honest. But once the emergency lights were going and deputies were walking the fence lines with flashlights, it should have looked small again. Human, just corn and dirt and temporary fencing. It didn't. It still looked like it was keeping something. Ben went out first, not unconscious exactly. He'd answered questions. He'd walked, sort of. But when the adrenaline dropped, it hit him all at once. He vomited beside the hydrangeas under my mother's kitchen window, then sat down where he was like his joints had come loose. By the time they loaded him into the second ambulance, he was pale and blinking too slowly. Megan climbed in with him, because she didn't trust the EMT report they were radioing ahead. Concussion at minimum, she said to nobody and everybody. Watch his pupils. Watch for confusion. Don't let him sleep in the waiting room. You coming too? Tyler asked her. She looked at him like the question was strange. Of course I am. Tyler nodded once and climbed into the front passenger seat of Mr. Reddick's truck to follow. He'd refused transport for himself, which was pure Tyler even then, split lip hanging open, cheek already swelling, one hand wrapped around his ribs every time he thought no one was looking. Evan didn't get a choice. His ankle was visibly wrong. They splinted it on sight and put him in the ambulance after Ben. He cried once when they lifted him. Not loud, just one short sound through his teeth. He also kept asking if they'd found the kid. First, nobody answered him because nobody knew what he meant. Then one of the deputies came over and asked him, "Which kid?" Evan stared up at him from the stretcher, eyes rimmed red from pain and shock. "The one in the cap," he said. "The one they tagged." The deputy wrote that down. That was when the night changed from assault to something bigger. The ER in Harrisburg was too bright and somehow too slow. That's the thing nobody tells you about emergency rooms. On TV, they look urgent all the time. In real life, urgency comes in pockets. A rush of activity, a lot of waiting, another rush. The waiting is where your mind catches up and starts doing damage. They stitched my eyebrow in 6 neat pulls and told me I was lucky. The flashlight had hit a little lower than my temple. Tyler got 3 stitches in his lip and a lecture about a possible cracked molar. Evan had a clean break at the ankle and a lot of explaining to do. Ben had a concussion, bruised ribs, and a sprained wrist he hadn't noticed because his head hurt too badly. Megan moved between all of us like she was at work and hated it. She kept correcting forms, asking for ice packs that should have already been in place, checking discharge instructions before the nurses finished giving them. Every now and then, she'd go still for 2 or 3 seconds, staring at nothing, then start moving again before anyone could ask if she was okay. At around 2 in the morning, Deputy Hollenbeck came in to take formal statements. Mid-40s, male, county sheriff's office, one of those men who looked permanently sunburned. He did not sit down. He took Tyler first. I could hear parts of it through the curtain. Yes, I'm sure it was Cal. No, I didn't imagine the chain. I don't care what they say it was supposed to be. Then me. Then Megan. Then Ben, who spoke carefully, pausing between sentences like each word had to be checked for cracks before it came out. When Hollenbeck got to Evan, the air in the room changed again. "Start at the beginning," he said. Evan looked at his hands for so long I thought he might refuse. Then he said, "It wasn't supposed to be open to random people." There it was, the rotten center of it. Not a stranger attack in the usual sense. Not some nameless thing drifting in from nowhere. Just local boys and young men building a private ritual out of trespassing, humiliation, and the kind of cruelty that gets easier when everyone around you calls it a tradition. Evan admitted enough to bury himself with the rest of them. He'd gone out there with a group text and a flashlight, and the understanding that they were running tag night before the public season opened. He said they usually played among themselves. Sometimes they chased younger kids from town if they found them cutting through. Sometimes they locked certain gates for the challenge. He said that like he knew how bad it sounded as soon as he said it. "Who organized it?" Hollenbeck asked. Evan hesitated, hesitation told us the answer before he gave it. Not one person, a chain of people. Older boys handing it down to younger ones. A thing that had lasted long enough to feel normal inside the group. He named 6 that night, Cal included, 2 more later after he'd slept. One of them was the son of a man who sold seed corn with my father every spring. One had graduated with Megan. One had apparently been in the maze the year Tyler and I first snuck in after hours as teenagers. That part sat with me badly, not because it made the story bigger, because it made our past smaller, cheapened it somehow. All those nights, we thought we were being reckless in a harmless way, cutting through a place that wasn't ours, never knowing there was another version of the same place layered underneath. One built by people who knew how hidden a person could feel in corn. By morning, the deputies had found the broken gate, the post driver, the torn hay bales, boot prints all over the service lane, and enough phone data to prove at least some of the guys had coordinated before showing up. They found masks dumped in a drainage culvert half a mile away. What they did not find was the boy in the cap. That moved everything from ugly to unbearable. The next few days were all process. Search teams, statements, parents arriving at the sheriff's office, and then leaving angrier, paler, or quieter than they'd gone in. The Reddicks closed the maze before opening weekend and cut the western half down early so volunteers could search through the rows in a grid pattern. Local rumor outran fact by noon the first day. By evening, people were already telling versions of it that had knives in it, or satanic nonsense, or claims that the missing boy had never existed, and we'd invented him to make our story stronger. That last one enraged Tyler so badly, he nearly got himself arrested outside the gas station after overhearing it from 2 men in Carhartt jackets by the ice freezer. "You think I got my face split open for attention?" he shouted at them. I got there late enough to only catch the end of it, Tyler breathing hard, one deputy steering him away by the elbow, while the men refused to meet anyone's eyes. Tyler didn't calm down much after that. He quit sleeping more than a couple hours at a stretch. He kept driving out to the edge of the Reddick property, parking by the road, and sitting there with the engine off. Once I found him just after dusk, leaning against the bed of his truck, staring at the cut field. "What are you doing?" I asked. He shrugged. The wind moved through the stubble where the corn had been. It made a thinner sound than a full field, more whisper than hiss. "I keep thinking," he said, "if we'd turned left one more time, or right one less time, we'd have gotten out sooner." That's not how mazes work. That's exactly how mazes work. I didn't have an answer for that. Megan went the other direction. She got quieter. Not withdrawn exactly. She still answered texts, still showed up to work after 2 days off. But there was a new economy to her speech, as if she was using words only where absolutely necessary. At the clinic, she was apparently fine, efficient, calm, but outside of work, she avoided being alone with any of us for long. One evening, she came by our porch to return the sweatshirt she'd borrowed the night of the hospital trip. My mother was inside on the phone, my father out back trying to repair a gate latch with more force than needed. Megan handed me the folded sweatshirt and said, "You know what I can't stop thinking about?" I thought she meant the chase, the gate, the missing boy. "What?" "That first voice," she said. "When we thought someone needed help, I waited." She looked toward the field, though from the porch you could only see the tree line. I heard somebody call out, she said. That part was real. Even if they were using it against us, somebody called out, she swallowed. And I'd do the same thing again. It wasn't bravado. It was worse. It was knowledge. She would walk down that darker path every time if she thought someone was hurt. That's not a flaw, I said. She gave me a look like she knew better than I did. It is when someone else knows how to use it. Then she left. Ben was the hardest to read. After the concussion symptoms eased, he returned to being functional in the mechanical sense. He answered his phone, went to follow-up appointments, helped his brother replace a water heater. But something in him had shifted half an inch out of alignment. He started checking locks twice. He stopped cutting through the alley behind his rental after dark because, in his words, I'd rather take the long way and know what's behind me. A week later, when the sheriff's office asked him to come in and identify photos, I drove him. He sat in the passenger seat the whole way with both hands flat on his thighs. In the parking lot, before he got out, he said, I know this sounds stupid. It probably doesn't. He stared through the windshield. When Cal tagged me at the gate, there was a second where I understood why the kid ran. I didn't say anything. I'm not saying I wanted to hurt any of you, he said quickly. I'm saying that for 1 second, the only thing my body understood was that I had to get rid of it. Pass it on. Make it not mine. He finally looked at me then, and his face was so open, so ashamed, that I hated the people who'd done it in a way I hadn't before. That's what they were really doing in there, he said. That was the game. Make somebody feel that. He identified Cal. 2 others too. His hand shook once over the photographs, then went still. By the end of the month, there were charges. Trespassing, unlawful restraint, reckless endangerment, assault, obstruction, contributing to injury. A handful of others depending on who had done what and who had admitted what. The wording shifted as the county attorney sorted out what could be proved. No one called it attempted murder, though in town some people did quietly over coffee and church casseroles. The missing boy turned out to be real. His name was Dylan Kerr, 15, male, from Marion. He'd come with 2 friends on bicycles and got separated after they cut through the east fence at dusk. He was found the next afternoon in a drainage culvert beyond the south end of the field, hypothermic, scraped up, and too dehydrated to talk much. He'd hidden there until daylight because he heard people running above him in the dark and thought if he moved they'd hear him. When I heard they'd found him alive, I had to sit down. Not because I'd been crying before that, because I hadn't been. The relief hit so hard it felt almost like getting sick. Dylan's parents kept him out of public view. Fair enough. The only thing we got through deputies was that he confirmed enough of the story to help, and that he kept referring to the boy who fell when talking about the maze. That was Evan. Evan, for his part, became the town's preferred shape for blame because he was easiest to point at. He'd been there. He'd known the rules. He'd failed to warn us fast enough. All true. Also true, he cooperated fully. And without him, the names might never have lined up as cleanly as they did. I saw him only once after the hospital. 3 weeks later, outside the physical therapy office in Marion, ankle still braced. He looked smaller somehow, like pain had taken up space where confidence used to be. He saw me, braced for whatever I had. I thought about hitting him. I thought about telling him Dylan could have died, that Ben still woke up nauseated from dreams he wouldn't describe, that Megan flinched now when weak voices came from a room she couldn't see into yet. Instead, I said, "Did you know somebody was going to get seriously hurt?" He answered too fast. "No," and I believed him, which didn't make me feel any better. He looked past me then, toward the parking lot, and said, "They started doing the masks 2 years ago." I waited. He rubbed at the edge of his brace with his thumb. Before that, it was just running, chasing. The masks made it easier. Easier to do what? He met my eyes for half a second. Not feel like yourself. Then he got in his mother's car and left. The field behind our house was bare by November, disked under, flat and dark and ordinary again. Deer crossed it at dawn. Kids waited for the school bus at the road without looking that way. The county put up a temporary sign about trespassing and private property, which lasted until the first hard wind knocked it sideways. By winter, people had mostly stopped bringing it up unless they were drinking or trying to prove they'd always known there was something off about those boys. That's how towns protect themselves. They turn specifics into weather, something that was always in the air. We never went back into a maze at night. Not together. Not alone. Years later, I still can't stand the sound of running feet I can't place. Still catch myself checking the edge of a crowd for somebody hanging back, waiting to let me pass first. Tyler moved to Paducah and started locking his truck, even in his own driveway. Megan stayed in town and got very, very good at asking follow-up questions no one else thinks to ask. Eventually married, had a kid, bought a house nowhere near fields, and once told me he could handle woods, alleys, parking garages, anything really. Just not Rose, he said. That part I understood. The last thing, the one I don't bring up much, happened the following September. The Reddicks didn't run a maze that year. Too much liability, too much anger. Instead, they planted soybeans in the back field and left it at that. One evening, just before harvest, my father called me out to the porch. He didn't say why, just pointed toward the field. At the far edge, near where the Western Service Gate used to be, something pale was moving in the low light. For one ugly second, my body made the old mistake. Person. Running. Then the shape turned, and I saw it was just a sheet of plastic caught on a fence wire, flapping hard in the wind. My father snorted once through his nose. Thought it was somebody standing there. "Yeah," I said. We watched it slap and twist against the wire for a minute. Then he said, "You know they found another chain when they pulled the gateposts out." I looked at him. "Old one," he said, "buried under dirt near the hinge side. Been there a while." "How long?" He shook his head. "Long enough to rust into the soil." Neither of us said anything after that. The plastic kept moving. The beans shivered in long, dark bands. Somewhere down the road, kids were yelling at each other in the ordinary way, the safe way, voices rising and falling around a game nobody would remember by morning. I stood there until it got too dark to tell the fence from the field. And even then, for a little while, I kept listening. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. At 3:12 a.m., my phone said I'd coughed twice, rolled over 11 times, and spoken one clear sentence into the dark. Don't let him in. I was already awake when I found it. That was the part I kept circling back to later. I wasn't half dreaming or groggy enough to confuse one screen for another. I was sitting up in bed with my back against the wall, one knee bent, my cheap cotton sheet twisted around my ankle because the radiator in the apartment had gone clanking awake again, and then stopped, leaving the room too warm and too cold at the same time. Outside on Bergen Street, a delivery truck idled below the building with that steady diesel vibration you felt more than heard. Somewhere in the courtyard behind the block, someone dropped a glass bottle into recycling, and it shattered with a neat, sharp crack. My bedroom smelled faintly of dust and laundry detergent, and the Thai takeout I'd eaten too late over my laptop. I looked at the screen again. The app was called PillowPath, one of those sleep trackers that advertised itself as passive, private, intelligent. I downloaded it 3 nights earlier after my friend Mara told me I was always tired because I was raw dogging insomnia, instead of tracking it like an adult. The interface was soft blues, crescent moons, rounded fonts trying hard not to upset anyone. It measured movement, ambient noise, sleep cycles. There was also a feature that saved short audio clips if it detected meaningful sleep sounds. Snoring, sleep talking, that kind of thing. I pressed play again. There was the soft scrape of sheets, a rustle, my own breathing slow and papery through my nose. Then my voice, unmistakably mine but lower, roughened by sleep. Don't let him in. A pause. And then something else, not loud, not dramatic. A second voice, too blurred by fabric or distance to make out clearly. Male, maybe. Or that was what my brain decided, because the pitch sat lower than mine. Just a few syllables, swallowed by the microphone. I held the phone closer to my face, as if that would change anything. My name is Lena Walsh. I was 29 that spring, living alone in a railroad apartment in Park Slope, Brooklyn, working as a photo editor for a mid-level news site that had recently figured out it could get more out of salaried people by calling everything a temporary traffic spike. My days were screens and Slack messages and frantic licensing emails. Most nights I was too wired to sleep before 1 and too tired to be useful by 9. I was not, as a rule, a person who believed that weird meant dangerous. I believed weird usually meant bad insulation, user error, a neighbor with a subwoofer, or me needing to eat something with iron in it. Still, I listened a third time. The second voice was there. I got out of bed and crossed the apartment barefoot, phone held out in front of me like that was sensible. The floorboards in the hallway were colder than the bedroom. My place was narrow and long, bedroom, kitchen, living room, all strung together with one side against the air shaft and the other against a brick wall that seemed to sweat in August. The only light came from the microwave clock in the kitchen and the sodium orange streetlight bleeding through the living room blinds. On nights when the upstairs tenant paced, it sounded like somebody dragging furniture in heaven. I checked the front door first, because apparently some prehistoric part of the brain never really dies. The chain was on, deadbolt locked. I put my fingers on the metal knob anyway. Cool. Still. Then I checked the bathroom, shower curtain open, sink empty, except for my contact lens case and a tube of hand cream. I checked the living room even though there was nowhere for a person to hide, unless they had flattened themselves behind the radiator like a cartoon. Nothing. By the time I got back to bed, I was angry at myself for doing the whole apartment sweep. I plugged in my phone and told myself the second voice was from outside. The building walls were thin, the windows older than I was, and Brooklyn at 3 a.m. was never actually quiet. Noise leaked, blurred, stacked. A man laughing on the sidewalk became a cough in your hallway. A TV through brick became a murmur at the foot of your bed. Explainable. I slept badly anyway. In the morning, the app summarized my night with cheerful cruelty. Sleep efficiency, 61%. Under that, audio events, 4. There were 3 clips of me shifting around, one of me coughing, and the one I'd already heard. In daylight, with coffee in me, and the smell of toasted bread coming from the apartment downstairs, it sounded less sinister than it had at 3:12. Smaller, embarrassing almost, like hearing yourself talk in your sleep at a sleepover when you're 12. I was standing in my kitchen in an old college sweatshirt when Mara called. Mara Klein was 31, my closest friend in the city, and the sort of person who made systems for things other people forgot they were supposed to manage. She lived in Cobble Hill with 2 plants that had names and a calendar blocked off for admin. We met at work years earlier, before she escaped into corporate communications at a museum. She had dark hair she cut herself, and the calm, mildly judgmental voice of someone who always had backup chargers. "You sound like trash," she said after hello. "Thank you. Did you sleep at all? I downloaded your little app." My app? That app is science. It recorded me sleep talking. That's the point. I leaned against the counter and opened the fridge with my foot. It also recorded I stopped there, because even in my own apartment it sounded stupid. What? Maybe another voice. Mara went quiet for 1 beat, not the alarmed kind, the attentive kind. From the street, probably. Probably is not a word people use when they believe themselves. I almost laughed. That should be on a mug. Send it to me. I'm not sending you an audio file of me haunting my own apartment before 9 a.m. You literally called me to tell me. I did not call you. You answered when I called, which counts spiritually. I sent it. The typing bubble appeared before the clip had probably even finished playing. Then she called back immediately. "Okay," she said. That okay had too much shape in it. "What? The first voice is you?" "Yes, thank you, I gathered that." And the second one, another pause. I could picture her standing by her kitchen window, phone pinned between shoulder and ear, already looking for an explanation, because that was what she did for me. And if we were honest, because uncertainty offended her personally. It could be bleed from outside. It could be your radiator. It could be the app processing 2 frequencies weird. Exactly. But it does sound like a response. I closed the fridge without taking anything out. You are not helping. I'm being honest. That was Mara's best trait, and sometimes her worst one. She didn't catastrophize, but she also didn't pat things flat to make them easier to hold. I opened the clip again and played the second half near the phone mic so she could hear it once more. My sleeping voice, "Don't let him in." That fuzzed little answer. Not words so much as the shape of words. Mara exhaled through her nose. Yeah, what? Yeah, I hear it." We sat there a second, connected by an ugly little file and the morning sounds of our separate apartments. A siren far off on Atlantic, pipes knocking somewhere in my wall, a cabinet door slamming on her end. "Did you have your window open?" she asked. "Cracked. Building group chat say anything weird." "My building does not have a group chat. It barely has stairs." "Any reason you'd have actually said that?" I knew what she meant. Was there a him? The answer should have been no. I said, "Not really." Not really was also not a word people used when they believed themselves. There had been a man the week before. Not a boyfriend, not even close. A first date from Hinge named Owen, who worked in architecture, and corrected my pronunciation of Mies van der Rohe like he was sprinkling salt. When I ended the night early and didn't invite him up, he got tight around the mouth in a way that only lasted a second, but made me notice the exit routes from the bar. Later, he sent 3 texts in a row, nothing threatening, just insistent in that exhausting modern way. "You got home. Then did I do something wrong? Then be honest." I hadn't answered the last one. It wasn't enough to be a story. It barely qualified as a bad date, but some stubborn part of me hated how quickly my mind had retrieved his face. "No," I repeated. "No reason." Mara let that lie sit there. "Run it again tonight." "Seriously?" "Yes. And charge your phone properly. Put it in airplane mode so notifications don't trigger the mic. Window closed. Same spot by the bed." I rubbed my forehead. "You're turning my insomnia into a lab trial. Would you rather sit around imagining a Victorian intruder with excellent diction?" That made me laugh for real, thin, and unwilling though it was. I worked from home that day and got almost nothing done. I cropped photos from a school board protest in Ohio, rejected 6 celebrity headshots that were too compressed to run, answered 3 emails about usage rights, and spent an unreasonable amount of time reading the app's privacy policy. It said audio clips were processed locally unless the user enabled cloud backup. I had not enabled cloud backup. It said clips could sometimes include environmental dialogue or media playback. It said their AI could misclassify television audio as speech. It said in polished legal language that the product was not intended for security monitoring. At noon, I told myself that settled it. Environmental dialogue. Someone outside, someone upstairs, TV through the wall. At 2, I replayed the clip through headphones and noticed that after the second voice, there was a sound like a soft tap on wood. At 4, I emailed the app's support address with a carefully casual message asking whether cross-channel audio artifacts were common. At 5:30, my downstairs neighbor buzzed me by accident instead of the delivery guy, and the sound made me spill coffee on my wrist hard enough to sting. By 7, I was irritated enough to leave the apartment, which was probably good for me. Mara met me at a wine bar on Smith Street with small tables, dim amber bulbs, and a chalkboard menu trying a little too hard. The place smelled like orange peel and warm bread. People were talking over one another in that compressed after-work way, each table its own small emergency. Mara had already ordered olives. "You look like you've been reading forums," she said. "That obvious. You have forum face." I slid into the chair across from her. Support hasn't replied. Shocking. I'm serious. "I know." She passed me a glass. We did not mention the clip for the first 10 minutes, which I appreciated. We talked about her boss, who had called an all-staff meeting to announce a reorganization nobody had asked for. We talked about my editor, who had sent a message marked urgent and then disappeared for an hour. We talked about the couple next to us who were either falling in love or about to break up. It was hard to tell from the intensity. Then Mara said, "Did you ever block that guy?" I looked up. What guy? The date. I hated that she knew immediately from my face there had been one. I didn't mention a guy. You didn't have to. I rolled the stem of the glass between my fingers. He texted too much after. How much is too much? 3 in a row. That's annoying, not criminal. I know. Did he know where you live? No. Then, because honesty was contagious around her, not exactly. Lena, he walked me home. To the block, not the building. Why on earth would you say not exactly instead of yes? Because it sounds worse. She sat back. And nothing. I didn't invite him in. We kissed once outside the bar. He got a little weird about me leaving. Weird how? Needy, offended. I don't know, just weird. Mara watched me the way people do when they're trying not to push too hard and are pushing anyway. Any more texts? Not since Sunday. And what day is it? Wednesday. That's not long enough for me to feel warm about this. It's not about him. You don't know that. I do, actually. This is exactly how brains work when women live alone in cities. One odd thing happens, and suddenly, every man who's ever stood too close at a crosswalk becomes a suspect. That is also a sentence for a mug. I smiled despite myself. The server came by. We ordered fries. The room swelled and softened around us. Silverware against plates. Somebody laughing too hard at the bar. A burst of cold air every time the door opened. For a little while, I felt normal again. That ordinary, priceless illusion that life is mostly tasks and jokes, and deciding whether to get another drink. Then my phone buzzed against the table. Not a text, an email. Ray, Pillowpath support, request. The response was polite, canned, and maddeningly vague. Audio overlap was possible. Environmental sounds could be misinterpreted. For best results, place the device screen down 1 to 3 feet from the pillow, in a quiet room, away from reflective surfaces. Reflective surfaces. I read that part twice. What? Mara asked. I turned the screen toward her. She skimmed it, lips flattening. That's useless. Reflective surfaces. Probably means a window or a glass of water or some acoustic nonsense they copied from somewhere else. Acoustic nonsense, I repeated. She handed the phone back. Try it one more night, with the window closed. You keep saying that like it's normal behavior. It is normal. It's called gathering data. I hate when you use science words at me. She picked up an olive. You asked me. Outside, the street had gone slick with a fine mist by the time we left. Not rain exactly. The kind that sat on your coat and made everything smell faintly metallic. We walked together to Atlantic and then split, her toward the F, me toward the R at the subway entrance. She touched my elbow. Block him anyway, she said. He hasn't done anything. That's not the only threshold. I nodded, though I didn't promise. Back at my apartment, the hallway light on the second floor was out again. So I climbed the stairs through alternating bands of shadow and weak yellow spill from people's door frames. Somebody on 3 was cooking onions. Somebody on 1 had a TV up too loud, a game show crowd clapping in bursts. When I reached my landing, I saw at once that nothing was wrong. And then I saw the thing that was. There was a paper coffee cup on the floor outside my door. Just a deli cup with a plastic lid, empty except for melted ice and the lemon wedge that had slid down and stuck to the side. It could have been anyone's. Probably was. The building had 6 apartments and a habit of temporary litter. But it was centered neatly against my threshold, not dropped, not kicked aside. placed. I stood there with my keys in my hand and looked up and down the hall. No one. From inside the building came the dull, plumbing groan of water moving through old pipes. Outside the front windows at the stairwell, tires hissed over wet pavement. I crouched and touched the cup. Still cold. That didn't mean anything. It could have been there 10 minutes, 2 hours. It could have been a neighbor setting things down while digging for keys. It could have been someone drunk and absent-minded. It could have been the universe generating one more tiny, stupid coincidence for a brain already primed to stitch patterns where there weren't any. I unlocked my door, nudged the cup aside with my shoe, and stepped in fast enough to feel ridiculous about it. Inside, the apartment held its familiar evening smell. Old wood warmed by heat, dish soap, a trace of coffee. Nothing moved. Nothing had been touched. I locked the deadbolt, set the chain, stood with my hand still on the door. Then I took out my phone and opened the contact card for Owen. My thumb hovered over block caller. The choice felt embarrassingly dramatic. Block him and admit I thought these little things might be connected. Don't block him and keep pretending the city was just noisy, that technology was messy, that an empty cup outside a Brooklyn apartment door was only an empty cup. My phone screen dimmed, brightened when I touched it. On the nightstand, the sleep app waited behind its pale moon icon. I looked from one to the other, the contact card and the app, and understood with a slow, unpleasant clarity that whichever thing I did next would make the whole situation feel more real. I didn't block him. That was the first mistake. If you want to catalog these things later, like a sequence you could have interrupted. I stood in my kitchen with the overhead light buzzing faintly, the kind of cheap fixture that never quite settled into a steady hum, and stared at Owen's contact card until the screen dimmed again. Then I locked my phone, set it face down on the counter, and told myself I'd deal with it in the morning when I wasn't tired and keyed up and reading meaning into a paper cup. Instead, I did what Mara had asked. I closed the bedroom window, dragging the frame down until it thudded into place and sealed out most of Bergen Street. The apartment changed sound when I did that, like someone had cupped their hands over its ears. The distant traffic softened. The occasional shout turned into a suggestion instead of a sentence. I moved the phone to the nightstand, about a foot from my pillow, screen down like the app recommended. I turned on airplane mode. I hesitated with my hand on the lamp. The room held that low, beige light from the hallway, enough to see the outline of the dresser, the sagging corner of the bookshelf, the pile of laundry I kept pretending wasn't there. I listened. Radiator quiet, pipes quiet, no footsteps overhead. Normal, I said out loud, like I was testing the word. Then I turned off the light. Sleep came in short, shallow pieces. I remember checking the time once, 1:48, and then again, 2:36, and then not at all until the alarm cut through whatever I was in at 7:00, with that bright, chirping tone that always felt a little too cheerful for the hour. For a second, I didn't move. The first thing I noticed was my throat felt dry, like I'd been breathing through my mouth. The second was that my hand hurt. Not badly, just a dull, tight ache across my knuckles. I sat up. The sheet had twisted again, pulled halfway off the mattress. My right hand was curled, fingers stiff. When I opened it, I saw a faint crescent mark in the skin at the base of my thumb, like I'd pressed something small and hard into it for a long time. My phone lay where I'd left it. I picked it up and turned off airplane mode. Notifications rushed in. Slack pings, 2 newsletters, 1 text from Mara. "You alive?" I opened the app before answering her. Sleep efficiency, 58%. Audio events, 7. My stomach tightened a little at that number. I tapped the first clip. Shifting. Fabric. My breathing uneven. A cough. Second clip. Same. Third clip. Something that might have been the radiator, except it didn't quite match the rhythm I knew. Fourth clip. My voice again. Clearer this time. Closer to the phone. "Who is it?" The words were slurred but unmistakable. A pause. Then the second voice. Not as faint as the night before. Still muffled, like through cloth or a wall, but closer to language. There was a cadence to it now, a shape that suggested actual words. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, phone inches from my face. "Just open," the rest blurred, swallowed by static or fabric, or the limitations of whatever algorithm had decided this was worth saving. My skin prickled along my arms, not dramatic, just a physical acknowledgement that something had shifted from weird to specific. I scrubbed back a few seconds and played it again. My voice. "Who is it?" That answer thin and wrong. "Just open." Open what? The door, the window, my mouth. My chest tightened in a way I didn't like. Not panic exactly, more like the beginning of it, held at arm's length. I tapped the next clip. It started with a dull thump, then a scraping sound. Then my voice again, lower, urgent in a way that made me sit up straighter. No, you can't." The recording cut off. I sat there for a long second, phone in my hand, listening to the empty room. The radiator ticked once, a small metallic contraction. From somewhere in the building came the faint hum of a vacuum cleaner. Normal sounds, morning sounds. I replayed the clip, the thump, the scrape, my own voice, resisting something that wasn't there. My throat felt tighter now. I opened the last clip. For a second, nothing happened. Then a soft, rhythmic sound. Not speech, breathing. Close enough that it filled the mic. A steady in and out that wasn't quite synced with the breathing I'd heard earlier in the night. 2 patterns. I counted without meaning to. 1, 2, 1, 2, not identical. Then, very faint, right at the end, my voice again. "Go away." The clip ended. I stared at the screen until it dimmed. Then I tapped Mara's text and called her instead of typing. She picked up on the second ring. "Hey," I ran it again. "Yeah," she sounded like she'd been expecting that. "There are more clips." A beat. "Okay." It's not just one thing now. It's like I exhaled. It's like a conversation. "Send them." "I don't want to, Lena. I know how that sounds. I need to hear it." I swallowed, then hit share and sent all 7 clips. While she listened, I stood up and walked to the kitchen without really deciding to. The floor felt cold again. I opened the fridge, stared at nothing, closed it. My reflection in the dark microwave door looked slightly off, like I was seeing myself through a pane of glass instead of directly. "Okay," Mara said finally. "That's not a good okay." "No, it's not." I leaned against the counter. "Tell me I'm being dramatic." "I don't think you're being dramatic." "Then tell me what it is." "I don't know yet." I could hear her moving around on her end, probably pacing. But it's not just random noise. There's structure. Your voice is asking questions. The other thing is responding. "It's probably outside," I said too quickly. "Maybe," she said, which was not the same as yes. My window was closed. Sound still travels. I'm on the third floor. Sound still travels. I pressed my fingers into my eyes. Okay, fine. So what? Someone is standing in the hallway outside my door at 3 in the morning, having a conversation with me through the wall. Or through the door, Mara said. The image arrived fully formed and unwelcome. Someone standing inches from my front door, face close to the wood, speaking softly enough to bleed through. That's insane, I said. It's also testable. How? Check the hallway. I did last night. It was empty. Check now. I hesitated. It was morning. People were awake. The building was full of normal, irritating, comforting human activity. Okay, I said, though my voice had gone a little thin. I walked to the door. The chain was still on. The bolt still locked. I paused, hand on the metal, listening. Nothing. I slid the chain off, turned the deadbolt, opened the door. The hallway looked exactly like it always did. Narrow, scuffed walls, a dim overhead light that flickered if you looked at it too long. The air smelled faintly of cleaning solution and onions. No one. But there, just to the right of my doorframe, was a mark on the wall. Small, about the size of a coin, darker than the paint. I stepped out and leaned closer. It wasn't a stain. It was a scuff, like something had been pressed or dragged against the wall with enough force to leave a faint line. I ran my finger over it. Rough. Anything? Mara asked. There's a mark, I said. On the wall. What kind of mark? I don't know, like something scraped it. Next to your door. Yeah, was it there before? I don't think so. That doesn't mean it was. I know. I straightened, looking up and down the hallway again. Apartment 3B's door was closed. 3A had a package outside it. The stairwell at the end was empty. Knock on your neighbors, Mara said. What? No. Just ask if anyone heard anything last night. At 3 in the morning, they might have, or they'll think I'm insane. You're already calling me about ghost conversations in your sleep. It's not ghosts, I snapped. Okay, she said quickly. Not ghosts. But something is happening, and you don't get points for pretending it is. I pressed my lips together. She wasn't wrong. I hated that she wasn't wrong. Fine, I said. I'll try 3B, I knocked. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Footsteps approached from inside. A lock turned. The door opened a crack. Mrs. Alvarez looked out, one eye visible through the gap. Mrs. Alina Alvarez was in her 60s, short, with gray hair pulled back into a tight bun, and a perpetual expression like the world had been slightly disappointing her for decades, but she was handling it anyway. She lived in the building longer than anyone else and treated the rest of us like temporary inconveniences. She said, Hi, Mrs. Alvarez. Sorry, Lena from 3C. I know who you are, she said, opening the door a little wider. Did you hear anything last night, like late? Her expression didn't change. What kind of anything? Voices, maybe, or someone in the hallway. She considered that, then shook her head. No. Okay, thank you. Sorry to bother you. She kept looking at me for a second longer than necessary. You lock your door? Yes. Good. She closed her own with a soft, decisive click. I went back inside my apartment and locked up again. Nothing, I said to Mara. Okay, she said. That doesn't mean there's nothing. I know. We sat in silence for a second, connected by the line. Then Mara said, We need to treat this like a problem with a timeline. What does that mean? It means something is happening at night, consistently enough that your phone is catching it. You have more clips today than yesterday. That suggests escalation. My chest tightened again at the word, escalation, or increased sensitivity, she added quickly. But either way, it's not decreasing. What do you want me to do? I want you to not be alone tonight. I live alone. Then don't. Come stay with me, or I'll come to you. I looked around my apartment, the familiar clutter, the chipped mug in the sink, the stack of unopened mail on the table. Leaving felt like conceding something I wasn't ready to name. It's probably nothing, I said. Stop saying that, Mara snapped, sharper than she'd been so far. You keep saying it like it makes it true. It doesn't, I swallowed. Okay. Okay, what? Okay, you can come over. Good, she exhaled, the tension easing just a notch. I'll bring my old phone. We'll run 2 recordings. Different angles. Angles, I repeated weakly. Data, she corrected. I almost smiled. We hung up. For the next few hours, I moved through my day like I was slightly out of sync with it. I answered emails, cropped photos, ate lunch without tasting it. Every so often, I'd open the app and replay one of the clips, as if repetition would sand down the edges. It didn't. At 3:00 p.m., there was a knock at my door. I froze for half a second before I stood up. Delivery, a man's voice called. I hadn't ordered anything. I walked to the door slowly, stopping just short of it. Yeah, I said, keeping my voice even. Package for Lena, he said, my name spoken correctly. Who's it from? Don't know, ma'am, just says your name. I hesitated. Can you leave it there? I said, a pause, then, sure. I listened as his footsteps moved away down the hall, then down the stairs. I waited another full minute before I opened the door. A small cardboard box sat on the floor where the coffee cup had been the night before. No return address. Just my name and apartment number, printed cleanly. I crouched and stared at it without touching it. Inside, my phone buzzed. A new notification from PillowPath. New audio event detected. Time stamped. 2:57 p.m. My stomach dropped. I hadn't been asleep. I hadn't even been in the bedroom. I opened the app with hands that felt suddenly clumsy. There was a single new clip, length 0011. I pressed play. At first, nothing. Then the sound of my front door. Not opening, not exactly. The faint, metallic click of someone testing the handle from the outside. A soft exhale. And then, close to the microphone, clearer than any of the night recordings, Lena. The voice was male. And this time, it wasn't muffled enough to pretend it could be anything else. The clip ended. I was still crouched in my doorway, the unopened package in front of me, the hallway empty. Phone buzzed again. A text from an unknown number. You forgot to answer me. I didn't touch the box. That's the first thing I did right, if you're keeping track. I nudged it inside with my foot and closed the door fast, locking the deadbolt, sliding the chain like the motion itself could add weight to the wood. The cardboard made a dry scraping sound across the floor, louder than it should have been in the narrow hallway. My phone was still in my hand, the last text glowing on the screen. You forgot to answer me. I typed nothing back. Instead, I called Mara again. She picked up on the first ring this time. What happened? There was a package, I said. My voice sounded wrong, too tight. And the app recorded something while I was awake. Recorded what? I hit play and held the phone out even though she wasn't there to see it. The click of the handle. That soft exhale, my name. Mara didn't speak for a second after it ended. Then, very quietly, okay. That's not a good okay again. No, it's not. I could hear her grabbing keys, a bag. I'm coming over now. You don't have to, I do, she said. And you don't open that box. Not until I get there. I wasn't going to. Good. I leaned back against the door, feeling the wood through my shirt. He texted me. From Owen. I don't know, unknown number. What did it say? You forgot to answer me. Another pause, then, Send it to me. I forwarded the message. My thumb hovered over the contact again, the name still sitting there like a choice I'd postponed too long. Block him now, Mara said, reading my silence. I don't know if it's him. You don't need to know. You need to reduce variables. That was such a Mara sentence that it almost made me smile. Okay, I said, and tapped block caller. The contact disappeared. For a second, the apartment felt quieter, like I'd closed something off. Then my phone buzzed again. A new message, same unknown number. That was rude. My stomach dropped. He's still texting, I said. How? I just blocked him. Are you sure it's the same number? I checked. Different number. I didn't say anything. Mara exhaled sharply. Okay, don't respond, don't engage. I'm not. Good, I'll be there in 20. When we hung up, I stayed where I was for a moment, pressed against the door, listening. Nothing. The apartment had settled into that mid-afternoon lull, distant traffic, the occasional footstep overhead, the refrigerator humming steadily in the kitchen. Normal. All of it normal. The box sat on the floor just inside the hallway, about 2 feet from my feet. It was small, maybe the size of a shoebox. Brown cardboard, clean edges, sealed with clear packing tape. My name printed in plain black letters. No return address. No company logo. I crouched slowly, careful not to get too close. Don't be stupid, I muttered to myself. I got up, went to the kitchen, and grabbed a pair of scissors. Came back, crouched again, holding them like they were something more serious than office supplies. I didn't cut it open. Instead, I nudged the box with the tip of the scissors. It slid easily, light, no sloshing sound, no shift of weight. Okay, I said again, softer this time. I stood up and backed away. Mara would be here soon. We'd do this together. That was the plan now. A plan made things feel manageable, even if it was just 2 people, and a phone app pretending to be a system. I went into the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed. My hand still ached faintly from the morning. I flexed it, watching the skin pull around that small crescent mark. I tried to think through this like a problem. Possibility 1, Owen. He knew my block. Maybe he'd come back, left the cup, now the box. The recordings, maybe he'd been outside, talking through the door. The app had picked it up. During the day, he'd tested the handle. But how would he know my name well enough to say it like that? How would he have my number from multiple lines? Possibility 2, wrong number harassment. Spam. Coincidence layered on coincidence. It felt thinner every time I said it. Possibility 3, something about the app itself. A glitch, cross-channel audio. The support emails vague language, reflective surfaces. I looked around my bedroom, the mirror on the dresser, the black screen of my TV, the window now closed, the glass catching a faint, warped reflection of the room. I stood up and walked to the mirror. My reflection looked back, slightly dim in the afternoon light. My hair was pulled into a loose knot that was already falling apart. There were shadows under my eyes that hadn't been there last week. I leaned closer. For a second, just a second, I thought I saw movement behind me. I spun around. Nothing. My heart kicked once hard. Jesus, I breathed. I turned back to the mirror, forcing myself to look again. Just me, the room, the door behind me closed. The kind of thing your brain does when it's primed to expect something. Explainable. I stepped away, feeling a little stupid, a little shaky. The door buzzer went off then, loud enough to make me jump. Yeah, I called, pressing the intercom. It's me, Mara said. I exhaled, tension dropping a notch. Come up. I unlocked the door before she even reached the floor, then stood back as she came down the hall, her steps quick, purposeful. Mara looked like she always did when something needed fixing, focused, hair pulled back tight, a tote bag slung over her shoulder like she was about to reorganize my entire life. "Okay," she said as she stepped inside, scanning the apartment in one sweep. "Show me everything." I pointed to the box. She set her bag down and crouched next to it without hesitation, examining the seams, the label. "No return address," she said. "Handwritten, printed," she nodded. "Okay, you're very calm," I said. "I'm choosing to be," she replied. That was also a very Mara answer. She stood up. "Let's not open it yet." "Good. First, we control the variables." "Of course we do." She pulled an old phone out of her bag, a cracked iPhone with a spiderweb fracture across one corner. "Backup recorder," she said. "We'll run both tonight. Different placements." "Angles," I said. "Angles," she agreed. We spent the next hour moving through the apartment like we were mapping it for the first time. Bedroom, one window now closed. Nightstand on the right side of the bed. Phone placement marked. Kitchen, no external access, just the hallway. Living room, window facing the street, couch against the wall, TV opposite. Hallway, front door, scuff mark on the wall to the right. Mara took photos, not for evidence exactly, but for comparison. "If anything changes, we'll know," she said, "or we'll think something changed and spiral," I said. "That's why we document." We set up her old phone on the bookshelf in the bedroom, angled toward the door. Mine stayed on the nightstand. "Two perspectives," she said. "If it's external noise, it'll register differently. And if it's not," she didn't answer that. Attempt 1, I realized. Control the environment. Gather better data. Prove it was nothing. We ordered food. Neither of us ate much. Around 8:00, there was another knock. We both froze. It was softer this time. 3 quick taps. Mara looked at me. I looked at her. "Don't open it," she mouthed. "Who is it?" I called, louder than I felt. No answer. Another tap. Then silence. We waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Mara moved slowly toward the door, standing just to the side of it. She pressed her ear close to the wood. I watched her face, trying to read something in it. She shook her head. "Nothing. Maybe it's the neighbor," I whispered. "Maybe," she whispered back. We stood there another minute. No footsteps, no voices. Finally, Mara leaned back. "I'm going to check." "No," I said immediately. "We can't just ignore it." "Yes, we can." She hesitated. Then, carefully, she unlatched the chain, but kept the deadbolt engaged, opening the door a crack. The hallway was empty, except for the box we already had inside, and a small, folded piece of paper now lying where the knock had come from. Mara closed the door immediately and relocked everything. We stared at each other. "Okay," she said, voice tight. "That wasn't there before." "No." She crouched and slid the paper under the door with her fingers, unfolded it. Inside, in the same printed font as the box label, "You talk in your sleep." My throat went dry. "That's," Mara started, then stopped. "Yeah," I said. Attempt 2. Engage the situation. See if it escalates. It had. We didn't open the box that night. That felt like another small victory, even if it didn't actually solve anything. Instead, we set everything up. 2 phones recording, lights off, window closed. We lay on the bed, fully clothed, neither of us even pretending to sleep. Time moved slowly. 10:00. 11:00. At some point, Mara's breathing evened out beside me. Not asleep, just conserving energy. My own body felt wired, every small sound amplified. The refrigerator cycling, a car passing outside, a muffled laugh from somewhere down the block. At 12:37, something changed. Not a loud noise, not a crash, a shift, the kind you feel before you identify. Then a soft, deliberate sound from the hallway, a hand on the door handle, turning, slow, testing. Mara's eyes snapped open in the dark. We both held still. The handle clicked once, twice, then stopped. A long pause. Realized I was holding my breath. Then, from just beyond the door, clear and close, Lena. Mara's fingers tightened around my wrist. The voice continued, softer now. I know you're awake. My heart slammed hard enough I thought it might be audible. Open the door, he said. We've already been talking. Mara shook her head, barely perceptible. Don't. The handle rattled again, harder this time. Then a sudden, sharp crash from the kitchen. We both flinched. I sat up, adrenaline spiking. What was that? Mara grabbed my arm. Stay. But the sound had come from inside, not the door, inside the apartment. Something fell, I said. It could be nothing, she whispered. It could be nothing. But it could also be something else. The man at the door spoke again, almost conversational now. You left it open, he said. That didn't make sense. Everything was locked. Everything was. I pulled free from Mara's grip and slid off the bed. Lena, she hissed. I have to check, I whispered. Because if something was inside, that was worse. I moved into the hallway slowly, heart pounding, every step deliberate. The front door behind me was still closed, still locked, the handle unmoving now. Silence from the other side. I reached the kitchen. The overhead light was off, but I could see enough in the dim spill from the bedroom. One of the cabinet doors hung open. A glass lay shattered on the floor. That was the crash, just a glass. Explainable. Except I hadn't left it like that. I stepped closer, careful not to cut my feet. The cabinet above the sink. It had been closed earlier. I was sure of it. I turned slightly, looking back toward the hallway. See, I whispered. It's just behind me. The bedroom door slammed shut. Hard, Mara shouted my name. I spun around, sprinting back toward the hallway, glass crunching underfoot. The bedroom door was closed. From the inside, Mara was pounding on it now. Lena, the window, my stomach dropped. The window what? I shouted, grabbing the handle. It's open. I yanked the door. It didn't budge. The handle rattled uselessly in my grip. Locked from the inside. But we hadn't locked it. We hadn't. From inside the bedroom, Mara's voice rose, sharp with panic now. There's someone. The word cut off as something heavy hit the floor. I slammed my shoulder into the door. Once, twice. Pain flared down my arm. Open it, I shouted, voice breaking now. Behind me, from the other side of the front door, the handle turned again. Slow, deliberate. And this time, the deadbolt shifted. The deadbolt moved a quarter inch, maybe less. But once you see metal shift, you stop arguing with yourself about what counts. I let go of the bedroom handle and turned for the front door on instinct, like I could get there in time to hold it shut with my body. And Mara screamed my name from inside the bedroom in a voice I had never heard from her before. Not sharp, not startled, raw. I pivoted back. The hallway tilted for a second with adrenaline. My bare foot skidded on one of the glass shards I'd tracked out of the kitchen, and pain tore up through my arch, hot and immediate. I hit the bedroom door with my shoulder anyway. The wood boomed, the frame shook. Nothing gave. Mara, I shouted. There's a guy on the fire escape, she yelled back. Her words came fast, tangled. He grabbed the window, Lena. He grabbed me. The front door handle clicked again behind me. I hit the bedroom door a second time, lower, closer to the latch. Pain burst down my arm, so hard my hand went briefly numb. The old door groaned but stayed put. The apartment felt suddenly too small to contain all of it: the locked front door, the shut bedroom, the open kitchen cabinet, the night air spilling in from somewhere ahead, my own blood smearing a crescent on the floor from the cut in my foot. "Call 911, I shouted. My phone under the bed. Of course it was. I looked around wildly. The scissors were still on the kitchen counter. I lunged for them, grabbed them, came back, jammed one blade into the narrow crack by the bedroom latch. Useless. The cheap metal bent in my hand. "Move back," I yelled through the door. I kicked next to the knob. Once. Twice. On the third kick, the jamb split with a dry cracking sound, and the door flew inward hard enough to hit the wall. Cold air rushed out at me. The bedroom window was wide open. Not the front sash. The lower one. Forced up higher than it usually went, rattling in its old frame. The curtain bellied in and out with the night wind. Beyond it, the black geometry of the rear fire escape cut across the dim rectangle of the courtyard. Iron stairs and landings stacked down toward a narrow paved strip behind the buildings. Mara was on the floor by the bed, one hand braced under her, the other clamped to her left shoulder. Her lip was split. Blood shone wet at the corner of her mouth. And in the window, half in and half out, was Owen. He had one forearm over the sill and one knee hooked awkwardly against the outside brick, trying to lever himself through. His face was flushed from exertion, hair damp at the temples. He looked less like a monster than he had in my imagination, and somehow that made it worse. He looked like a man from a bad date. A man I had once stood outside a bar with and let kiss me once because I was tired of being polite. His eyes went to me and widened, not with shame, not even with panic, with annoyance, like I had interrupted something. "Lena," he said, breathing hard. "Jesus, tell her to calm down." For one stupid second, I just stared at him. Then Mara said, he reached through and unlocked it, and I understood she meant the window latch, not the door, and everything snapped back into motion. I grabbed the edge of the lower sash with both hands and slammed it down. Owen shouted and jerked back. Window hit his wrist with a thick, ugly impact. His hand slipped. He dropped out of the opening and landed on the iron landing outside with a metallic crash that vibrated through the frame. He didn't fall far, just back onto the platform. But he was outside now. I shoved the sash the rest of the way down. It stuck halfway because the old wood had swollen. Mara scrambled up one-handed and threw her weight beside mine. Together, we forced it lower until it jammed against the frame. Not fully shut, enough that a shoulder couldn't come through easily. Owen's face appeared at the glass, distorted by reflection and the mesh of the torn screen. He was holding his right wrist against his chest. "You broke it," he said, sounding genuinely offended. I was shaking so hard my voice came out thin. "Get away from the window." "This is insane," he said. "I was just trying to talk to you. You were at my door. You wouldn't answer." Mara found her old phone under the bed, screen lit and recording still. She crawled toward the bedroom door, keeping low, and started dialing with fingers that weren't steady enough. Owen leaned close to the gap in the stuck window. I could smell the night air, now wet brick, rust, something sour from the garbage bins in the alley below. "I know you heard me," he said. "You answer me every night." My stomach turned. The app, the recordings. him at the door or the window, whispering through old glass and cheap wood while I was asleep enough to answer anything. Mara got through. "Police," she said, breathless. "There's a man trying to break into my friend's apartment. Brooklyn, Bergen Street, 3rd floor rear. He's on the fire escape." I kept my eyes on Owen. He was trying to recast the whole thing with his face, his voice, like tone could undo the fact of where he was standing. "I didn't break in," he said. "I climbed up because you kept shutting me out." "That's different." "Different from what?" I said. He blinked, like the question offended him. "From being dangerous." The dispatcher was asking Mara questions. "Any weapons? Is he inside? Are you safe?" The usual impossible things. Mara answered as best she could. I could hear the controlled panic in her voice, the effort it took. Owen shifted his footing on the landing and winced. Maybe the wrist, maybe an ankle from the drop back. "Good. You sent the texts," I said. "You blocked me. You left things at my door." He didn't answer that. His eyes flicked past me into the room, taking in the dresser, the bed, the phone on the nightstand that was still recording with its moonlit little interface. Then he smiled, small and humorless. "That app is creepy as hell," he said. "You should delete it." A laugh escaped me then. Not because anything was funny, because fear sometimes comes out wearing the wrong coat. "You were using it like a diary," he went on, "talking to me in your sleep, asking who it was, telling me not to go, telling me to go away, make up your mind." The floor under me felt unstable. Mara covered the phone and whispered, "They're sending units. 3 minutes, maybe 4. 3 or 4 minutes was forever." Owen tapped the glass with one fingernail. "I brought you something." The box. My eyes cut instinctively toward the hallway. He saw that and nodded, satisfied. "Right, so you got it." "What's in it?" I asked, mostly to keep him talking. "Proof I'm not making this up." Mara looked at me sharply, shook my head once. "Don't engage." But I was already engaging. We both knew it. Owen shifted again. He was close enough now that I could see the scrape on his cheek where the screen had caught him, the fine mist drying on his jacket shoulders. The same jacket he'd worn on the date. "You know what your problem is," he said. "You act like people are disposable. You disappear. Then, when somebody actually listens, suddenly he's a psycho." My mouth tasted metallic. "You climbed 3 stories to my bedroom window after you ignored me. That does not help your argument." For a second, something moved in his face. The mask slipping, not into rage exactly, but into the sulky, dangerous grievance I'd seen outside the bar, and then dismissed because women dismiss things like that every day to keep the world moving. From the phone, the dispatcher said, louder now, "Stay away from the window. Officers are approaching the rear alley as well. Do not go outside, rear alley." So he had less time too. Owen heard it. His eyes changed. He looked over his shoulder down the fire escape, then back at me. "Don't do that," he said. "Don't make this bigger." I don't know why that was the thing that steadied me. Maybe because it was so nakedly self-serving, so absurd in the middle of everything. My fear narrowed into something colder. I said, "Mara, dresser." She understood immediately. The dresser was old veneer, too heavy for one person comfortably, and too cheap for 2 people safely. But adrenaline makes bargains your muscles regret later. I grabbed one side, Mara the other with her good arm, and a hiss of pain through her teeth, and we dragged it across the floor toward the window. The legs caught on the rug. One drawer slid open and dumped socks and t-shirts across the room. Owen swore and shoved at the sash before we could brace it, trying to get his fingers back into the gap. I dropped the dresser side and grabbed the lamp from the nightstand. It was a squat ceramic thing with a linen shade. I swung it at the opening with both hands. The base hit his knuckles. He yelled and lost his grip again. Mara rammed the dresser the last foot and jammed it hard against the sill and lower frame. Not elegant, effective. Owen took a step back on the landing. The iron clanged under his weight. For a second, he was just outside the glass, breathing hard, looking in at us like he couldn't believe we were making this difficult. Then his gaze shifted past us, toward the hallway, the front door, the chain, the deadbolt he'd tested earlier. Maybe he had a key to the building. Maybe he'd been buzzing random apartments. Maybe he'd slipped in behind someone and walked the stairs. However he'd done it, he knew this apartment now. Knew its shape. The bedroom at the rear, the front door down the hall. He knew there was more than one way to come at us. "He'll go around," Mara said, reading the same thing in his face. I nodded. "Can you move?" I asked her. "My shoulder's bad." "Bad how?" "Dislocated, sprained." I didn't know. Her left sleeve was already darkening where he'd grabbed her hard enough to bruise. "We have to get to the front." We left the dresser jammed against the window and moved into the hallway. My foot screamed when I put weight on it. I was leaving little diluted marks on the floorboards now, not dramatic pools, just enough to track where I'd been. Mara kept one hand tucked close to her ribs and held the old phone in the other, dispatcher still on speaker. The front door stood exactly where I'd left it. Chain on, deadbolt thrown, but there were new scratches around the lock plate, bright silver in the dim light. "He was working it," I said. "Can you reinforce it?" the dispatcher asked. "With what?" Snapped, then instantly hated myself for snapping at the only calm voice in the apartment. Mara said, "Table." The small kitchen table was square, cheap, and too low, but it fit beneath the knob if we angled it. We dragged it into the hallway. One leg caught on the runner. The whole thing banged into the wall, rattling the framed print I'd never gotten around to hanging properly. We wedged the tabletop under the handle and shoved the opposite side into the floorboards and baseboard as tight as it would go. It wouldn't stop a determined shoulder forever. It might buy us seconds. "Officers are entering the building," the dispatcher said. "Announce yourselves loudly if you hear them." As if summoned by that line, the buzzer downstairs started shrilling. Once, then again, someone below shouting, doors opening on other floors, the building waking up all at once around us. For one brief second, the whole apartment breathed. Then there was pounding at the front door, not the careful taps from earlier. Full force blows that made the wood jump in its frame. "Lena," Owen shouted from the hall. His voice was different through the door. Less intimate, more ragged. "Don't do this." The table shuddered under the impact. Mara backed up, lifting the old phone. "Police are here," she yelled. "Third floor." Another hit. The chain strained with a high metallic whine. I looked around for something, anything. My eyes landed on the box, still sitting a few feet away where I'd kicked it earlier. I tore it open with the bent scissors. Inside was a single manila envelope. I ripped that too. Photographs slid out onto the floor. 3 of them. Glossy, 4x6, printed cheap. The first was my front door, taken from the hallway, close enough to see the peephole scratches. The second was my bedroom window from the fire escape at night, curtain half open. The third was me asleep in bed, face turned toward the wall, phone lit faintly on the nightstand beside me. For a second, all sound narrowed to a hiss in my ears. Then the front door slammed again, and the chain tore loose from the frame with a splintering crack. The door came inward 6 inches and hit the wedged table. Owen's hand shot through the gap, reaching blindly for the chain, the lock, anything. I saw his fingers and moved before I thought. I brought the scissors down. Not elegant, not brave, just fast. The blade punched into the fleshy part of his hand between thumb and forefinger. He screamed. I yanked the scissors back, and blood spattered the white paint of the door. His hand vanished. The door slammed shut again from the other side. There was a beat of silence. 1 heartbeat, 2, then voices on the stairs. Heavy steps. A man shouting NYPD, 3rd floor. Owen ran. You could hear it in the hall immediately, the sudden change in the sound of movement from attack to flight. Shoes hammering down 1 flight, then another. A door below crashing open. Somebody else yelling. I slid down the wall before I meant to, all the strength leaving my knees at once. Mara was still standing because she hadn't yet realized she could stop. The old phone hung useless in her hand. Her face had gone very pale except for the blood at her lip. The dispatcher was saying something, asking if the suspect was still on scene, asking if we could open the door for officers. I couldn't get up right away. My shoulder throbbed where I'd hit the bedroom door. My foot was sticky with blood and grit. My hand was shaking so hard the scissors clicked faintly in my grip. Mara crouched beside me awkwardly, one-armed, and took them out of my hand. It's over, she said. I looked at the broken chain, the scratches at the lock, the photographs on the floor. No, not over. Resolved, maybe. In the technical sense. The way a wound is closed while everything underneath is still inflamed. Police knocked again, identified themselves again. This time, we opened the door. By 2:30 in the morning, my apartment looked less like a crime scene than I would have expected, and more like a place that had simply stopped cooperating with the idea of home. That was somehow worse. There were 2 uniformed officers in the kitchen, one taking photos on a department phone, the other writing things down in a small notebook with a golf pencil. My broken glass had been pushed into a glittering pile beside the trash can. The bedroom door hung crooked on its splintered frame. The front chain dangled from the wall by 1 screw, useless and bent. The table we jammed under the front knob was still there, tilted at an angle, 1 leg already cracked from the pressure. The radiator had kicked on again. It made the same familiar clanking sound it always made, and now every metallic noise in the apartment hit the body first. Mara was sitting on one of my kitchen chairs with an EMT kneeling in front of her. Her left shoulder had been immobilized in a sling, temporary and ugly, dark blue fabric against her black shirt. The paramedic, young, tired eyes, calm hands, was taping a gauze strip over the split in her lip while asking questions in the soft, repetitive way medical people do when they need you to stay in the room with them. Any dizziness, nausea, blurred vision. I'm okay, Mara said for the 4th time. You can still answer yes to one of those and remain a person who is okay overall, he said. That got the smallest breath of a laugh out of her, which seemed to satisfy him. I was on the counter by the sink, barefoot on one side, socked on the other, because they'd cut the blood-sticky sock off my right foot, and then wrapped the arch in gauze thick enough to make me feel clumsy. There were still tiny glass cuts they hadn't bothered digging for because they were superficial. And there was only so much digging people do at 2 in the morning, unless you're dying. Right shoulder had already stiffened into a deep, hot ache from hitting the bedroom door. Every time I moved my arm above chest height, the muscles in my neck pulled like wire. One of the officers asked me again to describe the sequence. I did. Started at the app, the recordings, the package, the note, the window, the door, Owen's hand, the scissors. There was a point in the retelling where my voice turned flat. I could hear it happen, like somebody reaching over and turning down a dial. Not because I was calm, because I had run out of whatever energy it took to sound like a person to whom events were still actively happening. The older officer noticed. He was broad through the shoulders, with the kind of face that looked permanently unconvinced, even when he was trying to be kind. Rivera, his badge said. You did the right thing calling, he said. Mara called. You still did the right thing. I looked past him toward the hallway where the broken front chain still hung. He got in the building before we called. Rivera nodded once. We're talking to the neighbors now. Front door downstairs may not have latched. Happens. That answer was probably true. It also contained nothing useful. The younger officer, Patel, had the manila envelope open on my table. He was sliding the photographs carefully into evidence sleeves one at a time. The sleeping photo went in last. He handled it exactly the same as the others, professionally, but I still had to look away. I said, Will he be arrested? Rivera glanced at Patel, then back at me. Officers stopped a male matching your description 2 blocks over on Dean. Cut on his hand. He was detained. The room sharpened around that word. Detained. Not arrested. Not yet. Not enough for the body to unclench. For now, Rivera added, and that was somehow worse than if he'd left it there. We're waiting on identification and on what he says, what evidence comes back, all that. He climbed my fire escape. Yes. He took pictures of me sleeping. Yes. He was inside my window. Rivera held my gaze. I understand. No, I thought. I don't think you do. But there wasn't any point saying that. I'd done enough editing work around police statements and court reporting to know how facts got translated into process. Process was not built to mirror your nervous system. He said, Do you want to go to the precinct later this morning to make a formal statement? We can arrange that. Or an officer can come back. Later this morning. The phrase startled me more than it should have. Outside, the city was continuing toward dawn whether I liked it or not. Mara said, voice muffled by the gauze at her lip, she shouldn't stay here tonight. Rivera looked around the apartment and did not disagree. The EMT finished with my foot, gave me the standard instructions, watch for swelling, signs of infection. Don't put weight on it more than necessary. And then asked if I wanted transport for further evaluation on the shoulder. I said no. Mara said, she probably should. I'm fine. You are not fine. I don't want to sit in an ER until sunrise for them to tell me I'm bruised. The paramedic diplomatically said, if pain gets worse or you feel numbness, go in. Mara and I looked at each other for a second. That was as much agreement as we were likely to get. By 3:15, the apartment had emptied in layers. EMTs first, then Patel with the photos and the note and the box. Then Rivera last, after giving me a card, a case number, and the kind of careful advice that sounded simultaneously sincere and mass-produced. Don't delete anything. Preserve the recordings. Change your locks. Stay with someone if you can. Call immediately if he contacts you again. If after the door shut behind him, the apartment expanded into a strange, exhausted quiet. Mara stayed sitting at the kitchen table for a minute without speaking. I stood at the sink, staring into it, one hand braced on the edge. The light above us was too bright. Everything smelled faintly of antiseptic and old radiator heat. Finally, Mara said, "You can come with me." Not should, not need to, just can. An opening. I nodded. We packed stupidly. That's one of the details I remember most clearly. Not the dramatic ones, but the humiliatingly ordinary choices after. Phone charger, underwear, my contact lens case, prescription bottle from the bathroom, laptop, because apparently trauma does not kill the part of you that thinks, I still have work tomorrow. I threw clothes into a tote without looking at them. Mara used her good hand and mouth to help zip things, muttering under her breath every time her shoulder shifted. Neither of us went into the bedroom unless absolutely necessary. When I did, it was fast and shallow-breathed. The dresser still jammed against the window, the torn screen, the curtain moving faintly from the draft that still leaked through the frame no matter how hard we'd forced it down. The bed half-stripped, one of Mara's shoes under it, upside down. I grabbed my charger and left. At the front door, I paused. The hallway beyond was empty again, lit by that same weak yellow overhead. Mrs. Alvarez's door remained closed, but there was a rectangle of light beneath it now. Awake, listening maybe, waiting until the police were gone to decide how much she wanted to know. My gaze dropped to the marks around the lock plate, the bright scratches in the paint, and the little brown-black flecks dried on the inner edge of the door where Owen's blood had spattered after I stabbed his hand. I shut my eyes for a second. When I opened them, Mara was watching me. "Don't do that," she said gently. "What?" "Freeze at the threshold like the apartment can see you thinking." I know, we left. Cobble Hill at 4 a.m. felt cleaner than Brooklyn had any right to feel. Mara lived on a quieter block lined with trees that were just beginning to leaf out, the branches holding a weak gray promise of spring above the parked cars. Her building had a functioning front lock, a superintendent who liked systems, and stairs that didn't complain when you stepped on them. I noticed all of that immediately, greedily. Inside her apartment, everything was in place. Shoes by the mat, 2 mugs upside down on the drying rack, a folded throw on the couch, the kind of order that usually made me tease her and now felt like oxygen. She made us tea one-handed and refused help until the kettle was too heavy and she hissed through her teeth. Then I took over. We sat on her couch without the TV on, mugs cooling between our palms, the sky outside the window thinning by degrees. At some point she said, "I'm sorry." I looked at her. "For what?" "For telling you to run the app again." I shook my head too fast and regretted it immediately. "No, if I hadn't, I'd still think it was in my head." I stared into the tea. He was there either way. She didn't answer. The thing neither of us said was that rerunning the app had also given him more chances to stand there and listen to me answer through sleep. More material, more confidence, maybe, or maybe not. There was no version of the story now that stayed clean under your hands. I slept on her couch for an hour and a half, maybe 2. Not real sleep. The kind where you come up to the surface every time a truck hits a pothole outside or the refrigerator compressor kicks in. Twice, I woke with my whole body clenched because I thought I'd heard someone breathing close by. And twice, it was just the heating vent. By morning, there were texts from work. "You okay for the 10 a.m.? Need those Getty selects when you can." I stared at them and started laughing. Not much, just enough to scare myself. Mara took the phone out of my hand and put it face down on the coffee table. No, I need to tell them something. You can tell them later. I need my job. You also need to understand what day this is. That started our only real fight. Not shouting. We were too tired for that. Just a low, sharp exchange in her kitchen while she tried to open ibuprofen with one hand. And I insisted on going back to my apartment with the locksmith. And she insisted I not go alone. And I said I wasn't going to become one of those people who let one man redraw the borders of her life. And she said he already had. That was the point. We both went quiet after that. She was right, which did not make her easier to hear. By noon, my landlord had sent a super and a locksmith. Rivera had arranged for an officer to meet us there. Mara came too, sling and all, because of course she did. The building looked offensively normal in daylight. Strollers outside. A dog tied briefly to a parking sign while its owner ran into the deli. A guy in gym shorts carrying cold brew like no part of the night had happened. Inside, the apartment smelled stale. Shut up, frightened. That isn't a real smell, but there it was anyway. The locksmith changed the front deadbolt and replaced the chain with a heavier one, while the super muttered about the downstairs entry latch and promised, with the soft, useless confidence of men who fix things after, that he'd take care of the fire escape issue too. The bedroom window got a temporary wedge jammed into the frame until proper hardware could be installed. An officer photographed the blood again because daylight showed it better. I downloaded the app data to my laptop while he watched. 7 nighttime clips, 1 daytime handle test, timestamps, metadata. All of it suddenly ugly and official in a folder on my desktop. There was one thing I hadn't said yet. Not to Mara, not to the police. I found it while exporting the files. The app had auto-sorted one clip as non-sleep speech and tucked it into a secondary folder I hadn't checked during the night because everything after the front door breaking had gone sideways. It was time stamped 12:11 a.m., about 25 minutes before Owen touched the handle, before the crash in the kitchen, before Mara said she heard the window. I clicked it open without thinking. The waveform was almost flat. Then a sound came through my laptop speaker. A voice. Male, yes, but not the close murmur from the door. Tinny. Hollow. Can you hear me now? I looked up. Mara was across the room talking to the locksmith. The officer was by the kitchen. No one had heard it over the general clatter. I scrubbed back and played it again. Can you hear me now? Then a burst of feedback, tiny and sharp, and the recording ended. I knew that voice, not because it was Owen's, because it was. It was coming from the living room TV, or rather, from the ad that had been auto-playing on the smart TV app when the Wi-Fi glitched 3 nights earlier. A phone carrier commercial. I remembered muting it. I remembered thinking the phrase was annoyingly catchy. Misdirection. One of the clips I'd folded into the pattern because I was exhausted and afraid. I sat there staring at the screen until Mara came over. What? She said. I hesitated. Then I played it for her and explained. She listened, then nodded slowly. Okay, that one wasn't him. No, I looked around my apartment, the replaced lock, the splintered bedroom frame, the patched places where facts had finally pinned the truth down, and felt something strange and bitter, and almost like relief. Not everything had been a sign. One thing had just been a commercial. The human mind, I thought, will help build the trap and then panic in it. late afternoon, Owen had been formally charged. Rivera called to tell me that himself. Stalking, criminal trespass, attempted burglary, harassment, assault considerations, depending on Mara's statement and medical report. He said the words with procedural care, and I wrote them down on the back of an unopened utilities envelope like I was taking notes for someone else's story. They'd found in Owen's backpack a small pry tool, work gloves, printed screenshots from my social media, and a cheap prepaid phone. They were looking into the numbers that had texted me. They'd also found, Rivera said, indications of prior surveillance. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask him to while Mara was in the room. I got an order of protection 2 days later. I stayed with Mara for 9 nights. On the 10th, I went back to my own apartment alone for the first time. The locks were new. The window had stops installed. The bedroom door had been replaced, cheaper than the last one, and somehow more insulting for it. My landlord had painted over the scratches by the frame, but not very well. In the right light, you could still see where the filler sat under the fresh white. I stood in the entryway with grocery bags cutting into my fingers and listened. Radiator, traffic, someone upstairs dragging something heavy across the floor. Normal life, badly mixed. I put the groceries away, fed the sour smell out of the sink with hot water and soap, opened mail, changed the sheets. By 11, the apartment looked like a place a person lived in again, which turned out not to be the same as feeling livable. I did not reinstall PillowPath. I put my phone on the kitchen counter to charge, far from the bed. When I finally lay down, I left the bedroom lamp on. At 1:07 a.m., just as I was drifting toward that thin edge where thought starts to fray, a notification lit the room from the phone screen I had left in the kitchen. I saw it only because the bedroom door was open and the counter was angled just enough. A pale rectangle, then darkness again. I got up, walked barefoot down the hall, each board familiar now in a different way. The notification was from an email account I didn't recognize. No subject line, no text in the preview, just one attachment icon. My mouth went dry. I opened it standing there in the kitchen light. It was not from Owen, at least not directly. The email header showed it had been scheduled days earlier through some generic service, and only now released because of a delayed send. There was one attached image, a photograph of my front door, not the close-up from the package, wider, older, taken from farther down the hallway sometime in the evening. In the photograph, my apartment door was shut. The overhead light was on, and just at the far left edge of the frame, barely there, half hidden by shadow and blur, was the shape of a person on the stairs above my landing. Too little to identify. Maybe a shoulder, maybe a coat sleeve, maybe nothing but the distortion of motion and bad light. I stood in the kitchen until the screen dimmed in my hand. Then I forwarded the email to Rivera, locked the phone, and turned on every light in the apartment. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I developed a roll of film from a thrift store camera, and I'm in every picture. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end, Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first sign that something was wrong was not dramatic. No thunder, no shadow at the window, just the soft mechanical whir of the film scanner in the back room of the lab, and my own face sliding into view where it had no business being. At first I thought it was a reflection on the monitor. The room was dark enough for that kind of mistake. We kept the scan station lights low so the color on the screen stayed true, and there was always a floating overlay of yourself in the glass anyway, your nose, your brow, the pale shape of your shirt hovering over whatever image was loading. But this was different. The picture resolved and held steady, and there I was, clear as day, standing on a patch of dead winter grass in front of a chain-link fence, one hand half lifted like I just turned toward whoever took the photo. I had never been there in my life. My name is Mara Bell. I'm 29, and at that point, I had been working for 8 months at a photo lab in Portland, Oregon, tucked into the back corner of a camera store called Silver Street Imaging. Most of my days were boring in a way I'd come to depend on. People dropped off disposable cameras from weddings and camping trips, old shoeboxes of negatives they wanted digitized, the occasional moldy box of slides from dead relatives. I liked the repetition. Feed, scan, correct, export. Tiny decisions. No real surprises, usually. That was part of the appeal. Don't tell me it's another nudist beach guy, a voice called from the front counter. I looked up so hard my neck clicked. Eli Gardner, 34, was leaning halfway through the black curtain that separated the retail floor from the lab. One shoulder braced against the doorframe, holding a cardboard tray with 2 coffees and a receipt roll tucked under his wrist. He was the store manager, the kind of man who kept promising himself he would stop buying broken rangefinders off eBay, and never actually did. He dressed like he expected to be photographed, unexpectedly good boots, old denim jacket, clean dark hair, and he moved with an irritating calm even when things were busy. "It's not a nudist beach guy," I said. "That sounds like disappointment." He stepped into the room and set one of the coffees beside the keyboard. The scanner hummed. The air smelled like dust warmed by electronics, and the faint chemical tang that never fully left the sink area, no matter how often we cleaned it. Behind us, from the front of the store, came the soft door chime and the muffled scrape of someone moving a tripod display. Eli took one look at the screen and went still. "Oh," he said. "That was all, not a joke. Just oh." The photo had the mushy color and slightly curved edges you got from cheap point and shoot lenses. Late afternoon, maybe, or a cloudy morning. A fence, a strip of gravel, some scrub grass, and me in a faded green jacket I did own, standing 3/4 turned toward camera with an expression I recognized immediately and hated a little, distracted, guarded, like I'd been caught thinking something unpleasant. I reached toward the monitor and zoomed in until the grain fattened. My face broke into dots, but it was still me. "That's not funny," I said, because my brain wanted a prank. A manageable explanation. Eli had access to our printers. Eli knew Photoshop well enough to remove ex-boyfriends from wedding pictures. The obvious answer was that he'd somehow planted an image. "I didn't do that. I didn't say you did. You were about to." I took the coffee, mostly for something to hold. It burned my palm through the paper cup. This roll came from the thrift store camera, Yeah, brown bag special from the bin under the repair shelf. Every now and then, we bought junk lots from estate resellers or thrift warehouses. Cameras too old or too cheap to repair profitably, mostly for parts. 3 days earlier, I'd found a compact 35 Olympus in one of the bins while killing time before close. It was scratched to hell but intact, and when I opened the back in the changing bag, there was a roll still inside, unlabeled. Half the appeal of photo work for people like me was curiosity dressed up as process. Eli had grinned and said, "Congratulations, you've adopted a stranger's memories." I scanned the next frame. Again. This time I was closer to the lens, standing beside a bus shelter. Same jacket, same face. My hair pulled back the way I wore it on work days. There was a streak of reflected light across the image, but not enough to hide me. Behind the shelter was a street lined with parked cars and low brick storefronts. The wet pavement shone silver. On the ad panel inside the shelter was a peeling concert poster. I stared at it. "Is that Hawthorne?" Eli asked quietly. "I think so." It looked like Southeast Portland. Not exactly a landmark shot, but local. Familiar in the way blocks become familiar when you've walked them 100 times for coffee or cigarettes, or because you don't want to go home yet. I should explain one thing about me, because it matters later. I am not good with uncertainty once it becomes personal. People think anxiety looks like trembling hands or obvious panic. Mine usually looked functional. I got sharper, quieter. I started arranging facts into stacks in my head and touching each stack over and over, checking for movement. Ever since I was 16, and my mother disappeared for 2 days after a manic episode, phone off, car found in a grocery lot 3 towns over, no note. I had hated not knowing where a person had been, where they were supposed to be, what had happened in the missing hours. I could sit with grief. I could sit with anger, but not gaps. Gaps crawled. "It could be a double exposure," Eli said. "Not like this." "Then somebody knew you." "Who?" He didn't answer. The scanner clicked forward. I stopped it with a finger on the command key before the next frame loaded. Suddenly, I didn't want to see it. My own reflection hovered black and faint over the screen now, layered on top of the tiny strip preview of the negatives. From the front of the store, a woman called, "Hello." Eli exhaled through his nose. "I need to be out there." "Yeah," he hesitated. "Don't keep going without me." That made me look at him. "You think it's that weird? I think you just turned white." He pushed back through the curtain. I sat alone with the machine noise and the warmth of the coffee cooling under my hand. The room felt smaller than it had 10 minutes earlier. Not threatening, just close. Shelves of archival boxes, chemical bottles with curling labels, rolls of background paper, the red glow of the old safe light we kept more for mood than necessity. Somewhere above the ceiling tiles, the building made its usual settling tick. Old wood answering rain. Glanced at the negative strip clipped in the holder. Tiny amber rectangles. Quiet little facts. People always assume I worked with film because I was sentimental, that I loved authenticity or grain or the slowness of it. Some of that was true, but mostly I liked that film was evidence of a real moment touching a real surface. Light hit this. It left a mark. You could argue about meaning, but not that the thing itself had happened in front of the lens. I took a breath and pressed scan. The third photo loaded. I was indoors now, visible in the long mirror at the back of what looked like a laundromat or maybe a narrow cafe. Fluorescent light. a row of machines or metal front cabinets to one side. I was turned away this time, which somehow made it worse. I could see the line of my shoulders, my hand lifting to tuck hair behind one ear. Candid, unaware. A little pulse started in my throat. Mara. I flinched so hard I hit the desk with my knee. Tess Alvarez, 26, stood just inside the curtain, holding a stack of returned prints against her chest. She worked weekends and 2 weekdays, mostly front counter orders and framing consultations. She had a practical face, dark curls pinned up in a way that never stayed fixed for long, and an unnerving ability to notice exactly the wrong thing at the worst time. Jesus, I said. Sorry. Eli said not to sneak up on you, which in retrospect should maybe have been my first question. She set the prints down and came closer. What happened? I turned the monitor toward her. Tess frowned. Okay, that's a weirdly calm reaction. I'm still processing. She leaned in until her curls almost brushed my shoulder. Is that you? Yes. In photos from that thrift store camera. Yes. She looked from the monitor to me and back again. Do you know who owned it? No. Did you buy it or did the store? The store got a box lot. She bit the inside of her cheek. Could somebody have swapped negatives? Like from your scans folder? No, these are on the strip. She looked at the carrier, then straightened. Okay. Then either there is an explanation you haven't thought of yet, or you have an enemy with a very stupid hobby. Comforting. I try. She reached for the mouse. How many frames? 36 total. I've seen 3. Then, let's not do the rest right now. I almost said no automatically. Some stubborn part of me hated the idea of leaving a thing unresolved once it started it. But my leg still ached from hitting the desk, and there was sweat under my sweater despite the chill in the room. From the front came the faint rise and fall of Eli talking to a customer about lens fungus. Through the wall, rain tapped harder against the side alley window. Somewhere outside, a bus hissed to the curb, then pulled away. Tess squinted at the second image. Wait, what? That bus stop. I know that one. I looked closer. The poster was for a local band, half torn, with a venue name still visible at the bottom. The Clinton Street stop, she said, near the old pharmacy. I don't go there. You might have. I would remember standing around while somebody photographed me. Tess gave me a look that said maybe not. She knew enough about me to know I drifted sometimes. Not in a dramatic way. More like I could spend an entire walk home lost in thought and realize I'd missed 3 turns worth of memory because my body had done the navigating. Stress made it worse. That was another thing I disliked about uncertainty. It always recruited your own weak spots. It never stayed outside you. Eli ducked back in a minute later, lowering his voice. Customer wants to know if mold on slides can spread to other slides. I told him yes, because fear sells preservation packages. Tess pointed at the screen. We've confirmed it's weird. Great. He rubbed a hand over his mouth. Mara, you okay? No. Good. Honest. He pulled over the rolling stool from the enlarger station and sat backward on it, arms folded over the backrest. Options. I laughed once, without humor. You say that like this is a menu. It is. We can keep scanning. We can bag the negatives and leave them until tomorrow. We can check the rest of the camera for any identifying info first. Repair tag, initials, film brand, lab markings. We can also choose to act like normal adults and admit this might have a boring explanation. Would a normal adult say boring explanation or psychotic prank? Depends what kind of adulthood they had. Tess crossed her arms. Also, maybe don't be alone tonight. That landed harder than it should have. I lived alone in a narrow basement apartment in Buckman, with one street-facing window at ankle height and radiators that banged like somebody trapped in the pipes. Usually, I liked it. Cheap rent, close to work, no roommates. Suddenly, I pictured unlocking the deadbolt and stepping into that dim little place with wet shoes and grocery bags, while the whole question of the film sat waiting in my head. "I'm not in danger," I said, too quickly. Neither of them replied. To break the silence, Eli stood and lifted the thrift store camera from the tray beside the sink. "Let's look at the camera itself." It was lighter than it looked, plastic body, silvered edges rubbed dull. A sticker on the bottom had been peeled away, leaving only a gummy rectangle edged in lint. The battery compartment was clean. No engraved initials. No lab envelope tucked into the case, because there was no case. Eli opened and closed the back, checked the pressure plate, sniffed the leatherette like that would tell him anything. "Camera smells like old closet," he announced. "Brilliant forensic work," Tess said. He handed it to me. The body was cold from the room. There was a nick near the shutter button shaped like a crescent. I rubbed my thumb over it and saw all at once, not a memory exactly, but a feeling standing in some stranger's kitchen as a kid, while adults talked in the next room, looking at objects on a counter, and knowing they had histories I would never learn. Mugs, car keys, an ashtray. Every life looked solid from the outside until you got close enough to see how much of it was improvisation. I raised the camera and looked through the cloudy viewfinder at the room. Tess, blurred. Eli, half cut off. The red safe light like a distant brake lamp. Then I lowered it and noticed something tucked beneath the loose seam of the camera's peeling grip. A sliver of paper. "Wait," I said. I used the tip of a craft knife to tease it free. It came out folded twice, thin and soft with age, the size of a receipt fragment. The paper was yellowed, one edge stained darker, as if it had once gotten wet and dried crooked. Eli held out his hand, but I unfolded it myself. There was writing on one side in cramped block letters, done with a felt tip pen that had bled a little into the fibers. Not much, just an address written without a name. 1414 SE Pinebrook CT, and under it, pressed so hard the paper had dented, "Don't knock. Look first." No one spoke for a second. From the retail floor, the door chime rang again, bright and ordinary. Somebody laughed outside in the rain. A car splashed through the intersection. Tess was the first to move. "Okay," she said carefully. "So now we definitely do not finish the roll casually and go home." Eli looked at me. "Do you know that address?" I shook my head, though something about it tugged faintly at me. Not memory. Maybe just the way some streets in Portland sounded like they had once been subdivisions, and then turned into pockets of old duplexes and low apartment blocks. My coffee had gone cold. I read the line again. "Don't knock. Look first." It could still be nothing. A scavenger hunt. A joke between strangers. Directions to a yard sale. A studio. A private sale. Some weird note the original owner forgot. The kind of thing that only became sinister because it had arrived in the room it did, attached to my own face in places I couldn't explain. But that was the problem with small breaks in normalcy. They didn't ask permission before they started rearranging everything around them. Eli straightened. "Lock the negatives up, write the address down, and either ignore this forever or we find out what it is. The scanner, forgotten, gave a soft electronic beep like it was asking whether I intended to continue. I looked at the monitor, at my own grainy face waiting in that frozen field, then at the folded note in my hand. Outside, rain ticked against the alley window in a pattern that sounded almost deliberate. I said, "What do you mean by look first?" Eli didn't give us much time to sit with it. "We either treat this like evidence or like junk," he said, already moving, already slipping into the version of himself that handled things. "If it's evidence, we don't contaminate it. We don't finish the roll without documenting what we've got. And we don't go poking around someone's address at night because we're curious. If it's junk, we throw it back in the bin and go home." Tess let out a quiet breath that might have been a laugh. "Those are not equally weighted options." "I know," he said, "but those are the categories." I was still holding the slip of paper. The ink had bled in tiny veins where the pen had pressed too hard. "Don't knock. Look first." It had the tone of something written in a hurry, not as a joke. There were no doodles, no flourish, just instruction. "Let me finish the roll," I said. Eli looked at me, then at the scanner. I said, "Don't. I need to know if it's just these three or if it's all of them," I cut in. My voice sounded steady, which was good, because the inside of my chest felt like someone had set a metronome and then forgotten what tempo they'd chosen. "If it's just a couple frames, we can talk about double exposure or somebody messing with me. If it's every frame, then it's something else." "Something else like what?" "I don't know," I said. "That's the point." Tess shifted her weight. "He's not wrong about contamination." "We're not a crime lab," I said. "No, but we can act like adults for 5 minutes." I put the note down carefully beside the keyboard, flattening it with 2 fingers, as if that would keep it from changing. We already handled the camera. We already touched the strip. Whatever this is, it's not pristine anymore. Eli watched me for a beat longer than was comfortable. I could see the calculation. He knew me well enough to recognize when I'd lock onto something. He also knew that if he pushed too hard, I'd dig in just to prove I wasn't fragile. "Fine," he said finally. "We document first." He grabbed his phone and snapped a photo of the monitor, the negative carrier, the note, the camera. Tess did the same from a different angle. "Timestamp it," Tess said. "I am," Eli replied. I slid back into the chair and hit scan. The 4th frame appeared. I was crossing a street. Mid-step, 1 foot off the curb, a blur at the edge of the image where a car had passed. The light was wrong for Portland, too sharp, like a gap in cloud cover that hadn't lasted long. My face was angled down, focused on the line of the crosswalk. There was a smudge on the lens that softened the upper right corner. "Same jacket," Tess murmured. "Same hair," Eli added. "Same everything." The 5th frame, a grocery aisle, fluorescent tubes buzzing overhead. I was halfway down the aisle, reaching for something on a shelf. The shelves themselves were out of focus, but I could see the pattern of price tags, the yellow sale stickers. It could have been any store. The 6th, a close shot from behind, the back of my head, the curve of my neck, the collar of the jacket. Whoever took it had been within arm's reach. I felt my jaw tighten. "Okay," Eli said. "Stop." I didn't. The scanner whirred and pulled the strip forward. 7th frame. 8th. In one, I was sitting on a bench, head tipped back, eyes closed like I just leaned there for a second. In another, I was walking along a row of parked cars, keys in hand. In another, I was reflected in a storefront window, distorted by the glass but still unmistakable. It wasn't just that I was in them. It was how I was in them, unaware, not posing, not performing. The kind of shots you only got if the subject didn't know you were there. "Mara," Tess said, sharper now. I hit the key. The machine stopped mid-cycle with a small protest beep. My hands were shaking, just enough to make the cursor jitter on the screen. "Okay," Eli said again, softer this time. "Okay, that's not a prank," Tess said. "No," Eli agreed, "it's not." "Somebody's been following me," I said. The sentence hung there, too simple for what it meant. Eli rubbed his face. "That's one possibility. What's another?" "That you've been in places you don't remember being." I laughed, but there was nothing in it. I don't black out and wander the city while someone documents me like a nature show. "People lose time," Tess said, not unkindly. "Stress, lack of sleep. I am not missing hours of my life," I snapped, and then quieter, I would know. The room felt tighter again. The hum of the scanner had turned into a presence. Even the safe light seemed harsher. Eli leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "We need to slow down. We need to think about what we can actually verify." "Verify what?" I said. "That I exist. We've got that covered." "Places," he said. "Those locations. The bus stop, the grocery store, the street crossing. We can identify them. If they're all within a certain radius, that tells us something. If they're spread out, that tells us something else." Tess nodded. "We can also check timestamps. If the film has been in that camera for a while, we can at least narrow down when it was likely shot based on the expiration date on the film stock." "Brand, batch." I looked at the negative strip again. Tiny, quiet rectangles. "Evidence." "Do that," I said. "Figure out when." Eli stood, already moving toward the shelving where we kept old film boxes for reference. Tess leaned over the keyboard, pulling up the image metadata panel, even though there wasn't much to see beyond the scan time and file name. "Hey," she said suddenly. "Zoom in on the grocery one." I did. "Top right," she said, pointing. "That sign." It was blurry, but I could make out a fragment of a logo, a stylized leaf, the kind you saw on organic grocery chains. "New Seasons," I said. "Maybe," Tess said. "There's one on Division that has that aisle layout." "I don't shop there," I said automatically, then paused. "I mean, not usually." "Have you ever?" Eli called from the shelves. "Once or twice," I said. "It's expensive." Tess straightened. "If it's that one, it's 10 minutes from here." That made the room tilt slightly in my head. 10 minutes. Not some distant place I could write off. Close enough that I could have passed through without thinking. "Okay," Eli said, coming back with a dusty box. "Films Kodak Gold 200, judging by the leader." "Expiration," he squinted. "Hard to tell. Could be a couple years old. That doesn't help much." "Nothing helps much," I muttered. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it. It buzzed again, longer this time. Tess glanced at me. "You gonna get that? Probably spam." "Or probably relevant," Eli said. I pulled it out. "Unknown number." There was a voicemail notification and a text message. The text preview read, "You missed one." Something cold slid down my spine, not sharp, not dramatic. Just a drop. "Don't open it," Eli said immediately. I had already tapped it. The full message loaded. No name, no contact info, just that line. "You missed one." Under it, a photo icon. My thumb hovered. "Don't," Tess said, quieter now. I opened it anyway. The image filled the screen. It was grainier than the others, lower resolution, like it had been taken on a phone. Night this time. Streetlight casting a yellow cone. My apartment building's entrance, unmistakable, the chipped paint on the doorframe, the uneven concrete step. And me, standing just inside the doorway, hand on the handle, looking out, looking straight at the camera. I sucked in a breath I didn't remember deciding to take. "What is it?" Eli asked. I handed him the phone. He went very still. "Is that your place?" Tess asked. "Yes," I said. My voice sounded far away. Eli scrolled, checking for metadata. No timestamp. Could have been taken any time. "It's night," Tess said. "Recently, if it's your current place." "Or someone's been sitting on it," Eli said. My phone buzzed again. Another message. "Don't go alone." Eli swore under his breath. "Okay," Tess said, stepping back. "Okay, that's not random." "No," Eli said, "it's not." "Call the police," Tess said. "On what?" I said. "A weird photo and a text from an unknown number." "On someone taking photos of you without your consent outside your home," she said, sharper now. "On stalking." I pressed my lips together. The word felt too big, too official. It implied a shape to things I still couldn't see. Eli nodded. "She's right. We at least make a report. Get it on record." "And then what?" I said. "They tell me to be careful and maybe do a drive by past my building if they have time. You know how this goes." "That's still better than doing nothing," Tess said. My phone buzzed again. A third message. 1414 SE Pinebrook CT. 8:30. I looked at the time in the corner of the screen. 7:42 p.m. 48 minutes. "Jesus," Eli said when he saw it. "They're setting a meeting." "Or a trap," Tess said. "Same thing," Eli replied. The room had gone very quiet. Even the scanner seemed to have settled into a lower hum, as if it were listening. "They know where I live," I said. "Apparently," Tess said. "And they have my number." "That's easier than you think," Eli said. "You've got a business card out front with your name on it. You've got social media. It's not hard to connect dots. That doesn't make it better." I didn't say it did. I ran a hand through my hair, then realized I was mirroring the motion from one of the photos and stopped halfway, fingers catching. Eli noticed. His mouth tightened. "We're not going to that address tonight," he said. "They told me not to go alone," I said. "That doesn't mean go at all. It means they expect me to. And if we don't know what happens next," I said. "They escalate. They keep sending things. They keep whatever this is." Tess shook her head. "Or we go and they escalate in person. That's why we don't go alone," I said. Eli stared at me. "You are not negotiating with whoever this is like it's a Craigslist sale." "I'm not negotiating. I'm deciding whether to let them control the pace or not. Showing up at an address they gave you is letting them control the pace," Tess said. "Not if we're prepared." "For what?" Eli said. "You think we're going to outplan someone who's been following you without you noticing?" The words landed hard. I looked at the screen again, at my own face, caught in those small moments I didn't remember. My private fear, the one I didn't talk about because it sounded irrational, had always been that I could lose time again, that there were parts of my life I wasn't present for, that things could happen around me without me knowing, until later when it was too late to change anything. Now there was evidence of exactly that, or something close enough that the distinction didn't matter. "I can't not go," I said quietly. Tess closed her eyes for a second. "Mara, I can't sit in my apartment tonight knowing someone can stand outside it and take pictures of me and text me like this and just wait," I said. "I can't do that." Eli's jaw worked. "Then we call the police and we go with them. They're not going to send someone to babysit a weird address because of a text," I said. "And if they do, It'll take time. We've got 45 minutes. Then we don't make their deadline, Tess said. We don't play their game. Maybe that's the game, I said. Maybe the deadline matters. Or maybe it doesn't and you're letting them push you, Eli said. We stood there, 3 people in a dim back room, arguing about a piece of paper and a string of pixels like it was a bomb with a timer we couldn't see. My phone buzzed again. A 4th message. No text this time, just a video. Eli didn't have to tell me not to open it. I already was. The clip was short. 5 seconds, maybe. The camera was inside a car, pointed through a windshield streaked with rain. The wipers moved once, twice. In the brief clear arc, the address number on a mailbox came into focus. Then the video cut. I realized I was holding my breath and let it out slowly. They're there, Tess said. Or they were, Eli said. Same difference, I replied. Eli looked at me, then at Tess. Something passed between them that I couldn't quite read. Okay, he said finally, like he hated the word. Okay, we don't go alone. We don't go unprepared. We don't knock. Tess made a small, frustrated sound. You're actually agreeing to this. I'm agreeing that she's not going to let this go, he said. And I'd rather be there than have her go by herself after we close. I wasn't going to go by myself, I said. They both looked at me. Right, Tess said flatly. I swallowed. I was. She rubbed her face. God, fine. But we do this smart. We bring flashlights. We keep the car running. We don't go inside anything. We don't even know what it is, Eli said. Then we definitely don't go inside it, she shot back. My heart was beating faster now, not just with fear, but with a kind of momentum I couldn't stop. The decision had been made, even if none of us wanted to admit it out loud. Eli grabbed his keys from the hook by the door. We close early, put a sign up. Tess moved toward the front. I'll handle it. I stayed where I was for a second, looking at the note, at the address written in that hard, pressing hand. Don't knock. Look first. Hey, Eli said, softer now. We can still back out. I shook my head. Okay, he said. He didn't look convinced. We turned off the scanner, the hum dying with a little click that made the silence afterward feel heavier. Tess flipped the sign to closed and dimmed the lights out front. The rain had picked up, tapping harder now against the windows, blurring the street into streaks of white and red. We gathered what we thought we'd need: 2 flashlights from the emergency kit, Eli's old mag light, and a smaller lead one, my phone charger, Tess's pocket knife that she insisted on bringing even though she'd probably only ever used it to open boxes. At the last minute, I grabbed the camera. Eli saw. You're bringing that? Yes. Why? I don't know, I said, but it feels like I should. He didn't argue. We stepped out into the damp evening, the air cold enough to make my breath visible in short bursts. The streetlights buzzed faintly overhead. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked once, then again, then stopped. Eli unlocked his car. We got in. The interior smelled like coffee and old leather. He started the engine. For a second, none of us spoke. Then Tess said, we call someone, at least one person who knows where we're going. Good idea, Eli said. I nodded. I'll text my neighbor. My phone screen lit up as I opened my messages. There was another one. I hadn't heard it come in. Unknown number. You're already late. I looked at the time. 8:29 p.m. Eli, I said, my voice tight. Drive. He did. The wipers squealed once across the windshield, clearing a brief path through the rain as we pulled into the street. Behind us, the darkened windows of Silver Street Imaging reflected our taillights as we left. Ahead, The city stretched out in wet lines and intersections, leading somewhere specific, whether we liked it or not. Eli took the first right too fast, tires hissing over wet paint. And then we were on Belmont, heading east, the strip of bars and lit windows thinning into darker blocks of duplexes and corner stores with their metal grates half pulled down. "Seatbelts," Tess said, like we were children. We were already buckled. It didn't matter. It gave her something to say. I had the address open on my phone, the little blue route line pulsing. 12 minutes, then 10, then 9 as Eli cut through side streets to avoid the lights. The wipers scraped every few seconds, a steady metronome that made it hard to hear anything else. "Okay," Eli said, voice tight but controlled. "We do not go straight to the front door. We park a block away. We walk up. We look. If anything feels wrong, we leave, we call it." "And if they're watching us," I said. "They already are," Tess said quietly. That settled in the car like damp air. We crossed Cesar Chavez, the intersection wide and slick, traffic thinning out as we pushed deeper into residential streets. The grid here was tighter, houses closer together, trees arching over the road so the streetlights broke into patches instead of a clean wash. "Pinebrook should be off 28th, I said, zooming in. "Cul-de-sac." "Great," Eli muttered. "Limited exits." "That's why we don't drive in," Tess said. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, no text, just a single image. I opened it. It was taken from above this time, second story angle maybe. The shot framed a narrow street with cars parked nose to tail along the curb. Rain streaked diagonally across the lens. In the center of the image was a dark sedan with a dent in the rear bumper. Eli's car. "Jesus," he said when I turned the phone toward him. "When was that taken?" "Could be now," Tess said. Eli slowed without meaning to, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. Anyone behind us. A pair of headlights turned off onto a side street. For a second, we were alone. "They could be anywhere," Tess said, "or nowhere. That could be old." "Or they're following us," I said. Eli didn't answer. We drove in silence for another minute, each of us tracking different things, mirrors, sidewalks, the shape of houses as we passed them. The rain had picked up again, harder now. A steady curtain that blurred the edges of everything. 2 blocks, I said. Eli killed the headlights and rolled the car to a stop along the curb beside a dark, unlit house. The engine idled low, a soft vibration under my feet. "We walk from here," he said. We stepped out into the rain. It soaked through my jacket faster than I expected, cold seeping into my shoulders. The street smelled like wet leaves and asphalt. Somewhere nearby, a wind chime clinked irregularly, metal on metal. "Flashlights," Tess said. We clicked them on, beams cutting narrow tunnels through the dark. Eli locked the car with a quiet chirp that sounded too loud. "Left," I said, pointing. "Pinebrook-esque that way." We moved together, not quite in step. The houses here were older, some well kept with warm light in the windows, others dark and sagging, porches cluttered with broken furniture and stacked bins. The cul-de-sac opened ahead like a bowl, the street curving in on itself. "There," Tess whispered. 1414 sat near the end, a single-story house with a shallow roof and a small, sloped front yard. No lights on inside. A narrow driveway ran along the side to what looked like a detached garage. A single mailbox leaned slightly at the curb, the numbers painted in black. Eli caught my arm. "Stop." We stood at the mouth of the cul-de-sac, half hidden behind a parked van. Rain ticked off the metal roof, first. We crouched lower, angling our flashlights away from the house. Windows, Eli said. We checked the windows. Front or back, I asked. Front first. We stay on the sidewalk. We moved again, slower now. My shoes slipped once on the wet concrete, and I caught myself on Eli's shoulder. He didn't comment, but his hand closed briefly around my wrist, steadying. The front yard had no fence, just a patch of grass gone patchy with winter. A narrow concrete path led to the front door. The windows were covered with thin curtains, the kind that glowed faintly when light was behind them. There was no glow now. Okay, Tess said. We look. Eli angled his flashlight low, sweeping it across the ground first, then up toward the window. The glass reflected us back 3 shapes in the dark, distorted by rain. Turn it off, I said. He did. We stepped closer until we were just outside the window. I pressed my face near the glass, cupping my hands to block the reflection. The interior resolved slowly, shapes forming out of shadow. A living room, bare mostly. A couch against one wall, covered in a sheet. A coffee table with nothing on it. No lamps on, no movement. See anything? Tess whispered. No. Eli leaned in beside me, his shoulder brushing mine. Try the side window. We moved along the wall, staying low. The next window looked into what might have been a dining area, an empty table. One chair pulled out slightly, like someone had left it mid-motion. Staged, Tess said, could be abandoned. Or they're upstairs, Eli said. It's a single story, I said, then basement. My stomach tightened. Garage, Tess said. Check the garage. We backed away from the front, moving along the driveway. Gravel crunched under our shoes, louder than it should have been. Careful, Eli said. The garage door was closed, old wood with peeling paint. No light leaked from the edges. There's a side door, I said, pointing. We approached it slowly. The door was slightly ajar. Okay, Tess said, breath quick now. That's not great. Eli reached out and pushed it open with 2 fingers. The hinges creaked, a long, complaining sound. We all froze. Nothing happened. He pushed it wider. The beam of his flashlight cut into the darkness inside. Tools hung on the walls, rusted, some missing. A workbench cluttered with jars and old paint cans. The air smelled stale, like dust and old oil. No one, he said. Check corners, Tess said. We stepped inside. Foot caught on something and I stumbled, hitting my shoulder against the wall. Pain flared sharp and immediate. Shit, I hissed. You okay? Eli asked. Yeah, I said, though my shoulder throbbed. Just something on the floor. I angled my flashlight down, a camera bag, black, worn, zipper half open. I crouched, ignoring the protest from my shoulder, and pulled it closer. Don't, Tess said. I'm just looking. Inside was another camera. Same model as the one I'd brought. Olympus. Same worn edges. Same crescent nick near the shutter. Eli, I said, my voice tight. This is, I see it, he said. He took it from me, turning it over in his hands. Same damage, same everything. 2 identical cameras, Tess said. That's not identical, I said. The same, I pointed to the nick. It matched exactly. That's not possible, Eli said. I swallowed. We brought ours. He looked at me, then back at the camera in his hand. Slowly, he turned. On the workbench, half hidden behind a stack of paint cans, was another camera. Same model, same nick. My pulse kicked harder. How many? Tess started. Eli moved the cans aside. 3 more cameras sat there, lined up like someone had been arranging them. All the same, all with that crescent mark. Okay, Tess said, voice thin. Okay, I don't like this. Me neither, Eli said. My flashlight beam drifted past the cameras, across the back wall. were photos pinned there, dozens of them. I stepped closer without thinking. They were prints, glossy, standard 4x6, each one clipped to a line with small metal pins. All of them showed me different angles, different places. Some I recognized now from the negatives we'd scanned. Others I didn't. In one, I was sitting on the steps outside my apartment, head in my hands. In another, I was inside the store, behind the counter, talking to a customer. "How?" Tess whispered. "How did they get inside the store?" My skin prickled. "Security cameras," Eli said, but it sounded like a question, not an answer. "No," I said. "That's not from the security feed. That's eye level." A sound came from deeper in the garage, a soft scrape. We all went still. Eli raised his flashlight, beam cutting toward the back. "Hello," he called, no answer. The scrape came again, louder this time. My heart jumped into my throat. Eli took a step forward. "Don't," Tess hissed. The beam hit a stack of boxes in the corner. One of them shifted. Eli moved closer, slow, deliberate. He nudged the top box with his foot. It slid off. Underneath, something moved. I sucked in a breath. And then a gray blur shot out, skittering across the floor. Tess yelped. "Rat," Eli said, exhaling hard. The animal disappeared into a gap in the wall, its claws scratching briefly against wood. We all stood there, breathing too fast. "Jesus," Tess said, pressing a hand to her chest. "Jesus, okay. Just a rat," Eli said, but his voice was still tight. My legs felt shaky, the adrenaline leaving too fast. I started, then stopped. The words didn't matter. Eli lowered the flashlight slightly. "We're fine." "We're not fine," Tess said. "We're in someone's garage surrounded by cameras and photos of you." "Right," he said. "We're not fine." I turned back to the wall of photos. In the corner, near the bottom, was one that looked different. I pulled it free. It showed the front of this house, taken from the street. And in the doorway, 3 figures, us, standing there, flashlights in hand. My stomach dropped. "That's now," I said. Eli came over, looking at the photo. "That's not possible," he said again, but weaker this time. Tess leaned in. That's us. Right now." The angle was wrong, slightly elevated, like it had been taken from across the street, from inside a parked car. The same angle as the video. "They're here," Tess said. "Or they were," Eli said, but there was no conviction in it. Car engine started somewhere outside. We all froze. Headlights swept across the garage doorway, bright and sudden. Eli grabbed my arm. "Move." We ducked behind the workbench as the light passed, the beam cutting across the photos, the cameras, our shadows stretching long and distorted. The engine idled, a door slammed, footsteps on gravel, coming toward the garage. Eli's grip tightened. Tess's breath was loud in my ear. We were too far in to slip out the side door without being seen. "Back," Eli mouthed. We edged toward the rear of the garage, step by careful step. The footsteps stopped just outside the doorway. A pause. Then the side door creaked open wider. Light spilled in. A silhouette filled the frame. "Hello," a voice called, male, middle-aged, confused, not threatening. Eli stood slowly, hands visible. "Hey, sorry. We thought this place was abandoned." The man stepped into the light. Late 50s, maybe. Rain jacket, keys in hand. He blinked at us, then at the mess of boxes and the open camera bag. "This is my brother's place," he said. "He's been out of town. What are you doing in his garage?" Tess straightened, trying to look less like we'd just been crouching behind a workbench. We got a message. You thought what?" the man said. I stepped forward before she could finish. We thought someone was here. Someone S been sending me photos of me, and they told me to come to this address. The man frowned. That doesn't make any sense. Look, I said, holding up the photo of us in the doorway. This was taken from outside, just now. He took it, squinting. I don't. His expression shifted. What? Eli said. The man looked up, suddenly uneasy. This isn't my brother's car. What? Tess said. He jerked his thumb toward the street. That sedan, parked out front, that's not his. Eli and I exchanged a glance. The same dented sedan from the earlier image. The engine was still running. Outside, right now, we weren't alone. And whoever had been watching us wasn't just watching anymore. They were waiting. The man didn't wait for us to explain twice. He handed the photo back to me and took 2 quick steps toward the garage opening, then stopped just short of the threshold and peered out into the rain. Stay back, he said. It was the first useful thing anyone had said in 30 seconds. We crowded behind him anyway. The sedan sat at the curb in front of the house, dark gray, rain striping the windshield, engine idling low enough you could feel it more than hear it. The headlights were off now. Just the running lights, weak orange glows in the wet. From here, I could see the dent in the rear bumper from the picture on my phone. Same car. Can you see inside? Tess whispered. The man shook his head once. Tint. Eli stepped up beside him. Do you know your brother's neighbors? Some of them. Anyone with that car? No. The man looked over his shoulder at us, jaw tight now, confusion hardening into anger. He was in his late 50s, maybe 60, with rain darkening the shoulders of his jacket and deep lines around the mouth. Not the kind of face that liked surprises. My name's Ron, he said, and if there's somebody sitting out there watching my brother's house, I'm calling 911. Do it, Tess said. He already had his phone out. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. The sedan kept idling. No doors opening. No movement. Just a low machine presence at the curb like it had grown there. Ron stepped farther into the driveway to get a clearer signal, one hand braced on his hip as he waited for dispatch. Eli moved with him instinctively, keeping half a pace to the side. Tess and I stayed in the garage doorway, under the narrow strip of roof where rain dripped hard off the edge and splashed our shoes. My phone buzzed again. I almost dropped it. Unknown number. You brought people. My mouth went dry. I showed Tess first this time. Her face changed in a flat, immediate way that scared me more than if she'd looked panicked. Don't answer, she said. I wasn't going to. Another message came in before I'd even finished reading the first. That was a mistake. Eli saw my expression and turned. What now? I held up the phone. He read it, then swore softly. Ron had gotten through to 911 by then. I could hear his side of it over the rain. Trespassing. Suspicious vehicle. Possible stalking. Yes, now. No, he did not know if the person was armed. Yes, there were others with him. No, nobody had approached yet. The sedan's brake lights flared. We all froze. For one stupid second, I thought the car was leaving. Then the driver's side door opened. A man got out. He was taller than I expected, mid-30s maybe, lean in a way that read restless rather than athletic, wearing a dark rain shell with the hood up and jeans soaked almost black from the knees down. He stood beside the open door for a moment with one hand resting on the roof, like he was deciding how to play this. Rain sheeted off him. He didn't hurry, and in his other hand, hanging loosely at his side, was a camera. Not a phone, a camera. One of the same Olympus point and shoots. Oh no, I heard myself say. He looked straight at me from across the yard. Even at that distance, I knew the face, not from my life in any meaningful way. That was the worst part. He wasn't some buried figure from my past. He was familiar in the small, forgettable way strangers become familiar when you see them around enough times without noticing you're learning them. He'd been in the store, once with a Pentax that needed a battery door fix, once asking whether we bought old negatives, once standing too long by the used camera shelf while Eli was with another customer, and I'd asked, "Can I help you find something?" He'd smiled and said, "Just looking." That was it. "Just looking, you know him?" Eli asked. I nodded once. "Customer." The man took 2 steps away from the sedan. "Mara." He didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. The cul-de-sac held sound strangely, as if the houses were leaning in. Ron lowered his phone from his ear and muttered to dispatch, "He's out of the car now." Then, louder, "You need to leave." The man barely glanced at him. His attention stayed on me. "You weren't supposed to bring them," he said. Eli stepped in front of me. Not fully. Just enough to force the man to look at someone else for a second. "Police are on their way." That got a smile, small and tired. "You think that matters in the next 3 minutes?" Tess whispered. He timed response. My stomach turned. Ron said into the phone, sharper now, "He's making threats." The man lifted the camera and clicked a picture. The flash popped white across the rain. I flinched so hard my bad shoulder lit up with pain. "Stop that," Ron barked. The man lowered the camera. "You should have come alone." "Why?" I shouted before I could stop myself. My voice came out high and ugly. "Why me?" His expression changed at that, not softer, just more focused, like I'd finally asked the right question. "Because you notice pictures," he said. "Most people don't. They look at themselves for 2 seconds and move on. You look. You want the edges. You want the part outside the frame." That made no sense, and somehow felt worse, because he believed it so completely. Eli said, "Don't talk to him." But I already was. "You've been following me for how long?" The man shrugged one shoulder. Rainwater streamed off his hood. "Long enough." "Inside my work," he tilted his head. "You let customers stand wherever they want if they act uncertain enough." It was such a simple answer, it almost winded me. Tess made a furious sound under her breath. Ron's call with dispatch had turned into clipped updates. Armed unknown. No visible weapon. Camera. Yes, camera. No, he had not advanced on them yet. Yes, they were backing toward the house. We were not in a planned way, just inch by inch, every person in that driveway drifting a little farther from the open street and a little closer to the garage and front door, because that felt like cover even if it was. The man saw it. "I'm not here to hurt you." Nobody believed him. "Then what are you here for?" I asked. He let the question sit. "To show you." Eli said, "No." The man ignored him. "You lose pieces of time." My whole body went cold in a targeted, specific way, like he'd put a finger under a bruise. "No," I said. "Yes, no." He took another step toward us. Ron raised his arm and pointed at him like that alone might keep distance between them. "Stop right there." The man stopped. "You sit at bus stops without getting on buses. You stand outside stores after they close and don't go in. You circle blocks when you think. You've done it for years. You just don't remember the boring parts." He spoke with absolute certainty. That was the trick of people like him. They took ordinary human blank spots and held them up until they looked like proof of something larger. I thought of the bench photo, the crosswalk, the grocery aisle, moments that felt possible and impossible at once. "Don't listen," Tess said. But I was listening, because I hated that part of me that listened, the part that always feared there might be some missing pattern, some hidden explanation living just outside what I could bear to know. The man smiled again, not kindly. I gave you the camera because I knew you'd need to see it physically. You trust film. That landed because it was true. Eli heard it too. I saw the anger move across his face. You put that in the bin, he said. The man's eyes flicked to him, amused. A state lot. Easy, Ron said into the phone. He admitted it. He admitted planting the camera. That seemed to irritate the man for the first time. His focus broke. Just for a second. Eli took the chance. Back, he said to us, low and urgent. Inside, now, we moved. Ron first, backward toward the side door with the phone still at his ear. Tess behind him, me after her. Eli last, facing the driveway. The man saw the shift and came forward fast. Not running. Striding with purpose, splashing through the puddles, camera swinging in one hand. Eli snapped the maglite up and shouted, "Stop." The beam hit the man full in the face. He threw up an arm, blinded for a second. Then he kept coming. Ron stumbled on the garage lip and banged into a shelf. Metal clattered. Tess grabbed his elbow. I caught the side door with my good hand and shoved it wider. The man lunged for the opening just as Eli swung the maglite. It connected with the doorframe, not the man. A heavy crack of metal on wood that jolted up Eli's arm and bought us half a second, no more. The man grabbed Eli's jacket and yanked. They went down hard in the gravel. Tess screamed his name. Everything after that happened in pieces. Ron shouting into the phone, "He's attacking us. He's attacking us." Eli on his back in the driveway, the man on top of him, one hand fisted in Eli's collar, the other still absurdly clinging to the camera. Me moving before I'd decided to. I had the thrift store Olympus in my hand, the one I'd brought from the lab. I don't remember picking it up. Only remember suddenly being in the rain again, shoulder screaming, thumb finding the shutter from muscle memory. The man looked up at me. I hit the flash. At that range, it was brutal. White fire straight into his face. He recoiled with a startled noise, grip loosening just enough for Eli to buck him off. They rolled apart in the gravel. The camera flew from the man's hand and skidded under Ron's truck parked in the drive. Again, Eli shouted. I didn't have a second flash charged. Cheap point and shoot. One shot, then a whine while the capacitor caught up. The man came at me instead. He was faster than I expected. He hit me shoulder first, and we slammed into the side of the garage. Pain burst down my arm so bright I nearly blacked out. My phone flew from my pocket and shattered on the concrete. He wasn't trying to stab me or strangle me. That would have been easier to understand. He was trying to grab the camera, clawing for it with frantic, furious concentration like it mattered more than any of us. Give it back, he said, and for the first time his voice cracked. Give it back. I drove my knee up on instinct, caught his thigh, not where I meant to, but enough to shift him. Tess came in from the side with the little pocket knife in one fist, not slashing, thank God, just using the metal handle like a punch. She hit him across the temple. He reeled. Eli was up now, limping, face split open above one eyebrow where he'd hit the gravel. Blood ran pink in the rain. He tackled the man low around the waist, and they crashed into the trash bins by the garage. One tipped over. Glass jars broke somewhere inside with a hard, wet crunch. Ron had dropped the phone, but not ended the call. I could hear dispatch tinny and frantic from the ground where it lay in a puddle, asking for updates. Location confirmed, units en route. The man twisted under Eli and drove an elbow backward. Eli grunted, lost his grip. The man tore free and ran. For one insane moment, I thought he was fleeing. Then I saw where he was going. Not to the street, to the garage wall, to the photos. He ripped at them with both hands, tearing prints from the line in fistfuls, shoving them into his jacket, knocking cameras from the bench. One hit the floor and burst open, batteries skidding. "Stop him," Tess shouted. We rushed him together, clumsy and hurting and soaked. Eli grabbed one arm. I caught the other sleeve. The fabric tore. Ron came in behind and wrapped both arms around the man's chest in an ugly, desperate bear hug. The four of us went down in a heap. My cheek hit concrete. My shoulder exploded again. Somebody's knee drove into my ribs. The man thrashed underneath, not strong enough to throw all of us off at once, but strong enough to keep it chaotic, to keep hands slipping. He kept saying the same thing over and over, almost conversationally despite the struggle. She wasn't looking. She wasn't looking. She needed to look. I got one hand free and saw, inches from my face, the broken camera on the floor. Its back had sprung open. The film was exposed, unwinding in a black slick ribbon across the wet concrete. Physical evidence, ruined in seconds. That hit me harder than the pain. All those tiny factual rectangles. All that proof, fragile as breath once the back came open. The man jerked, nearly throwing Tess off. She slammed her forearm across his throat, not enough to choke him, just enough to pin him. "Where are the negatives?" I shouted, though I'm not sure why that was the question that came out. His eyes found mine. Up close they were pale hazel, bloodshot, startlingly ordinary. He smiled through split lips. "Somewhere you won't remember." I hit him. It wasn't elegant. Just the side of the dead Olympus in my hand, cracking against his cheekbone with a sound I felt in my teeth. He went slack for one precious second. Enough for Eli to wrench both his wrists behind him. Enough for Ron to get his belt off one-handed and loop it around the man's forearms, while Tess pinned him. Enough for me to crawl backward, shaking so hard I thought I might throw up. The lull after violence was worse in some ways. Rain on the driveway. All of us breathing like we'd been running uphill. Dispatch still tinny from the phone in the puddle. A dog barking somewhere down the block. A porch light switching on across the cul-de-sac as a neighbor finally decided this had become their business. Eli sat back on his heels, one hand clamped over his eyebrow. Blood kept slipping through his fingers. Ron stayed kneeling on the man's legs, chest heaving. Tess was pale and wild-eyed, curls plastered to her face, knife gone somewhere in the mess. The man lay on the concrete, blinking rainwater out of his eyes, breathing through his mouth. "You broke it," he said to me. I looked down. The Olympus in my hand was cracked near the hinge. The lens housing hung crooked. Good, I thought. Good. Sirens came a minute later, or 5. Time had gone strange again, but this time it was ordinary strangeness. Adrenaline. Shock. Not mystery. Just the body losing track. 2 patrol cars rolled into the cul-de-sac hard enough to splash water over the curb. Officers came out fast, hands on belts, voices loud and practiced. Nobody resisted after that. The man gave his name when asked. Daniel Voss, 37. No weapon found on him. 2 more cameras in the sedan, a box of prints in the trunk, a hard drive, a binder with dates and locations written in neat black pen. My routes, my work schedule, notes about how long I sat in coffee shops, which nights I did laundry, what time my apartment lights usually went out. No sudden revelation, no clean explanation that made the whole thing sensible, just accumulation, obsession built out of ordinary access and patience, and the way cities let strangers pass close to each other without consequence until someone decides proximity means entitlement. An officer wrapped my shoulder with a temporary sling from the first aid kit because I couldn't lift the arm without seeing sparks. Another pressed gauze to Eli's head while he kept trying to answer questions in complete sentences and failing. Tess had a cut across 2 knuckles and didn't seem to feel it yet. Ron, incredibly, had bruised ribs from the pileup and kept apologizing to his brother over the phone for the garage. When they searched the sedan, they found a scanner receipt from our store in the glove box. That one made Eli close his eyes. He came back, he said. Daniel, sitting cuffed in the back of the patrol car, turned his head just enough to look at me through the rain-streaked window. No smile this time, just recognition, like we had finally met properly. I turned away first. By the time the ambulance crew convinced me to let them examine the shoulder, the rain had eased to a fine mist. The street looked washed raw, wet asphalt, leaves glued to the curb, flashing lights painting the house fronts blue and red, then blue again. The conflict, if that was what to call it, was over. He was caught. He was in a car with locked doors and other people's hands controlling where he went next. And still, I couldn't stop thinking about the ruined strip of film on the garage floor, its dark ribbon pasted to the concrete in the rain, and how close I'd come to believing that what frightened me most was the missing time instead of the person exploiting it. He had not known me better than I knew myself. He had just been watching for the moments when I doubted it. That was going to stay. The ER smelled like antiseptic and overheated plastic, the kind of warmth that made your skin itch after you'd been outside in the cold too long. Someone had turned a TV up too loud in the waiting area, daytime talk show, voices laughing at something canned and harmless. It didn't fit the way my body felt. A nurse sat me down on a narrow bed with paper that crinkled under my weight and asked me to rate my pain on a scale of 1 to 10. 7, I said. She nodded like I'd chosen correctly. Shoulder, yeah, can you lift it? I tried. It didn't go far. She stopped me with a hand. Don't force it. We'll get imaging. Her tone was efficient, neutral, like she did this 10 times a shift. It steadied something in me. Eli was in the next curtain space over. I could hear him talking to someone, his voice a little slower than usual, careful with words, like he was checking them as they came out. Tess sat on a plastic chair at the foot of my bed, her hands wrapped around a paper cup she hadn't touched. There was dried blood on her knuckles now, a dull brown line across 2 fingers. You're pale, she said. You look like you punched a wall, I said. Close enough. We sat like that for a while, not speaking. The adrenaline had drained out and left everything heavy. My shoulder throbbed in a deep, constant way that made it hard to think about anything else. Eventually, a doctor came in, introduced himself Dr. Klein, mid-40s, glasses sliding down his nose, and did the basic checks. Pupils, grip strength. Questions I answered on autopilot. No fracture on the X-ray, he said after a while. Looks like a bad sprain, possibly a partial tear. We'll get you in a sling, give you something for the pain, and you'll follow up with ortho in a few days." "That's it?" Tess asked. "That's not nothing," he said, not unkindly. "She'll be sore for a while." He moved on to Eli next. I leaned back against the thin pillow and stared at the ceiling tiles. One of them had a water stain shaped like a continent I couldn't quite place. "Police want statements," Tess said quietly. "They said they'll come by after you're discharged if you're up for it." I nodded. Talking felt like another kind of exertion. "Ron texted," she added. "His brother's on his way back. He's not thrilled." "That makes sense. Ron says thank you." I thought of him kneeling on Daniel's legs in the rain, breathing hard, his voice steady on the phone. Ordinary courage. The kind that didn't look like anything special until you needed it. "Tell him we're sorry about the garage," I said. Tess let out a small breath that might have been a laugh. "Yeah, I'll add that to the list." A nurse came back with a sling and helped me get it on. The movement made my vision flash white at the edges. "Slow," she said. "Breathe." I did. It helped. By the time the police officer came to take my statement, the worst of the immediate panic had receded into something quieter. Not gone, just folded in on itself. Officer Delaney, early 30s, hair pulled back tight, sat at the edge of the bed with a small notebook and asked me to walk her through it from the beginning. I started with the camera. I told her about the thrift store lot, the roll of film, the first scan, about Eli and Tess, about the note in the grip, about the messages, the video, the address. When I got to the garage, my voice slowed. The details came back sharper than I wanted: the smell of oil, the feel of wet concrete under my hands, the sound of the rat skittering away. I told her about the cameras, the photos on the wall, the picture of us taken from the street. "And then he arrived," she said, prompting. "Yes. Had you seen him before?" "At the store," I said. "A few times. I didn't know his name." She wrote that down. "Did he ever make you uncomfortable?" I thought about it. "No," I said, and then, because it felt important to be precise, "Not in a way that stood out." She nodded. "That's common." We went through the rest of it: the confrontation, what he said, the physical struggle, the cameras in the car. She asked the same questions in slightly different ways, making sure the sequence held together. "Do you feel like you're in immediate danger now?" she asked at the end. "No," I said. "Do you feel safe returning to your residence?" The question landed heavier than I expected. "I don't know," I said honestly. She didn't push. "We can arrange for a patrol to swing by your place tonight," she said. "And I'd recommend you stay with a friend if you can, at least for a few days." I nodded. "Okay." When she left, Tess stood up immediately. "You're not going back to your apartment tonight." "I figured," I said. "You can stay with me," she said. "My roommate's out of town. We've got a couch that doesn't try to kill people." "High bar," I said. Eli poked his head through the curtain then, gauze taped above his eyebrow, hair damp, and pushed back. "They letting you out soon," I said. He looked at the sling, winced. "That's going to suck." "Thanks." He leaned against the frame, suddenly looking older than he had that morning. "They found more stuff in his car," he said. "Binder, like they said. Hard drive. They're going to go through it all." "Good," Tess said, too quickly. "Yeah," Eli said. None of us sounded convinced by the word. We didn't go back to the store that night. Eli locked up alone after the police finished with the scene, texted us when he was done, and then drove straight to Tess's place. I fell asleep in the passenger seat without meaning to, head tilted awkwardly against the window, waking only when the car stopped and the engine cut out. Tess's apartment was on the second floor of a narrow building off Division. The hallway smelled faintly of someone else's cooking, cumin, and something sweet. Inside, it was warmer than my place, softer throw blankets, mismatched lamps, a plant in the corner that had somehow survived her care. "You take the couch," she said. "I'll grab you extra pillows." "I'm fine," I said. "You're not," she said. "Sit." I sat. Eli hovered for a second, then disappeared into the kitchen and came back with 3 glasses of water like that was something he could fix. We didn't talk about the big thing. Not right away. We talked around it. "What did the doctor say?" Tess asked. "Sprain, maybe a tear." "Great. Your hand." "Superficial," she said. "Looks worse than it is." Eli touched the bandage at his eyebrow. "I'm going to have a scar." "You'll survive," Tess said. "I was already very handsome," he replied. Debatable. It was stupid. It helped. At some point, without a clear transition, the conversation thinned out and then stopped. The room settled. Rain tapped lightly against the window, softer now. I lay back on the couch, staring up at the ceiling, the sling holding my arm in place. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the flash of the camera, the man's face, the wall of photos. "You should sleep," Tess said from somewhere above me. "I will." Eli turned off the lamp. The room went dim, shapes softening into outlines. For a while, I listened to their breathing from the next room, the small sounds of a building at night, the distant whoosh of a car passing on the wet street. I thought about the film, about the way it had felt in my hand. Solid, trustworthy. Light hits, leaves a mark. Evidence of a moment, except it was. Not in the way I wanted it to be. Film recorded whatever was in front of it. It didn't tell you why. It didn't tell you what happened before or after. It didn't tell you what was just out of frame. That part had always been there. I had just liked pretending it was. The next few days unfolded in a series of small, practical steps. I didn't go back to work right away. Eli insisted, and for once I didn't argue. My shoulder needed rest. My brain needed something I didn't have a word for. Tess went in instead, handling customers with a brightness that felt just a fraction too sharp. Eli stayed close to the back, going through equipment, making lists, talking to the police when they came by for follow-ups. I sat at Tess's kitchen table with my sling and a stack of forms the officer had given me, victim statements, information about restraining orders, a pamphlet on stalking that used the word pattern a lot. There was a pattern. That part was undeniable. Daniel Voss had built it patiently, using ordinary access points. The store, the street, the way people didn't look too closely at someone holding a camera. The police told me he had a job that kept him mobile. Delivery routes, flexible hours, enough time to observe, enough excuses to be anywhere. He didn't hack anything, Officer Delaney said during one of the follow-ups. No sophisticated surveillance, just persistence. That was supposed to be reassuring. It was. They found hundreds of images on the hard drive, some duplicates of the prints in the garage, some new, different days, different angles, a timeline that stretched back months. Most of them are exactly what you saw, Delaney said. You going about your day. Nothing illegal about taking pictures in public, unfortunately. It crosses the line when it becomes targeted, repeated, intended to cause distress, which this clearly is. Intended to cause distress, I repeated. He wanted you to notice, she said. I thought about his words in the rain. You notice pictures. I didn't like that he had seen that he had chosen me because of it. It made the whole thing feel less random, more specific, more like something that could happen again. They asked if I wanted to press charges. Yes, I said. There was no hesitation there. A week later, I went back to the store. The front door chimed the same way it always had. The light was the same soft yellow. The smell of paper and chemicals hadn't changed. It should have felt like relief. It didn't. Eli looked up from behind the counter when I came in. Hey, Tess popped out from the back, wiping her hands on a rag. You're upright. Mostly. She eyed the sling. Still looks bad. It is. We stood there for a second, the three of us in the same positions we'd been in 100 times before. Only now there was something else layered under it. Awareness, maybe. Or the absence of a certain kind of ignorance. Ready to work? Eli asked. I considered it. Let's start slow, I said. Slow is good, Tess said. I went into the back room. The scanner sat where I'd left it, dark now. The negative carrier empty. The little stack of prints on the shelf exactly as it had been. On the desk, in a plastic evidence bag, was the thrift store Olympus, cracked near the hinge. Lens crooked. Eli must have gotten it back from the police for us after they documented it. I stood there for a long moment, looking at it. Then I sat down. I didn't turn the scanner on. Not yet. Instead, I pulled a new roll of film from the drawer. Fresh, unexposed, sealed in its little black canister. I held it in my hand, feeling its weight. Everything okay? Tess asked from the doorway. Yeah, I said. I slid the roll into a camera, a different one, not the Olympus, and wound it forward, listening to the soft mechanical clicks. Controlled, predictable. I raised it, pointed it at the empty room, and took a picture. The shutter snapped. Just that, a moment. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Starting over, Eli asked, appearing behind Tess. Something like that, I said. I set the camera down carefully. Later, when I finally did turn the scanner back on, I worked through a stack of customer orders. Weddings, birthdays, a kid's soccer game, ordinary lives captured in small rectangles of light. I looked at each one a little longer than I used to, at the edges, at what might be just outside the frame. When I got to the end of the stack, I reached for the next envelope without thinking. It was unmarked, no name, no order number, just a plain white sleeve tucked among the others. I frowned, turning it over. Eli, I called. He didn't answer right away. I slid the contents out, a strip of negatives. My breath caught. The frames were small, amber, familiar. I held them up to the light. In the first frame, I saw a room I recognized, Tess's living room, the couch where I'd slept. The angle was wrong, too high, as if taken from the doorway, as if someone had been standing there, watching. I didn't say anything. I just stood there, the strip trembling slightly between my fingers, and listened to the scanner hum to life beside me. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that felt wrong was how long the mascot held the wave. Not a cheerful little side-to-side thing for the kids lined up near the funnel cake stand. Not the tired, phone it and wrist flap people in hot costumes do when their break is 5 minutes late and the foam head smells like old mop water. This was different. The arm stayed raised, elbow locked, white cartoon glove tilted toward the midway like he was frozen mid-greeting. Except he wasn't frozen. His head moved. Slowly, carefully, the giant rabbit head turned and tracked people as they passed beneath the string lights. A teenage couple with neon wristbands. A dad carrying a crying little girl with pink cotton candy stuck in her hair. 2 boys in matching park shirts shoving each other near the milk bottle game. The rabbit watched each one with that fixed, stitched smile and those huge oval eyes. Then, without lowering the arm, he stepped backward into the shadow beside the old photo booth and disappeared. I remember that part exactly because Mara said, "Okay, that's creepy," and laughed right after, like the laugh could take the weight out of the words. It didn't. The music from the carousel kept chiming away behind us, bright and tinny. And somewhere farther down the midway, a ride operator barked. 2 seats, right side, fill all the way in. Oil, sugar, hot metal, chlorine from the splash area drifting over from the kid zone. Normal summer smells. Normal Friday night at Brackett Family Adventure Park in western Pennsylvania, just outside Beaver Falls, 20 minutes from where I'd grown up. Everything should have stayed in that normal lane. Instead, I stood there with a paper tray of cheese fries cooling in my hands, staring at the place where the mascot had gone. "You saw that, right?" I asked. Mara had already stolen one of my fries. I saw a guy going on break. He was waving at nothing. He was waving at customers. That's literally his job, Ben. Still, she looked back toward the photo booth too, quick and sideways. My name is Ben Ritchie. I was 26 that summer, home again in Beaver County, after dropping out of a graduate program in Pittsburgh that I'd insisted for 2 years was exactly what I wanted. I was living in my mother's basement apartment while I figured things out, which mostly meant doing freelance website fixes for small businesses and avoiding people I knew from high school in places with fluorescent lighting. I had a habit of lingering on small wrong things until they grew teeth in my head. That was the private defect, I guess. I could take a loose thread and worry it until the whole seam came apart. Mara Ellison was 28, and she had the kind of practical steadiness that made everyone else look slightly overcomplicated. She worked as an ER nurse at Heritage Valley, wore her dark hair tied up even off shift because she said it annoyed her when it touched her neck, and had agreed to come to Brackett with me because I'd found a coupon packet in the Sunday mail. And because, in her words, sometimes it's good for adults to act 12 in public. We'd been seeing each other for 6 months, long enough for her to know when I was spiraling, and long enough for me to resent how quickly she could tell. She nudged my shoulder with hers. Eat before they congeal. I hate when you use nurse words at carnival food. Congeal is not a nurse word. It's an English word. I took a fry to prove I could let it go. The cheese had already started developing that skin on top. Over by the basketball game, a siren sound effect whooped every time somebody missed. Kids ran past with light-up swords, their sneakers slapping the concrete. Above us, the sky spinner lifted a set of chairs into the dusk, chains rattling, riders' screams flattening into the wind. Brackett wasn't a huge place. It wasn't Six Flags. It wasn't even Kennywood. It was one of those family-owned regional parks that survived by being cheap, close, and familiar. One wooden coaster from the 70s, a log flume that always smelled faintly swampy, a reptile house no one seemed to clean well enough, birthday pavilions, midway games, a petting zoo, and a children's train that looped past fake Western storefronts and a fiberglass mountain. You came because your parents brought you, and later you brought your own kids, or your nieces and nephews, or your girlfriend because you wanted something to do that wasn't a bar. I'd been coming here since I was 5. I knew where the pavement dipped near the bumper cars, and where the bathrooms always had one sink out of order, and how the old speakers near the pirate plunge crackled when the humidity got bad. Familiarity can make a place feel safe. It can also make the wrong thing stand out harder. There, I said. The rabbit had reappeared by the ring toss booth. He stood half-turned toward the crowd, one oversized foot angled outward, one hand still raised. Same pose, same stiff stillness. Up close, his suit looked older than the newer branded mascots you saw at chain parks. The fur had dulled from white to a kind of nicotine cream. Blue vest, red bow tie, yellow buttons big as drink coasters. The head was oversized in a way that belonged to another decade of costume design, the smile too wide, the cheeks too round. The park called him Baxter Bunny. There'd been some copyright issue years back, and they'd quietly moved from generic rabbit mascot to official park rabbit mascot without changing much besides the name on the merchandise. Mara squinted. That's not the same guy. What? The last one seemed taller. You can tell from a rabbit suit. I can tell you are now making me compare rabbits in a serious way, which I don't appreciate. She said it lightly, but I was already watching the hands. The gloves looked dingy at the seams. One cuff rode up a little, and for a second I thought I saw bare wrist above it. Not skin, something darker, maybe an undersleeve. The rabbit's head turned, not toward the kids at the game this time, toward us. Mara gave a little salute with a cheese fry. See, he likes you. The rabbit lowered its hand. Just once, very deliberate. Then it pointed across the midway toward the old employee-only service corridor between the arcade and the shuttered 4D theater. I stared. Did he just probably gesturing for someone else? There's no one there. Then maybe he wants you to join the mascot union. I laughed because she wanted me to. It came out thin. A family pushed in front of us, and when they passed, the rabbit was walking again, crossing behind the whack a mole trailer with a rolling, exaggerated gait. But there was nothing playful about it. The motions were too economical. No wave, no hopping little dance for the kids. Just straight to the service corridor, where a dented gray door stood propped open with a bucket of sand. He went through without looking back. Mara watched him disappear. All right, she said. That was a little weird. Thank you could still be nothing. Also thank you. She took my tray out of my hands and set it on a nearby trash can lid. Come on. We're not spending the whole night auditing rabbit behavior. We moved on toward the wooden coaster, threading through families and packs of teenagers. A little calm returned, mostly because the park kept insisting on it. The sky was turning a deep blue above the floodlights, and the coaster's lift hill clicked steadily, comforting in its repetition. People shrieked on the drop, then came off grinning, breathless, alive. A little boy dragged an oversized plush snake by the tail. Somewhere behind the games, a compressor kicked on with a cough and rumble. We rode the coaster once, then again because the line was short. Going up the second lift hill, with the breeze cooler on my face and the metal bar pressing against my lap, I almost forgot the rabbit. That was one of the reasons Mara liked places like this. They gave your body something immediate to do. You stopped thinking in spirals when a hill was about to throw you over the edge. At the bottom of the second run, the train slammed into the brake track, and Mara laughed hard enough to bend forward. "Okay," she said as we stepped onto the exit platform. "Worth the sunburn risk." Her voice had that loose, happy note it got when she was actually relaxed, not just pretending for other people's comfort. I loved that sound. I also noticed, because I noticed things I shouldn't, that the teenage ride operator checking restraints looked exhausted enough to sway. We stopped near a bench beside the penny press machine to drink warm bottled water. On the other side of the fence, the maintenance lane ran behind the coaster supports. A yellow utility cart sat parked there with one headlight out. Past it, the trees at the edge of the property thickened into dark shapes. The park always felt smaller once you noticed how close the woods were. A bright contained place built right up against brush and service roads and back access gates. "Talk to me," Mara said. "I'm talking." "No, you're doing that thing where your forehead gets all pinched and you answer in one-word installments." I twisted the bottle cap between my fingers. Do you ever get the feeling something is off before you can explain why? All the time. Usually because something is off. That's not comforting. It's not supposed to be. She leaned back on the bench and looked at me. "What does it feel like, specifically?" I could have lied. Mara was one of the few people I usually didn't lie to, at least not in the ways that mattered. "Like everyone else got a memo, and I didn't," I said. "Like there's some obvious explanation, and I'm the only idiot still standing there trying to solve it." That is a very you way to describe anxiety. I know. She took the bottle from me, drank, handed it back. "Then maybe don't crown yourself king of the rabbit investigation yet." I smiled despite myself. "You saying there should be a committee?" "I'm saying you once convinced yourself your landlord was entering your apartment because the kitchen chair moved. He was entering the apartment. He entered it once because the upstairs sink burst and water was coming through your ceiling. Still counts." She laughed again, then her expression softened. "Ben, I'm not saying ignore it if something actually feels wrong. I'm saying your brain likes to sprint ahead of the evidence." That was fair, which irritated me more than if she'd been dismissive. Before I could answer, a voice behind us said, "You two waiting for the ghost train." We both turned. The speaker was a woman in a faded bracket polo and black shorts, maybe 22, with a lanyard full of keys clipped to her belt and a half-peeled orange wristband on one arm. She had a narrow, tired face and frizzing blonde hair shoved under a visor that looked older than she was. She was dragging a black trash bag toward the service lane gate with the flat-footed fatigue of somebody deep into a double shift. "Sorry," Mara said. The woman nodded toward the bench. "People sit here when they're too scared to ride the dark timber mine. Figure they'll watch it first, then they hear the screams and decide against it." I looked past her and realized we were closer to the dark ride than I'd thought. Its fake mine entrance sat half hidden behind a cluster of artificial rocks and pine-shaped decor, the sign bulbs flickering in uneven patches. I'd ridden it as a kid. Cheap blacklight paint, animatronic bats, a collapsing tunnel effect that never quite worked. Considering it, Mara said. Don't, the woman said immediately. She had the timing of somebody tossing out a joke, but she didn't smile. Then she seemed to remember herself and added, unless you like mildew and mechanical failure. Mara grinned. That I understand. The woman shifted the trash bag higher. Elise, she said, giving us a tiny 2-finger salute. I run this side after 6 because management believes one person can, in fact, be in 12 places at once. Mara, Ben. Elise, I repeated, because there was something about her tone that invited one more second of conversation. Has the rabbit always been weird? She stopped moving. Not dramatically. Just a pause, short but real. Then she looked at me over one shoulder. Baxter, yeah, what do you mean weird? I heard Mara exhale beside me. I said, he was just acting sort of off. Not interacting with kids. Kept disappearing into service areas. Elise gave a shrug that looked practiced. Mascot guys are always off. Guys, usually guys, sometimes women. Depends who picks up the shift. She studied my face a little too long, then added, you local, grew up here. Then you know this place runs on duct tape and teenagers. That's reassuring. Welcome home. She tugged the gate open with her free hand. If you're asking whether Baxter goes where he shouldn't, the answer is everybody goes where they shouldn't hear. Half the locks don't catch. She started through, then looked back once. You do ride the mine, sit toward the back. Front car gets stuck more. Before I could ask anything else, she was gone down the service lane, bag brushing the fence, keys tapping against her thigh. Mara turned slowly to me. See, mechanical failure. Normal park weird. She paused. She works here. Maybe she paused because she didn't want to get into workplace gossip with strangers. Or because there is something to get into. Ben, I knew that tone. Not annoyed yet, steering me away from the drop-off. We stood. The dark ride entrance swallowed a new group of riders. From inside came the muffled clatter of track and a fake explosion sound. Somewhere beyond the rocks, a child started crying in the overtired end of Nightway, all breath and no volume control. Overhead, floodlights drew moths that pinged and skittered against the hot glass. I told myself Elise had explained it. Old park, understaffed, odd employees, broken locks, a man in a rabbit suit cutting through service corridors because that was faster than smiling for tourists. The explanation was all there, neat enough to hold. Then, in the reflection of the penny press machine's metal panel, I saw the rabbit again. Not behind us on the midway, much closer. On the other side of the fence, in the maintenance lane, standing in the slice of darkness between coaster supports. He was still, arms at his sides this time, watching us. I turned too fast, and the image snapped into direct view. Cream-colored fur, blue vest, giant head tipped slightly forward, far enough from the public path that no guest should have been there, near enough that I could hear, under the coaster lift chain and the music and the crowd noise, a faint dry sound. Breathing. Not the muffled wheeze of a fan inside a mascot head. Human breathing. Slow, through a mouth. Mara's hand found my arm. Okay, she said, quieter now. That one I don't like. The rabbit lifted one glove and pressed a finger to its smiling mouth. A shushing gesture. Then the coaster train thundered overhead, the wood structure shaking around us. For one loud, rattling second, the whole view blurred with motion and noise. When it passed, the maintenance lane was empty. Just the utility cart, the fence, the smell of creosote and warm grease. Mara let go of my arm. Nope. Yep. No. I mean absolutely not. We're not following a park employee in a mascot suit into a restricted area because you have unresolved issues with ambiguity. I didn't say we should. You were about to. I was considering it. That's a prettier way to say the same dumb thing. We stood there as another train climbed the lift, slower this time, the chain catching and releasing with metallic clacks that seemed much louder now. My pulse had climbed in a stupid, embarrassing rush. Not terror. Not yet. More like the body's refusal to stay casual after something slips outside the script. A park announcement crackled over nearby speakers about the Reptile House closing in 15 minutes. Mara picked up our half-finished water bottle from the bench and shoved it into my hand. Options, she said. We tell security some mascot is creeping people out, and then we leave. Or we shrug it off and go home. Those are grown-up choices. And the mine, she looked toward the dark ride entrance. The flickering bulbs, the painted rocks, the black mouth of the tunnel breathing out cool, damp air that smelled faintly of mold and old machinery. From somewhere inside came a hard metallic bang, then silence, then the recorded minor voice saying, delayed and cheerful, "Hold on to your helmets, folks." Mara frowned. I said, "You heard what Elise said." I did. Another bang. Not part of the soundtrack this time. Sharper, followed by voices, hard to make out. Then the ride attendant at the entrance stepped away from his post and disappeared inside without saying anything to the people waiting in line. Mara and I looked at each other. The crowd around us kept moving. Somebody won a giant panda at a dart game and whooped. A little train whistle blew from the children's area. The park went on being a park, but not quite around the mine. Around the mine, there was a slight bend in the air. That subtle vacuum that forms when normal flow starts going around something no one has named yet. "Ben," Mara said, "I know. No. Listen to me before you decide this means something enormous." "I'm listening," she swallowed, eyes on the dark ride entrance. "We either go find security now, or we walk over there and see if somebody needs help. That's it. Those are the choices." The mine mouth sat open under its patchy sign, damp air sliding out across the concrete. Somewhere inside, something hit metal again. And without either of us moving yet, the night tilted toward one of those choices. Mara moved first. She didn't run. That wasn't her style. She stepped toward the mine entrance with that brisk, purposeful walk she used at the hospital when something wasn't quite an emergency yet, but could become one if you let it drift. "Hey," she called to the small cluster of people waiting near the railing. "Is the ride down?" A teenage girl in a denim jacket shrugged. "Guy just went in. He didn't say anything." Another metallic bang sounded from inside, not loud enough to echo through the whole park, but sharp, contained, followed by a scrape that set my teeth on edge. Mara glanced at me. "You hear that? I heard it. Okay." She stepped up onto the little platform where the ride attendant had been standing seconds ago. A plastic sign hung on the chain barrier. "Please remain seated during the ride." The chain itself had been unclipped, sagging open. "That's not great," she muttered. I stayed a half step behind her, feeling that familiar tightening in my chest. Not panic, not yet. The part of me that cataloged small wrong things had woken up fully now, stacking details one on top of another. The open chain, the absent attendant, the sounds that didn't match the recorded audio, the rabbit in the maintenance lane. "You should call security," I said. "I will," she said. "But if someone's hurt in there, we don't know that. We don't know they're not." She ducked under the chain and disappeared into the mine entrance. For a second, I stayed where I was. That was the fork. Tell security, stay outside, be the person who did the sensible thing. Or follow Mara into a dark ride that already had a reputation for getting stuck. Behind me, someone said, "Are they letting people in again?" I turned. A man with 2 kids, both under 10, stood there holding ride tickets. The younger one bounced on her toes, excited. "They're just checking something," I said, hearing my voice come out steadier than I felt. "Maybe give it a minute." The man frowned but nodded. "Okay." I looked back at the entrance. The air coming out of the tunnel was cooler, damp. It smelled like old wood, mildew, and something metallic underneath. I ducked under the chain. Inside, the lighting shifted immediately. Fluorescent at the entrance, then dim. Then that uneven blacklight glow further in that made painted rocks pop in unnatural colors. The track ran along a shallow trough, metal rails embedded in concrete. A train of small mine carts sat just inside, empty, their lap bars up. "Mara," I called. "Here," her voice came back, a little farther in. I moved forward, shoes sticking slightly on the damp floor. The recorded audio looped from hidden speakers, a cheerful miner voice talking about gold and adventure, the sound warping slightly as I passed each speaker. I found her about 20 feet in, near the first turn. She was crouched beside the track, one hand on the rail. "Tell me that's part of the ride," she said without looking up. I followed her gaze. A flashlight lay on the ground, one of the cheap black plastic ones with a red button, the kind staff used. It was on, beam pointed sideways, illuminating the base of the fake rock wall. Next to it, a shoe. Not a prop, not a decorative boot. A real sneaker. Black, scuffed, laces half-tied. "Jesus," I said. Mara picked up the flashlight, turned it in her hand. "This is employee issue. They give these out for closing checks. Maybe someone dropped it and took off one shoe. Maybe it got caught in the cart. Then where's the person?" She stood, scanning the track. "Ben, call security now." I fumbled my phone out of my pocket. No signal bars, just a blank triangle where they should be. "Of course," I said. "Of course there's no service in the cave ride." Mara swore under her breath. "Okay." We go a little further, see if we find the attendant. And we get out and find someone with a radio. That's a terrible plan. It's a better plan than standing here. Another noise came from deeper inside, not the ride soundtrack. A thud, then something like a muffled shout. Mara's head snapped up. "That's a person, or it's a speaker glitch." "Does that sound like a speaker to you?" "No." It didn't. She started walking along the track. "Mara, Ben, if someone's stuck." "I know," I said. "I know." I followed. The path curved left, then dipped slightly. The blacklight gave way to dim amber bulbs that flickered at irregular intervals. The walls closed in a little fake rock, narrowing the passage. The air got heavier, thicker. We passed the first set piece, a painted prospector figure with a pickaxe that jerked up and down on a motor. It clanked out of sync with the audio, the movement stuttering like it was catching on something. "Maintenance nightmare," Mara said under her breath. We stepped over a shallow puddle where water had seeped across the floor. Shoes slipped a little, catching on the damp concrete. Then the track ahead came into view. A cart sat halfway around the bend, not at the station, not neatly lined up, just stopped. Its lap bars were down. 2 people were inside. One of them was slumped forward, forehead against the bar. The other was gripping the sides of the cart, head whipping toward us as the light hit her face. "Hey," she shouted. "Thank God," Mara broke into a jog. "Are you okay?" "I don't know," the woman said, voice shaking. It just stopped. It jerked, and then he said he'd go check. And then, who said? I asked. The guy at the front, the operator. He climbed out and went forward, and he hasn't come back. Mara reached the cart and grabbed the lap bar, testing it. Can you move? It won't come up. Okay. Mara crouched, peering at the latch mechanism. These are manual releases if the system fails. There should be a... She stopped. What? I said. She leaned closer, angling the flashlight beam. The latch is jammed, like stuck, like something's wedged in it. The woman in the cart made a small, panicked sound. Can you just pull it? Please. Mara braced her foot against the cart and tried to lift the bar. It didn't budge. Ben, come here. I stepped closer, trying not to think about the tightness of the space, the low ceiling, the way the tunnel seemed to press in. Help me lift on 3, Mara said. 1, 2, we pulled. The bar moved maybe a fraction of an inch, then locked again with a dull, stubborn click. Mara exhaled hard. Okay, don't force it. If it snaps, then what? I asked. Then it snaps, she said, and we deal with it. That was not comforting. Listen, she said to the woman in the cart. What's your name? Jess. Jess, I'm Mara. This is Ben. We're going to get you out, okay? But we might need to find the release at the front of the train. The operator went that way. Jess nodded quickly. Yeah. He said he'd check the track. Did he say anything else? No, he looked at something and then he climbed out. What did he look at? I asked. Jess's eyes flicked past me, deeper into the tunnel. I don't know, something ahead. Another sound echoed from that direction. Closer this time, a scraping, like something heavy being dragged across metal. Mara stood. We need to find him. Or we leave, I said. We go get help. This is above our pay grade. And leave them here? Yes. Mara stared at me. You're serious? Yeah, I am. This is a broken ride. There are staff for this. And where are they? I didn't have an answer, just made a small, desperate noise. Please don't leave. Mara looked back at her, then at me. We go forward. We find the operator. We come back with a solution. That assumes he's fine. If he's not, then we need to know that too. My chest tightened again, sharper now. This wasn't abstract anymore. This was a problem with edges. People stuck. A missing operator. A mechanism that wouldn't release. And that other thing, the rabbit, I said, we should at least leave a message at the entrance. No signal, she said. And if we go back out, we lose time. You're guessing. I'm making a call. That was her job at the hospital. Make the call with incomplete information. Act. Mine, apparently, was to stand there and catalog reasons not to. Fine, I said. We go forward. She nodded once, decisive. Stay with him, she said, nodding to the slumped person in the cart. Keep talking to him. If he wakes up, don't let him thrash. We'll be back. Jess nodded, eyes wide. We moved past the cart, deeper into the mine. The tunnel narrowed again. The lighting dropped to almost nothing, just occasional bulbs casting weak yellow pools. The recorded audio cut out entirely, leaving only the ambient hum of machinery and the distant park noise filtered through layers of wood and rock. Ben, Mara said quietly. Stay close. I'm right here. We stepped over another section of damp floor. The air felt cooler now, and there was a new smell under the mildew. Rubber. Burnt. Ahead, the tunnel opened into a slightly wider section where the track split around a central pillar. A maintenance access point, maybe. A metal toolbox lay open on the ground, tools scattered around it. Operator, Mara called. Hello, no answer. She swept the flashlight beam across the area. It landed on a shape against the far wall. Person, the ride attendant. He was on his side, knees drawn up slightly, one arm tucked under him. His uniform shirt was damp with sweat, sticking to his back. The cap had fallen off, lying a foot away. Mara was moving before I could process it. She dropped to her knees beside him, fingers going to his neck. "Pulse," she said, "weak, but there." "What happened to him?" I asked. "Heat, maybe, or he fell." She rolled him gently onto his back. His eyes fluttered, unfocused. "Hey," she said. "Hey, can you hear me?" He made a small sound, somewhere between a groan and a word. "Stay with me," she said. "What's your name?" "Tyler," he managed. "Tyler, I'm Mara. You're going to be okay." "What happened?" His gaze shifted past her shoulder. His pupils widened. "Don't," he said, voice cracking. "Don't let him." The rest dissolved into a cough. Mara frowned. "Don't let who?" A sound cut her off. Behind us. A soft, deliberate step on damp concrete. I turned. The tunnel behind us was empty for a second. Then something moved in the shadow between two weak bulbs. Cream-colored fur, blue vest. The rabbit stepped into the light, closer than before. Much closer. Up close, the suit looked worse. The fur was matted in places, darker around the mouth area like it had been damp and dried too many times. The head tilted slightly, that fixed smile catching the weak light. His hands were at his sides. No wave now, no gesture, just standing there, blocking the way back. Mara didn't turn right away. She was still focused on Tyler, trying to keep him conscious. "Ben," she said, "help me get him up. We need to move him back toward the entrance." "Yeah," I said, but my voice didn't move my body. The rabbit took one slow step forward. The sound of the suit moving was wrong. Not the rustle of fabric, something heavier under it, a shift of weight that didn't match the exaggerated costume. "Mara," I said, quieter, "we have a problem." She glanced up, irritated for half a second, then she saw it. Her expression changed. Not panic, not yet assessment. "Okay," she said, very calm. "Okay." The rabbit lifted one hand, not waving, reaching. Tyler made a strangled sound. "No," Mara's jaw tightened. "Ben, we're not leaving him." "I didn't say we should." The rabbit took another step. The space between us shrank to maybe 15 feet. No exit behind him. No signal. A jammed cart with 2 people trapped behind us. An unconscious operator at our feet. Mara shifted her stance, bracing slightly, putting herself between Tyler and the rabbit without even thinking about it. "Sir," she said, voice steady, projecting the authority she used in the ER. "We need you to step back." The rabbit didn't respond, didn't slow, just kept coming. And in that narrow, dim tunnel, with nowhere to go but deeper in or straight through him, the problem stopped being mechanical. It became something else entirely. For a second, nobody moved. The tunnel seemed to hold its breath with us. Weak bulbs buzzed overhead. Water dripped somewhere farther back, irregular, like a leaky faucet you couldn't quite find. Mara's voice cut through it, steady. "Sir, stop." The rabbit didn't. He took another step, slow, measured, close enough now that I could see the seams along the jawline of the head where the fabric had been repaired badly. Close enough that the smell hit me, sour, damp, human sweat trapped under synthetic fur. Mara shifted her weight, one hand still braced near Tyler's shoulder. "Ben," she said under her breath, "we move him. Now, toward the cart," I said, "toward anything that's not standing still." The rabbit's head tilted again, like he was listening. I stepped forward, grabbed Tyler under his arms. He was heavier than he looked, dead weight, legs dragging. "On 3, Mara said. 1, 2, we hauled him backward a few feet. The rabbit didn't rush us. That was worse. He kept that same pace, closing the gap without urgency. "Okay," Mara said. "New plan. We get Tyler behind the cart. Put something between us and him." "And then what?" We figure it out. We half-dragged, half-carried Tyler back toward the stalled cart. The floor dipped slightly there, water pooling around the rails. My shoes slipped twice, catching on the concrete, sending a jolt up my ankle. Behind us, the rabbit's steps stayed steady, not gaining fast, not falling back, just there. We reached the cart. Jess's face went from relief to confusion to outright fear in the space of a second as she saw what was behind us. "What is that?" she whispered. "Stay calm," Mara said automatically, even though nothing about this was calm. "We're going to get you out." The rabbit stopped about 10 feet away, close enough that the light hit him fully. Up close, the costume didn't just look old. It looked altered. The vest hung unevenly, like something underneath it was bulky, shifting. The gloves were too tight at the wrists, stretched. And the head, there was a slight misalignment now, like it wasn't sitting straight on the shoulders. Tyler stirred, a weak, panicked sound escaping him. Don't, Mara crouched beside the cart again. "Ben, help me with the bar. We're trying again." "That didn't work. We're trying again." The rabbit took one more step. We grabbed the lap bar. 1, 2, 3, we pulled. This time it gave. Not much. A sharp metallic crack, then a shift. Our lifted an inch before slamming back down, harder than before. Jess yelped. "Okay," Mara said quickly. "Okay, that's progress." "Progress," I said. "It moved. Something's blocking it." "Yeah, no kidding." She dropped to her knees, peering into the latch housing. "There's something jammed in here. I need light." I angled the flashlight down. Inside the mechanism, wedged between the metal teeth, was a strip of fabric. Blue, same color as the vest. Mara went very still. "That's not supposed to be there." "No," I said, "it's not." The rabbit didn't move while we stared at it. Jess's voice trembled. "Can you get it out?" Mara reached in carefully, fingers probing around the edges. "Maybe. If I can loosen it." The rabbit moved again. Faster this time. Not a run, but a sudden shortening of the distance. 2 steps instead of 1. "Okay," I said louder. "Okay, we need space." Mara didn't look up. "Give me 10 seconds." "You don't have 10 seconds. I need 10 seconds. Tyler made a choking sound. He, Tyler, Mara said sharply. "Stay with me." "What did he do?" Tyler's eyes flicked toward the rabbit. His voice broke into a cough. "Come on," Mara muttered, more to herself now, tugging at the fabric. It didn't budge. The rabbit raised his hands, not reaching this time, adjusting. He gripped the oversized head with both hands and twisted. Jess screamed. The head shifted a fraction, then settled again, crooked. For one terrible second, I thought he was taking it off. But he didn't. He just adjusted it, like it was uncomfortable, like something inside needed repositioning. And in that movement, I saw it. A strip of skin at the neck. Real skin, pale, damp, pressed tight against the collar of the suit. No cooling vest, no proper underlayer, just skin and fabric. "He hasn't taken it off," I said, more to myself than anyone else. "What?" Mara snapped. "He hasn't taken it off." "Ben, focus." "I am focusing." "That's," I gestured uselessly. "That's why." The smell hit stronger now, not just sweat, something else. Rotting food, old moisture, the kind of smell you get when something organic has been sealed up too long. Mara's hand froze inside the latch. "Okay," she said, voice tight. "We're not getting this open fast enough." "Great. New plan, we move." "Where?" She pointed past the cart, deeper into the tunnel. "There's a maintenance exit further in." "There has to be." "You're guessing again." "I'm using pattern. Every ride has an emergency exit. And if it's locked, then we find something to break it." Behind us, the rabbit took another step. close enough now that I could hear it again. Breathing, slow, controlled, but there. Move, Mara said. Jess shook her head frantically. Don't leave me. We're not, Mara said. We're getting help. We're coming back with a way to open this. That's what the other guy said. Mara flinched just slightly, then hardened. At him, she grabbed my arm. Ben, I looked at Jess, at the slumped man beside her at the jammed bar, then at the rabbit. Fine, I said. Fine, we go. We dragged Tyler with us again, moving past the cart, deeper into the tunnel. The layout shifted as we went. The track curved right, then straightened into a longer corridor. On the left, a narrow walkway ran alongside the rails, just wide enough for maintenance staff. On the right, the fake rock wall pressed close. Overhead, the lights thinned out. Every third bulb was out entirely, leaving pockets of darkness between weak pools of yellow. My breathing got louder in my ears. Tyler's weight dragged at my arms, muscles starting to burn. Behind us, the rabbit followed, still not rushing, just keeping up. Why isn't he just? I started. I don't know, Mara said. Don't try to understand it right now. Hard not to. We reached a junction. The track split again, one line continuing forward, another veering off to the left into a darker section marked with a faded sign, maintenance access, authorized personnel only. There, Mara said. A metal door sat at the end of the left spur, industrial gray with a push bar and a small window covered in wire mesh. Go, she said. We veered left, shoes splashing through another shallow puddle. The door loomed closer. Hope, sharp and sudden, flared in my chest. I reached it first, shifting Tyler's weight against the wall so I could push the bar. It didn't move. I shoved harder. Nothing. Locked, I said. Try again. I am trying. Mara set Tyler down gently and stepped in, bracing both hands on the bar. She pushed. The door rattled, didn't open. Okay, she said, breathing harder now. Okay, we break it. With what? She looked around. The maintenance area was cluttered pipes along the wall, a coiled hose, a rusted metal bracket bolted near the floor. I grabbed the bracket, yanked. It didn't come free. Behind us, the rabbit turned into the side corridor. Closer now. 5 feet into the spur, no more distance to buffer us. Ben, Mara said, we don't have time. I know. I kicked the door. Pain shot up my leg, sharp and immediate. The door didn't care. Again, she said. I kicked it again. The metal dented slightly this time, a dull thunk echoing through the narrow space. The rabbit stopped at the entrance to the spur. Watching. Always watching. Why isn't he? I started again. Because he doesn't need to, Mara snapped. Because we're trapped. The word hung there, trapped. I kicked the door a third time, harder. My heel slipped on the damp floor, sending me sideways. I caught myself against the wall, shoulders slamming into the fake rock with a jolt that made my teeth click. Ben, I'm fine. I wasn't fine. My leg throbbed. My shoulder burned. The door stayed closed. Mara grabbed the hose, yanked it free, then tried to loop it through the push bar for leverage. It snapped in her hands, cheap material, of course. Okay, she said, breathing fast now. Okay, that's not working. The rabbit took another step into the spur, 4 feet away. The smell was overwhelming now. Sweat, rot, something chemical underneath. Tyler groaned on the floor. Don't let him, he whispered again, barely audible. Don't let him what? Mara demanded. Tyler's eyes rolled, unfocused. Take, his head lolled to the side. Take what? She pressed. No answer. The rabbit lifted one hand again, not reaching, pointing, past us. At the door. For a second, my brain misfired. He wants us to go through, I said. That door's locked, Mara said. Then why? The rabbit took another step. 3 feet now, close enough that I could see the fabric at the next shift with each breath. Close enough that I could see a darker stain spreading along the lower edge of the suit. Back up, Mara said. Backed up. The door pressed cold against my spine. Nowhere else to go. The rabbit's finger stayed pointed at the door. Then, slowly, he lowered his hand and reached for the handle. Mara grabbed my wrist. If he opens that, I know. The rabbit's gloved hand closed around the push bar. He pushed. The door opened. Not easily. It stuck for a second, then gave with a grinding squeal. Cold air rushed in from the other side. Real air, not the damp, trapped smell of the tunnel. A service corridor beyond. Concrete walls. Fluorescent lighting flickering overhead. An exit. Relief surged, then twisted, because the rabbit stepped aside, letting us through. Mara didn't move. Why? She said, barely above a whisper. Don't question it, I said, just go. That's not how this works. It is right now. Behind us, deeper in the mine, something slammed again. Loud, echoing, Jess. The cart. They were still back there. Mara's grip tightened on my wrist. We can't leave them. We're not leaving, I said. We're getting out so we can get help. And if he closes the door behind us, I looked at the rabbit, still standing there, head tilted, watching, waiting. I don't think he needs to, I said. That was the point where something shifted in me. Not bravery, not exactly. More like the realization that all the careful cataloging, all the waiting for enough information to make a perfect decision, had run out of usefulness. There wasn't a perfect decision. There was just the next move. Go, I said. Mara hesitated for 1 second. Then she nodded. We grabbed Tyler again and stepped through the doorway into the service corridor. The air felt colder immediately, cleaner. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, harsh and real compared to the dim ride lighting. Behind us, the rabbit stepped forward, into the doorway. For a second, I thought he would follow. Instead, he reached up and pulled the door shut. It slammed with a heavy, final sound. I lunged back, grabbing the handle, yanking it open. It didn't move. Locked from the other side. Mara's breath hitched. Ben, I know. I slammed my shoulder into it. Nothing. I tried again, harder. The door held. From the other side, faint through the metal, I heard it. A single, slow knock. Then silence. Mara stared at the door, then down the corridor, stretching away from us. Okay, she said, voice tight but controlled. Okay, we're out. That's good. That's, her words cut off. I followed her gaze. The corridor didn't lead back to the park. It sloped downward, deeper, toward another set of doors at the far end, marked with a faded sign I could barely read from here. Something like service access, lower level. The overhead lights flickered. Behind us, the only way back was sealed. Ahead, the corridor dipped into a part of the park we hadn't known existed. And somewhere behind that door, inside the mine, Jess was still trapped. Mara swallowed. This is wrong. Yeah, I said. We need to go back. We can't. She looked at me, something close to anger flashing through the fear. Then we need another way around. There has to be a way back to the ride from here. I looked down the corridor again. Long, narrow, empty, leading deeper under the park. And for the first time since we'd stepped into the mine, I realized something worse than being blocked. We hadn't been pushed out. We'd been redirected. We got Tyler moving again by threatening to drop him. That sounds cruel, and maybe it was, but nothing down there felt clean anymore. Mara had crouched beside him in the service corridor, smacking his cheek lightly, then harder, and he kept kept drifting sideways into that gray, half-conscious place where people hear you and don't quite come back. His face was slick with sweat. His bracket polo clung to him. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed and fluttered in a slow pulse that made all of us look sicker than we were. "Tyler," Mara said, low and sharp. "Listen to me. If you pass out again, we cannot carry you much farther. Do you understand?" He blinked at her, swallowed, nodded once. The corridor sloped down about 30 yards before flattening into a T intersection. I could map it even through the adrenaline. Behind us, the locked mine access door the rabbit had sealed from the other side. Ahead, the wider lower-level service area. To the left, a cinder-block hall lined with old posters curled at the corners. Arrows for staff only and animal care and electrical. To the right, a narrower passage with exposed pipes and a draft cold enough to smell rain and rust. Everything under the park felt older than the park. Built, expanded, patched, forgotten. Mara got one of Tyler's arms over her shoulders. I took the other side. "Talk," I said to him as we started walking. "What did you mean? Don't let him take something." Tyler's sneakers dragged for the first few steps. "He takes people's stuff." "What stuff?" Mara said. "He started with lockers." Tyler winced with each word. "Phones, wallets, keys, like stupid little things. People complained. Management said kids steal, guests lie, whatever." He swallowed again. "Then staff stuff started going missing too. Radios, flashlights, key rings." "The shoe," I said. Tyler looked at me, dazed but tracking. "What?" "We found a shoe near the ride entrance." His face tightened. "That was Nolan's." "Who's Nolan?" Mara asked. "Maintenance." Tyler's voice dropped. "He quit, I think. You think?" Tyler gave a thin, miserable laugh that turned into a cough. "Nobody says anything straight here." That fit too easily. We reached the T intersection. The left hall smelled faintly of bleach and wet hay. The right smelled metallic, hot, electrical. Somewhere ahead, a ventilation fan hummed unevenly, as if one blade was bent. Mara shifted Tyler's weight and looked at the signs. "Which way gets us back to the mine?" Tyler lifted a trembling hand and pointed left. "Loop around, old animal tunnel. Comes up behind dark timber near the unload bay." "You sure?" I asked. "No," he said, "but pretty sure. It would have almost been funny in another life." We went left. The hall widened after 20 feet and opened into a storage space with chain link partitions. Stacks of folded strollers, broken parade floats under tarps, plastic pumpkins in cracked bins. One whole section of old park costumes hanging from a pipe rack behind the fence. Pirates, a bear, a sheriff, 2 faded princess dresses in garment bags cloudy with dust. The sight of them stopped me for half a second. Empty costumes hanging in rows, limbs with no bodies, heads on shelves. "Keep moving," Mara said. But I was staring at the pipe rack because one space was empty. A wider gap, center left, with a hook labeled BAXDR in embossed tape, the letters yellowing at the edges. And below it, on the concrete, a scatter of white synthetic fur. Mara followed my gaze. "Ben, I know. No, that was the wrong word. I didn't know. I knew only enough to feel the shape of something ugly assembling itself just out of full view." Tyler saw it too and looked away immediately. He wasn't supposed to use that one anymore. Mara stopped walking. "What do you mean, wasn't supposed to?" "It was old. No ventilation fan. Foam inside started breaking down. People said it smelled." He licked dry lips. "New Baxter suit came in last spring. This one was supposed to be in storage. Then why is someone wearing it?" Tyler shook his head once, quick and frightened, like a prey animal rejecting a trap. I never saw him change. That landed in all three of us at once. Mara's face went still. Never. Tyler stared at the floor. He was always already in it, for photos, parades, all that. Or he'd just be there. Service hall, loading dock, behind the arcade. I thought it was a bit at first, like management keeping the character alive. His breathing sped up. Then I saw hands. What about hands? I said. Inside the gloves, he whispered. There were bandages, dirty ones. We heard a sound then, not behind us. Above. A hollow rolling thump through the ceiling, followed by a softer bump, 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 like something heavy moving over wood. The coaster. For one irrational second, my body interpreted it as footsteps overhead tracking us, and all the muscles in my back clenched. Then the track noise resolved itself, lift chain, wheels, structural rattle. Just the wooden coaster passing somewhere above the service space. Misdirection. Nothing more, but the damage was done. Tyler nearly folded. Mara had to grab his chin and make him look at her. Stay with me, she said. How do we get into the unload bay? He pointed deeper left. Generator room, then catwalk. Generator room, I repeated. Great. We moved again. The next hall narrowed so much our shoulders brushed cinder block if we walked side by side. The air changed, warmer and drier. A buzzing filled it, low at first, then louder until it resolved into machinery. We emerged at a graded platform overlooking a room 2 stories high, packed with old electrical cabinets, conduit, and a backup generator the size of a bus, painted bracket green and patched with newer metal plates. Heat rolled off it in waves. A maintenance catwalk ran along the far wall and disappeared into a darker opening. Across there, Tyler said. The graded platform under our feet trembled faintly with the machinery. I could see through it to the concrete floor, 15 feet down. Tools scattered below. An overturned mop bucket. A maintenance radio with its antenna snapped off. Mara swore quietly. He's been through here. How do you know? I asked. She pointed to the radio. That wasn't dropped in a neat little accident. We eased Tyler onto a bench bolted to the wall. You sit, Mara said. You stay awake. Tyler nodded too fast. I'm serious. I know. She turned to me. We cross. We get to the unload side. If we can open the emergency release from there, we get Jess and the other rider out. Then we get everyone out to guest areas. You said if. I know what I said. Do we call for help at any point in this plan? Ben, unless you found signal in your soul, my phone buzzed in my pocket so suddenly I jumped. 1 bar, then none, then 1 again. I yanked it out, raising it instinctively like altitude might matter underground. Wait. Green lit with a single missed emergency alert from earlier in the evening, and a flood of delayed notifications that had finally shoved through. No live service. Then a bar again. Mara saw it. Can you call? I tried. The call screen sat there thinking, then failed. Text, she said. I opened a message to 911. No send. Tried Mara's. Nothing. Damn it. But it meant the signal bled in and out here. Not enough to rely on. Enough to tease. Tyler made a strangled sound. We turned. At the far side of the generator room, beyond the machinery, a white shape had stepped into view on the lower floor. The rabbit. He wasn't hurrying. He moved between the generator cabinets like he knew the layout perfectly, ducking under conduit, one hand trailing briefly along a railing. We were above him, separated by height and machinery. For the the first time since the mine, there was a little distance. Mara leaned toward Tyler. "Can you cross?" He looked at the catwalk and immediately answered truthfully, "Probably not." The rabbit paused below and tipped his head up toward us. "Move," Mara said. We went out onto the catwalk. The metal flexed under our weight, not dangerously, just enough to remind me it existed. Mara first, then Tyler gripping the rail, me behind him with one hand at his back. The generator roared beside us. Hot metal smell. Diesel, dust. My earlier shoulder injury ached every time I lifted Tyler's arm higher on the rail. Halfway across, the rabbit vanished under the catwalk. That was somehow worse than watching him. Tyler began to stumble. "Don't look down," I said. "I was. You were. Shut up." A tiny, ordinary exchange, human. It helped for 2 seconds. Then the catwalk jolted. Not a collapse. A hard metallic impact from below. Tyler cried out and dropped to one knee. Mara spun and caught him before he slid sideways through the rail gap. I dropped flat, grabbing the grating with both hands as the whole structure shuddered again. Below us, out of sight, something slammed metal into metal. "He's hitting the supports," I shouted. Mara had one arm hooked under Tyler's chest. "Can you move?" Tyler shook his head frantically. No. Another impact. The catwalk bucked. One of the bolts near the wall spat rust flakes and squealed. This was the first real attempt. Not stalking, not hurting, action. And it was smart. He didn't need to climb up to us. He just needed gravity and old infrastructure to do the work. "Mara," I crawled forward. "Leave him, we have to go." Her head snapped toward me with pure fury. No, another slam. The catwalk dipped an inch. Tyler started sobbing. Thin, shocked sounds. Mara looked from him to the far platform, maybe 10 feet away. Then at the maintenance shelf mounted to the wall beside us, old gear, loose straps, a fire extinguisher in a bracket. She ripped the extinguisher free. I understood half a beat later. "Mara," she yanked the pin, leaned over the rail, and discharged it downward. A blizzard of white chemical powder erupted under the catwalk. The generator room swallowed the hiss and spat it back in echoes. Below us somebody coughed. Not synthetic. Human, wet, and furious. The impact stopped. "Move," Mara shouted. We dragged Tyler the last stretch, half carrying him, half shoving. I nearly lost my footing when powder from the extinguisher drifted up through the grating and made it slick. My shin slammed the rail hard enough to numb my foot. Mara hauled Tyler onto the far platform just as a gloved hand shot up between the catwalk slats behind us. Too late to grab. Close enough to prove he'd almost had us. Piled through the opening beyond the generator room and into a service passage lit by a single red emergency bulb. Mara bent over, hands on her knees, coughing from the extinguisher dust. Tyler slid down the wall. I shut the metal door behind us and threw the latch, though it was just a privacy latch, not a lock worth much. For a few seconds, all we did was breathe. Then Mara straightened, wiped her mouth, and said, "He's human." "No kidding," I said. "I know, but now we know he can be slowed. By industrial chemicals, by something in his face, which means there's a face." Tyler sat with his back to the wall, staring at the powder on Mara's sleeve. "He gets angry when you touch the head." We both looked at him. "That would have been useful before," I said. He looked miserable. I didn't know if I was remembering right. Mara crouched again. "Tyler, focus. Jess and the other rider. How do we release the cart from unload?" He rubbed both eyes with dirty fingers. There's a manual bar release at the unload station under the operator console. Cable linkage. If the cart's jammed on the track, you can sometimes override one car at a time. Sometimes, I repeated, if the cable isn't cut. We all sat with that word, cut. Did you see him do that? Mara asked. Tyler hesitated too long. Tyler, I saw him with Nolan's bolt cutters. There it was. Nolan, the missing maintenance guy who'd maybe quit, maybe not. Shoe near the ride entrance. Broken radio in the generator room. Items taken. Access taken. Tools taken. The story was cohering now, and I hated every piece of it. A metallic thump sounded at the door behind us. Then another. Testing, not battering. He was there. Mara stood immediately. Go. The passage beyond bent right, then climbed a short steel stair to another corridor running parallel to the ride. Through gaps in the wall, I could hear the muffled audio from dark timber again. Fake cave-ins, recorded bats, the stupid minor voice. Nearer now. We were looping back. At the end of the corridor was a wire mesh gate secured with a chain and brass padlock. Beyond it, I could see the unload bay, the rear section of the ride, operator console, fluorescent strip lights, a platform with yellow safety paint peeling at the edge. Locked, of course. Tyler pointed weakly. Key should be on console board. Should be. I said, management used to leave spares. Used to, he took some. Mara grabbed the gate and rattled it hard. No give. Behind us, the metallic thumping at the door changed tempo. Harder now. He's through the latch, I said. Mara scanned the corridor. Mounted near the gate, a glass-fronted emergency cabinet containing an axe for fire code purposes, the wood handle painted red. I slammed my elbow into the glass. It cracked, not enough. Mara ripped Tyler's park badge off his lanyard, used the metal clip to punch the weak point, then drove her fist through the gap and unlocked the cabinet from inside. She handed me the axe. I stared at it for a second, not because I didn't know how to use it, because suddenly I did. Ben, the door behind us banged open. I swung at the chain, missed the first time, clipped the mesh. Sparks, swore, swung again. The second hit bit halfway through a link. Third swing finished it. The chain fell. We shoved through the gate into the unload bay and pulled Tyler with us. The ride platform looked abandoned in a hurry. Operator's stool knocked over. Console panel open. A styrofoam cup spilled and dried into a sticky brown crescent. Under the console, a cluster of cables and one thick steel linkage cable, frayed but intact, feeding into the floor. There, Tyler gasped. Mara dropped to her knees under the panel. Ben, watch the corridor. He came through the gate at the far end slowly enough to make me want to scream. White fur dusted now with extinguisher powder. Blue vest hanging open at one seam. Head still crooked. He had Nolan's bolt cutters in one gloved hand. He stepped over the broken chain and into the unload bay. Can you do it? I said without turning. Maybe, Mara said. The linkage is jammed. I need leverage. Tyler crawled to the fallen stool and shoved it toward her. She braced it under the cable housing and pulled. The rabbit kept coming. I backed up until my calves hit the platform edge. Below me, the track curved out of the darkness. If Jess's cart could be advanced or rolled back, it would come toward us from there. Stop, I said. He didn't. I had the axe. He had bolt cutters. The balance of that should have favored me more than it did. He came within 6 feet and lifted the bolt cutters slightly, not brandishing them, just holding them ready. His breathing was ragged now. Painful. Chemical powder had marked the mouth seam and one eye. Through the neck gap, I could see bandages, gray with old sweat, wrapped around skin rubbed raw. "Who are you?" I asked. Stupid question. Automatic. Human beings ask for names even at the edge of disaster. The rabbit's head turned a fraction. Then he spoke from inside it, voice shredded and hoarse. "She can't take him." For a second, I thought he meant Mara. Then I understood Jess, the unconscious rider, or maybe the cart. No, Tyler's warning. Don't let him take people's things. Keys, shoes, radios, keepsakes, eventually people. If no one said anything straight, maybe because the park had practice not saying straight things. Mara grunted behind me. Metal squealed. "Ben," he lunged. Not fast enough to be some movie killer. Fast enough because he was already close. I swung the axe handle sideways more than the blade, instinctively trying to keep distance rather than bury metal in a body. It cracked against the side of the mascot head with a hollow, ugly sound. The head twisted further askew. He staggered, slammed shoulder first into me anyway, and the bolt cutters clipped my forearm. White-hot pain. Not a clean cut, but enough. Enough. I lost hold of the axe. It skittered across the platform. He grabbed at my shirt with one glove, the grip freakishly strong because underneath it was just a man's hand clenched to the bone. The foam head pressed against my face. The smell nearly made me gag. Sweat, infection, old synthetic fur, something sweetly rotten. Up close, I heard him muttering. Not words at first, little repetitions to himself. "Stay on, stay on, stay on." My private fear had always been this, in some pathetic basement apartment way. That if I hesitated one beat too long, if I waited for perfect certainty, the moment to act would pass and somebody else would pay for it. That I was built to observe, not intervene. Great for noticing the rabbit wave too long. Useless when it mattered. He yanked me forward. The platform edge hit the backs of my knees. One more shove, and I'd go down onto the track. Then Mara shouted from under the console. Now. There was a violent clank under the floor. The cable snapped taut. The stopped cart shot backward out of the tunnel mouth into unload with a scream of wheels and a burst of stale air. It hit all of us. The front corner of the cart slammed the rabbit in the hip and lower back, pinning him sideways against the operator console. Not crushing him flat. Real life is sloppier than that. It trapped him ugly, crooked, one leg bent under the costume. He screamed then, a raw human scream so different from everything before that for a second. The whole bay went still around it. Jess was in the front seat, white-faced, eyes huge, lap bar finally loose. The unconscious man beside her jerked with the impact and groaned. Mara staggered back from the console. "Get them out." I moved. So did Tyler, somehow. We got Jess first. She was shaking so hard her knees kept giving. Then the man, middle-aged, semi-conscious, bleeding from a cut at the hairline where he'd hit the bar earlier. Mara checked pupils, airway, breathing in one sweep even while gasping for air herself. Behind us, pinned against the console, the rabbit kept making those same little muttering sounds. "Stay on, stay on." Tyler found the mascot head's neck seam with both hands. Maybe he meant to unmask him for evidence. Maybe anger did it. Maybe terror. He pulled. The head came off halfway, then caught. The man inside shrieked and thrashed, but one arm was trapped and one leg wasn't working right. Tyler yanked harder. The head tore free. Under it was a man I didn't know, and yet felt I'd seen all my life in the wrong corners of local papers and Walmart parking lots and county fairgrounds. 50s maybe, though the skin damage and infection made him hard to age. Hair plastered flat with sweat. Ears rubbed bloody where the costume lining had chafed them. Lower face buried in a beard that had grown uneven and matted inside the neck ring. Bandages around his throat and jaw yellowed and damp. His eyes were filmed with exhaustion and chemical irritation, and something worse, absolute conviction. He looked not relieved to be out of the head, but betrayed. "No," he rasped. "No, no, put it back." Tyler stumbled away from him, horrified at his own hands. Mara said, "Ben, your arm." I looked down. Blood streaked my forearm in 2 shallow channels where the bolt cutters had caught and raked rather than bitten through. It hurt more now that I had time to feel it. The man in the suit was trying to reach the mascot head where it had rolled near the platform edge, fingers clawing. One leg trapped under the cart. The blue vest had torn open fully, revealing layers underneath. Old cooling packs long melted, straps taped on pockets stuffed with junk. Wallets, key cards, children's plastic bracelets, a bunch of park maps. Little taken things packed against his body like insulation or treasure. "Jesus," Jess whispered. The muttering changed. He fixed on the mascot head and said, very clear now, "Can't go back without it." Distantly, at last, we heard voices from the public side of the bay. People yelling, a radio crackling, someone hammering at the external unload door. No sudden saviors, just the slow arrival of reality once enough noise, and delay finally crossed some threshold above ground. Mara was already moving again. She tied Tyler's lanyard tight around my arm above the worst cut, checked the unconscious rider one more time, then shoved the emergency release on the unload gate. The door from guest side service burst open, and 2 security guards came in with a supervisor behind them, faces pale and uselessly unprepared. One look at the scene, the cart, the trapped man, the torn suit, the injured riders, and every tidy park explanation died. I sat down without meaning to. My legs just gave out. The guard voices blurred after that. Someone took the axe away. Someone else asked if the suspect had a weapon. Mara answered in the clipped, furious cadence she used when people got in her way in an ER. Tyler started vomiting into a trash can and then crying again. Jess kept asking whether she could call her sister, over and over, like if that part of the evening could still be ordinary, maybe the rest could follow. The man who had been Baxter Bunny never stopped reaching for the head until they sedated him. Even when paramedics cut the vest away, even when they worked to free his leg from under the cart, even with cuffs on one wrist clipped to the rail because no one trusted the situation yet, he kept turning his face toward the head and whispering, "Put it back, put it back." That was the conflict resolved, I guess. In the plain, factual sense, he was caught. Jess lived. The other rider lived. Tyler lived. Mara and I walked out. But resolution is not the same thing as relief. When they finally brought us above ground, the park had been partially evacuated. Guests clustered behind temporary barriers under the same cheerful lights from earlier, watching EMTs and police cars and park management in logo polos trying to control a story that had already escaped them. Somewhere the carousel was still running because no one had remembered to shut it down. Music drifted over the lot in thin, bright notes that made everything feel uglier. Mara sat on the back bumper of an ambulance while a paramedic glued steri strips across my arm. Her own left wrist was swelling already from where she'd taken Tyler's weight on the catwalk. She looked exhausted in a way I hadn't seen before, not even after double shifts. "You okay?" I asked her. It was a stupid question. She gave me the look it deserved, then softened. "No," she said. "You? No." Good, we sat with that. Tyler was on a stretcher nearby, oxygen on, answering questions badly. Jess was wrapped in a foil blanket, even though it wasn't cold. The torn Baxter head lay on the asphalt near an evidence marker, its smile turned toward the ambulance tires. Nobody covered it right away. I couldn't stop looking at it. Not because I thought it would move. Nothing like that. The dread left behind wasn't supernatural. It was worse for being plain. Someone had been inside that suit for God knew how long, slipping through the park's blind spots and staff corridors, collecting access and objects, and maybe the feeling of a self he couldn't keep together any other way. And the park cheap, tired, under-supervised bracket had been just porous enough to let him become part of the walls. Mara touched my knee once lightly, pulling me back. I looked at her, at the swelling in her wrist, the powder dried on her shirt, the tunnel grit on her cheek, all the cost written small and physical. Then I looked away from the mascot head, and for the first time all night, I wished I had missed the first wrong thing. They cleaned my arm in a room that smelled like lemon disinfectant and overheated plastic. Not the emergency department. Urgent care, the kind attached to a medical plaza with bad landscaping and a fish tank full of exhausted-looking tetras. Heritage Valley's ER would have meant a longer wait because I wasn't dying enough, and Mara knew that from one glance at the cuts and the way I was moving my fingers. 2 superficial lacerations, she told the physician assistant before he'd fully sat down. No tendon involvement that I can see. Irrigation, tetanus update if he needs it. The PA looked at her badgeless scrubs and tired eyes and just nodded. People in medicine can spot each other even half broken. It was after midnight by then, maybe closer to 1. Time had gone loose around the edges. The bright park lights, the police questions, the ride platform, the rabbit head on the asphalt, all of that had flattened into one long stretch of alertness that my body hadn't agreed to stop yet. Mara sat beside the exam table with her left wrist wrapped in an ice pack, held on by a roll of gauze someone at the ambulance had improvised for her. She refused to have it formally checked until I'd been seen, which irritated me because it was exactly the kind of stubbornly competent self-neglect I'd expected from her and still hated. "Your turn next," I said while the PA flushed grit out of my forearm. She looked at my arm instead of me. "It's a sprain. You don't know that. I know what a fracture usually feels like. Usually, Ben." The PA kept his face carefully neutral, the way clinicians do when couples are clearly trying not to perform a whole separate argument in front of them. He used glue strips instead of stitches and told me to watch for redness, heat, drainage, fever, infection. The word landed heavier than it should have, probably because I could still smell the inside of that suit if I let my brain tilt the wrong way. When he left, the room went quiet, except for the hum of the vent above us. Mara leaned back in her chair and shut her eyes. "You should have let them look at your wrist first," I said. "I know. Then why didn't you?" Her eyes stayed closed, because if I stopped moving, I was afraid I wouldn't start again tonight. I didn't answer that because it was too honest and because it made too much sense. That was the first clear aftermath, I think. Not the sirens or the statements or the bandage on my arm. It was the way we were both still arranged around function. She triaged. I watched. We acted like if we kept the tasks small enough, ice pack, tetanus shot, discharge papers, pharmacy hours, then the rest of it would delay taking shape. Tyler was 2 rooms down, being checked for dehydration, a mild concussion, and what one of the paramedics had called extreme stress response, in the calm voice people use for things that are uglier in practice. Jess had gone home with her sister after being evaluated. The man from the cart, his name turned out to be Dennis Holcomb, 53, from Newcastle, had a hairline fracture near his orbital bone and a concussion, but he was expected to recover. Expected to recover is one of those phrases that sounds complete until you've spent a night seeing how many other kinds of damage don't show up on scans. By 3 a.m, we were at my mother's house because it was closer than Mara's apartment in Aliquippa, and because neither of us wanted to be alone. My mother was asleep upstairs. I sent a text from the basement apartment rather than wake her. Had an accident at the park. I'm okay. We'll explain tomorrow. She sent back, 5 minutes later, you are not okay if you text like a Victorian telegram. Then another, tea is in the blue tin. Don't bleed on the couch. That helped more than it should have. Mara sat at the tiny kitchen table in one of my old pit sweatshirts, her park clothes sealed in a garbage bag near the door because neither of us wanted them in the room yet. I boiled water, burned it slightly because my hands were shaking harder now that we were still. The basement apartment looked as it always had. Low ceiling, too much IKEA, the old dehumidifier humming near the laundry nook, a framed print of Lake Erie I'd never liked but had never taken down. Nothing in it suggested that an hour earlier I'd stood on a ride platform under a torn mascot suit, while police cuffed a man who'd spent God knew how long turning a theme park into a system of hiding places. That dissonance got to me more than the blood had. Mara wrapped both hands around the tea mug, then winced because she'd forgotten the wrist. Sorry, I said. You didn't heat the ceramic with your mind, Ben. I sat across from her. I keep thinking about the head. You didn't pretend not to know which one. Me too, she said. The dehumidifier clicked off. For a second, the apartment was quiet enough that the house settling overhead sounded like movement in the walls. My whole body reacted before my brain did. Shoulders up, breath caught. Mara saw it immediately. It's the pipes, she said. I know. It's literally always the pipes. I know that too. She watched me for a second longer, then nodded once, like I'd passed some grim little honesty test. Okay. That became the rhythm of the next few days. Ordinary sound, then the body's stupid first draft of danger. A box truck air break outside. The rattle of the dryer upstairs. My mother coming down the basement steps without announcing herself, and both of us flinching hard enough to make her stop on the landing. Oh, sweetheart, she said, not theatrically, just tired and real. She came down slower after that. The legal part arrived by increments. First the calls, local police, then county detectives, because the park sat awkwardly between jurisdictions. And because once you had possible assault, unlawful restraint, sabotage of equipment, and whatever else, the man might eventually be charged with. No one wanted to be the office that missed a piece. Then, the park's insurance representative, who sounded too polished too quickly. Then a lawyer I hadn't contacted, but who had somehow gotten my name from one of the other guests and left a voicemail about protecting my interests. I deleted that one without responding. Mara did not delete the email the park sent 3 days later. She opened it at my table while I was changing the dressing on my arm. Her mouth tightened halfway through. "What?" I said. She turned the screen so I could read it. It was from Brackett's operations director, subject line, follow-up and support resources. It expressed concern. It thanked us for assisting during an unexpected operational incident. It offered complimentary lifetime passes, counseling referrals, and a request that all future media inquiries be directed to Park Legal. Operational incident, I said. Yeah, like the Tilt A whirl got stuck. Ma'am. There was one line in particular that made Mara actually laugh, though not because it was funny. At this time, we have no evidence of prior guest safety compromise associated with the individual involved. No evidence, she said, staring at the screen, because apparently evidence only counts if somebody bothered to look. That was as angry as I ever saw her in a still posture. No yelling, just all the blood leaving her face. Tyler came by that afternoon because he didn't want to do the phone thing. He brought gas station coffee, apologized for it unprompted, and stood uncertainly in my doorway until I told him to sit down. He looked younger in daylight. Bruising had surfaced along one cheekbone, and his eyes had that stretched, sleepless brightness people get after fear has stuck around too long. He told us Nolan hadn't quit. Not exactly. Management says he abandoned his job, Tyler said. But his sister picked up his last check in person because he wouldn't come back. Wouldn't or could, Mara asked. Tyler turned the coffee cup around in both hands. Wouldn't, I guess. He had a panic attack in the maintenance shop after something. They said personal issues. But he told me once there was someone living in the lower corridors. I thought he was messing with me. Did he report it? I asked. He said he did, more than once. That sat there, Mara said, and nobody checked. Tyler gave a joyless shrug. They checked enough to say they checked. He looked worse when he talked about the suit. Not dramatic worse, just thinner around the mouth, like his face was remembering something his body wanted to avoid. The old Baxter head used to be on the top shelf in storage, he said. After hours, sometimes it'd be somewhere else, on a cart, in a hallway, once sitting on a break room table. He swallowed. Everybody thought everybody else was pulling a joke. I thought about all the ways institutions survive on distributed denial. Not one big lie. 1,000 small shrugs. The man's name came out in the paper 2 days later. Ronald Vale, 57, formerly part-time seasonal entertainer and maintenance helper, last formally employed by Brackett 8 years earlier. There was an old photo with the article, not in the rabbit suit, just a local paper headshot from some community event. He looked ordinary in the flattening way newspaper photos make people look. Thin face, close set eyes, gray beginning at the temples. The article said he had no fixed address. It said investigators were examining whether he had been accessing restricted park areas for an extended period. It said extended period because journalism, like insurance, sometimes selects the cleanest available euphemism and lets your imagination do the ugliest work. My mother read the article at the kitchen counter upstairs and said, "So they just lost a man in a costume on their own property." "Apparently," I said. She folded the paper with absurd care. "That place always did underpay." After that, neighbors started treating the park like weather, something to mention in practical tones. At the Giant Eagle, a man near the deli case said to no one in particular, "You hear about that mascot thing? Terrible oversight, oversight." As if Ronald Vale had been a missing form. I went back once, not into the park. It was closed, pending review. The front gates were chained, the banners down, the parking lot mostly empty except for contractor trucks and one sheriff's cruiser. Mara didn't want me to go alone, so of course I told her I was just going out for bandages and drove there instead. I parked across the road by the seasonal farm stand that sold cider in the fall. From there, I could see the top of the wooden coaster and the faded bracket sign over the entrance arch. Without people, the place looked smaller, more temporary. The bright paint on the ticket booths seemed thin. The little flags along the roofline barely moved in the damp afternoon. I don't know what I expected. Closure, maybe, though that's not a real thing outside brochures and grief books. What I got was scale. How little space there actually was between the guest walkways and the service roads. How close the tree line pressed to the back perimeter. How easy it would have been, maybe, for a person who knew every loose hinge and blind corner to stay half inside the machinery of the place. A maintenance worker in an orange vest came out from the side gate carrying a bundle of caution tape. He glanced at my car, not suspiciously, just with the dull awareness of somebody already too deep into a cleanup. Then he went back inside. I sat there another minute. On the passenger seat beside me was the envelope the police had returned that morning, containing my wallet, phone, keys, and a statement that my clothing would remain in evidence pending further review. All of it smelled faintly, impossibly, of lemon disinfectant now. Cleaned, processed, made official. I was about to leave when I noticed something hanging on the chain link fence by the employee entrance. White fur, just a little clump, no bigger than a dryer lint wad, caught where the metal had twisted at one join. That was all. It could have been left from evidence handling, could have come off the suit when they moved him, could have been there for days earlier, and no one noticed because why would they? I didn't get out of the car to check. That's the subtle, unresolved thing, I guess, not whether there was another person or another monster or any nonsense like that. Just the knowledge that even after everything had been dragged into the open, I still couldn't tell the difference between an overlooked remnant and a new sign. Mara came over that night with her wrist in a proper brace and takeout from a Thai place in Manaka. She looked annoyed the moment she saw my face. "You went there?" I considered lying for half a second, which told me how transparent I must have looked. "Yes," she set the food on the counter. And it was closed. No kidding. "I know." Watched me, then sighed. Did it help? I thought about the chained gate, the contractor trucks, the clump of fur on the fence. "No," I said then, because honesty was getting easier in the wrong ways, a little. That's irritatingly on brand. We ate at the tiny kitchen table again. Noodles, condensation on plastic cups, local news murmuring low from my mother's television upstairs. The station was covering school board budget issues and a sinkhole near Route 18. Ordinary regional disasters, manageable ones. At one point, Mara reached across and adjusted my bandage because the corner had started peeling. It was such a domestic, absent-minded motion that it made my throat tighten unexpectedly. "You need sleep," she said. "So do you. I know." We didn't talk about the future in any grand way. No vows, no speeches about survival changing everything. That would have felt fake. Trauma doesn't hand you a polished lesson. Mostly it gives you new bad habits and a revised map of what your body considers possible. But before she left, standing by the basement door in that dim yellow light that always made the walls look older, she said, "Next time you see something wrong, tell me sooner." I almost smiled. "I told you about the wave." "No," she shook her head. "I mean when it becomes real for you. Don't downplay it so I can be the sensible one." That stayed with me more than the police questions did. A week later, the park announced it would remain closed through the rest of the season. Temporary, they said. Safety review. Infrastructure assessment. Community healing. The phrases rolled out in the right order. There were interviews, rumors, a few old employees talking anonymously online about missing inventory and doors that never latched right. Nolan's sister posted once on Facebook that people should apologize to her brother. She was right. By then, the cuts on my arm had scabbed cleanly. Mara's wrist was improving. Tyler had decided not to return to Brackett under any circumstances, which was the healthiest sentence anyone said all week. Life resumed in the insulting way it always does. My mother asked me to take out the recycling. The freelance client I'd been ignoring wanted revisions to a landscaping company website. The grocery store kept playing the same 3 soft rock songs near produce. On Thursday, it rained hard enough to flood one corner of the basement stairwell, and I spent 20 minutes with a mop and bucket cursing like nothing else had ever happened. Then that night, while I was wringing the mop into the sink, I heard it. A slow scrape from the little storage closet under the basement stairs. Not loud, just enough. Every muscle in me locked. The mop water dripped from the strands to the concrete in tiny clear taps. Upstairs, my mother's TV murmured through the floorboards. The closet door stood shut, warped at the bottom from old moisture. The house made noises all the time. Pipes, joists, the hot water tank settling. I knew that. I still stood there too long, listening. Then I crossed the room, opened the closet, and found exactly what was in there. Canned paint, a broken lamp, the toolbox my father left when he moved out, and a rolled-up section of old carpet slowly sliding loose from where it had been leaning against the wall. The scrape had been the carpet shifting. Nothing else. I stood in that ordinary dust smell for a minute anyway, one hand still on the knob, and let my pulse come down. When I came back out, the mop water had stopped dripping. The basement looked the same as it had before. Small, familiar, a little cramped, almost ordinary. But I shut the closet door gently, and for the rest of the night, I kept noticing the shape of it in the corner of my vision. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story the Spotify playlist sent to me is predicting my every move is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The playlist arrived while I was waiting at a red light on Denny Way, windshield wipers knocking back and forth in that tired metronome all Seattle drivers know by heart. My phone lit up in the cradle with a Spotify notification. Evan shared a playlist with you. For the way home, I almost ignored it. The light was long rain needling across the glass, buses hissing past in the lane beside me. Then the next song on my own cue cut out mid-chorus, and the shared playlist started playing automatically through my car speakers. A woman's voice, thin and close-mic'd, sang over a low pulse of synth. Take the next left. Don't miss it. I stared at the phone, then at the intersection. The left turn arrow flicked green. It could have been a song lyric. There are songs about everything. Still, my hand tightened on the wheel hard enough to make the tendons in my wrist stand out. Behind me, someone tapped their horn, brief and annoyed. I put on my signal and turned left. That was how it started. Not with anything cinematic, just a notification, a wet street, and a line in a song that fit a moment a little too well. My name is Nora Walsh, 29, female, and at that point, I was the kind of person who explained things away before they had time to become problems. I worked as a freelance sound editor, mostly ad spots and podcast cleanup, which meant I spent my days stripping hum from bad recordings, deleting mouth clicks, finding patterns in noise, until I could barely hear anything casually anymore. I noticed refrigerator compressors, elevator cables, the way people breathed before they lied. It also meant I spent too much time alone, which had made me weird in a quiet, manageable way. Too many tabs open, too much coffee, too much screen glow after midnight. I told myself that was normal, that everybody my age lived like that. My private fear, one I would not have said out loud then, was that I was easier to track than I wanted to believe. Not in a dramatic government surveillance way. In the simpler, uglier way, habits, devices, playlists, tagged locations, little crumbs you leave without meaning to. I knew how much audio carried. I knew how small details could add up. That fear sat in me like a stone, but I usually kept it buried under practical explanations. That's probably why I kept driving. The singer finished the line. The title on the dashboard display read, "Next left." Cute, I muttered, though nobody was there to hear it. At the next stoplight, I tapped the screen with one finger. The playlist had a generic cover image gray background, white sans serif text. 12 tracks, all uploaded by a user called eWinter91. Evan. I hadn't spoken to Evan Mercer in almost 11 months. We'd dated for a year and a half, the kind of relationship that looked balanced from outside, because neither person ever raised their voice in public. He designed marketing decks for a tech company, owned 3 good jackets, and used phrases like just trying to optimize my week. When we broke up, he took it with such calm politeness that I actually felt guilty for expecting ugliness. Then came the little things. Emails asking if I had his blue mug. A Venmo request for $14 for concert tickets from 9 months earlier. A text once at 1:13 a.m. that only said, "You still up?" I never responded to that one. Now, apparently, he was sending me playlists. At a light near Capitol Hill, my phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Lee Kim, 31, female, my closest friend, who taught high school English and texted exactly the way she talked. Fast, sharp, and with the unwavering confidence of someone who had broken up 2 hallway fights this semester alone. You alive or still being held hostage by revisions? I thumbed a reply at the red. Driving home. Rain hell. She responded immediately. Need soup. I made too much. I smiled despite myself. Lee fed people the way some people sent memes. The next song changed. No gap. Just a click, and then a guitar line, bright and nervous. The title flashed up before the vocals did. Park under the light. I felt something cold move through my stomach. The song itself was instrumental for the first 20 seconds. Just guitar, then brushed snare, then a soft male voice humming as if from the next room. My apartment building in Lower Queen, Anne had a narrow lot behind it with 6 spaces, 2 security lights, and 1 dead corner where the bulb kept blowing. When I pulled in 5 minutes later, the only open spot was the one directly under the working lamp. I sat there with the car idling. Rain ticked across the roof. Somewhere nearby, a metal gate rattled in the wind. The song kept playing, all delicate cymbals, and an electronic bass throb that sounded like it was coming through the wall of an apartment you couldn't afford. This was still explainable. Evan knew where I lived. He had parked in this lot 100 times. Maybe he'd made a playlist to unsettle me because he was petty and had too much time. Maybe the titles were jokes. Maybe the first lyric had primed me to see meaning where there wasn't any. I was a sound editor. Pattern recognition was my job. Human brains stitched stories out of static every day. My phone rang before I could decide whether to be angry or embarrassed. Lee, I answered on speaker. Hey, you sound weird. Thanks. No, like specifically weird. Scratchy. Are you sick? I'm in my car. I looked up at the yellow lot light pouring down through rain, and something stupid happened. Those are my favorite kinds of things, I told her. Everything about Evan, because some parts of him still felt humiliating to summarize, but enough. Shared playlist, creepy titles, old ex. There was a pause on the line, and in the background I could hear the TV in her apartment and the clink of a spoon against a pot. Then Lee said, "That's not quirky, that's stalker adjacent. Adjacency isn't a crime. Nora, I know, block him. It's Spotify. You can still report the profile and screenshot everything before he deletes it." I looked at the glowing screen. Track 3 was cued next. Don't take the stairs. A laugh caught in my throat and came out wrong. What? Lee said immediately. The next title. She went quiet. Go inside. Use the elevator. I always use the elevator. Then great, the psychopath guessed right. Lee, Nora, I'm serious. I looked at the rearview mirror, though there was nothing to see except the lot entrance, a wet rectangle opening onto the alley. You want me to call the police because an ex sent me an annoying playlist. I want you not to be alone if he's outside your building. That landed harder than I wanted it to. She softened her voice. Do you want me to come over? I almost said yes. The word was right there. But I pictured Lee in sweats and socks, soup on the stove, trudging through rain across town because of a playlist title. My old reflex kicked in. Make it smaller, make it reasonable, make yourself easier to manage. No, I said, I'm fine, I'll screenshot it. Text me when you're upstairs. I will. And Nora, yeah, if you see him, don't be polite. That got a real laugh out of me, thin but real. You make me sound like I'd offer him tea. You de-apologize for being murdered incorrectly. "Good night, Lee. Text me." I hung up. The rain had eased to a mist. When I stepped out of the car, the air smelled like wet concrete and the fried oil from the teriyaki place on the corner. My apartment building, a 6-story brick box called the Halcyon, had one of those entryways that always looked more secure than it was. Buzz in panel, frosted glass, a camera dome over the mailboxes. The back entrance from the lot needed a fob, and the door liked to stick when the weather turned. I slung my tote over one shoulder, phone in hand, and took screenshots of the playlist. My own reflection floated over the screen glass, pale forehead, rain-frizzed hair escaping my bun, the tired look around my eyes that had gotten more permanent in the last year. The track list sat there in clean white letters. Next left, park under the light. Don't take the stairs, check the mailbox, look behind you. And then more I couldn't see yet without scrolling. That made me stop cold under the awning. I turned the screen off and looked over my shoulder. Nothing, just the lot, the light, the low chain link fence at the alley, water dripping from a gutter. Somewhere far off, a siren moving north. I hated the way my body reacted before my mind finished thinking. My hearing sharpened. My skin went tight across my back. The building's door closer hissed as someone on an upper floor opened, then shut a hallway exit. A dog barked twice from another block. Still nothing. I went inside. The fluorescent light in the back corridor flickered at the far end near the recycling room. I hated that hallway anyway. It always smelled faintly of bleach and cardboard, and every sound carried strangely. Your footsteps went out ahead of you, then came back late. I swiped my fob at the elevator and stood there while the playlist kept playing through my earbuds, because at some point between the car and the awning, I had made the deeply stupid choice to keep listening. The elevator came with a groan from above. Across from it were the mailboxes. Track 4 slid in with a muted drum machine and a whispery vocal that sounded almost amused. On the screen, check the mailbox. I did not want to. That was what made me do it. I crossed to the bank of brass-doored boxes and opened mine. Inside was junk mail, a power bill, and a small padded envelope with no return address. My name and apartment number were printed on a white label, not handwritten. The elevator doors opened behind me with a cheerful ding that made me flinch. An older man stepped out carrying a canvas grocery bag, blinked at me, and gave the universal city expression, "For I see you are having a moment and prefer not to get involved." He was Martin Doyle, 67, male, who lived on my floor with an elderly beagle and always smelled faintly of coffee grounds. We'd never had a real conversation beyond weather and package mix-ups, but he was solid in the way some older neighbors are present, observant, stubbornly attached to routine. "You all right there?" he asked. "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Just bills." He gave a short grunt that might have meant sympathy and moved down the corridor. I stood there with the envelope in one hand and my phone in the other, feeling absurdly exposed in the ugly hallway light. The music in my ears had a faint static layer in it, like tape hiss added on purpose. I pulled one earbud out. From somewhere outside the back door came a soft metallic clank. Probably the alley gate. Probably. My phone buzzed with a new message from Lee. "Upstairs yet?" I typed with my thumb without taking my eyes off the envelope. "In lobby. Got something in mail." Weird. 3 dots appeared, vanished, reappeared. "Don't open it there. Go to your apartment. Lock the door, then call me." The reasonable part of me agreed. The other part, that old, needling piece that hates not knowing, was already turning the padded envelope over in my hand, feeling something thin and rigid inside. Not heavy, not dangerous feeling. Maybe paper, maybe a cheap USB drive, maybe nothing. The playlist advanced. The next title filled the screen. Look behind you. I didn't. Not immediately. For one long second, I just stood there, staring at the words, while the first note rang out in my earbuds. A single piano key struck hard enough to sound like metal. Then I had to decide. Go upstairs, lock my door, call Lee, report Evan, act like a sensible woman in a city full of cameras and receipts, or turn around in that bleach-smelling hallway and see who or what had taught a playlist to know me this well. I turned around, not fast, not like in a movie, just a slow pivot on damp concrete, the padded envelope still in my hand, my shoulder brushing the metal edge of the mailboxes with a dull, hollow knock. The hallway was empty. The elevator doors were open, bright inside, waiting. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed faintly, a steady electrical hum I could feel more than hear. At the far end, near the recycling room, the flickering tube light stuttered once, twice, then held. No one stood behind me. The piano note in my ear stretched into a chord. The song didn't rush. It just hung there, patient. Okay, I said under my breath, like I was narrating something manageable. Okay, fine. My phone vibrated again. Lee, Nora, I typed with one hand, still scanning the corridor. Me. No one here. Going upstairs. A beat. Lee. Don't open anything until you're inside. Door locked. Yeah, I said out loud, even though she couldn't hear me anymore. I stepped into the elevator. The doors slid shut with a soft, rubbery seal, and suddenly the building noise cut off the hum, the distant pipes, the hallway echo, leaving just the enclosed whir of cables and the music in my ear. The playlist advanced again. Take the SDA IRS had already passed. I hadn't. That detail sat wrong in my chest. If someone had built this to manipulate me, they were guessing patterns. But the mailbox wasn't a guess. The next track title appeared as the elevator climbed. Lock the door first, my floor chimed. The doors opened onto the narrow hallway with its worn gray carpet and identical doors, each with a brass number slightly crooked from years of repainting. Someone upstairs was cooking something with garlic. The smell drifted down, warm and domestic, almost enough to cut the edge off everything else. Almost. I walked quickly to my apartment 3F and let myself in. The deadbolt clicked. I leaned my back against the door for a second, listening. Nothing. Then I crossed the room and turned on every light. It wasn't a big place. One main room with a couch and a small desk by the window, a kitchenette that pretended to be separate, and a bedroom off to the side. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it that morning. Laptop closed, mug in the sink, a folded throw blanket on the arm of the couch. The normalcy felt staged now, like something set up to reassure me. Stop it, I said to the empty room. I dropped my bag on the table and set the padded envelope beside it. My phone was still playing music. The track had shifted into something with a low, pulsing bass and a soft, breathy vocal, repeating the same line over and over. Not yet, not yet, not yet. The title read, Call Her Back. I stared at it, then hit pause. The silence that followed felt thicker than it should have. My phone buzzed immediately. Lee, I answered. I'm inside. Door locked. Locked. Good. Now tell me exactly what's in the envelope. I haven't opened it yet. Why not? Because you told me not to, Right, okay. Open it now. Put me on speaker. I did. The tear of the adhesive strip sounded too loud in the room, like ripping fabric in a quiet theater. Inside was a slim cardboard sleeve, the kind used for mailing small electronics. I slid it out. A USB flash drive. Black. Unbranded. No markings, no label. Lee exhaled sharply through the phone. Nope, no, that's not good. It's probably just, don't say probably. Nora, do not plug that into your laptop. I wasn't going to, you were thinking about it. I looked at the drive in my hand. I had been. Okay, I said, I won't. Take a picture of it. And the envelope, send it to me. I did that, the camera shutter clicking quietly in the too bright room. My hands were steady, which felt like a lie my body was telling. All right, Lee said after a second. Here's what we do. You block Evan on everything. You report the playlist, and we figure out if he's been around your building. I can't block him on Spotify the way you think. It's not. Then change your password. Log out everywhere. I will, now. I set the USB drive down and opened the Spotify app. My account page loaded. No unfamiliar devices listed. No recent logins from weird locations. It all looked normal, too normal. I don't see anything, I said. That doesn't mean anything, Lee said. He could have made a separate account just to send that. He'd still need to know my exact route home. You post your runs on Instagram. I haven't posted in weeks. You have patterns, I swallowed. Yeah, there it was again. That quiet, ugly fear. Not dramatic surveillance. Just being predictable. Okay, I said. I'll change everything. Passwords, two-factor, all of it. Good, I started typing. New password, long and random. Confirm. The process was routine, almost calming in its familiarity. Then my phone buzzed again. A new notification. Spotify, new track added to for the way home. My stomach dropped. I just got another notification, I said. From him, from the playlist. Open it. I don't want to. Open it, Nora. I tapped it. The playlist refreshed. 13 tracks now. The new one sat at the bottom. Changed your password. I didn't realize I'd stopped breathing until Lee said my name twice. Nora. I didn't play anything, I said. I just changed my password. Okay, Lee said, but her voice had gone tight. Okay, that's not okay. I laughed, a short, brittle sound. Great analysis. I'm serious. That means he's either watching your screen somehow, which is no, or he's predicting your actions in real time. Predicting. You told me yourself. He knows your habits. He knows how you think. That's not people don't just. You always go for control first, she said. You always lock things down. You hate loose ends. I sat down on the edge of the couch without remembering crossing the room. The USB drive sat on the table, small and inert, like it wasn't part of this at all. That doesn't explain the timing, I said. No, it doesn't. We both went quiet for a second. Then Lee said, call the police. I rubbed my face with one hand. And say what? Hi, my ex sent me a playlist that's being weird. Say someone is stalking you. I don't have proof. You have that envelope. You have the playlist. You have, she stopped herself. Nora, this is escalating. I knew she was right. I also knew how this would sound to a dispatcher. I'd worked enough freelance gigs cleaning up recorded calls to know the tone people used when they didn't believe something but had to be polite about it. Let me think, I said. That's your problem, Lee snapped, then immediately softened. Sorry, that came out wrong. I just don't overthink yourself into staying here alone if you're not safe. I looked around my apartment again. The couch, the kitchen counter, the closed bedroom door. Every corner suddenly had weight. I'm not staying alone, I said finally. Good, come here. It's a 40-minute drive. I don't care. I hesitated. Leaving felt like giving something up, like stepping out of a controlled environment into something less predictable. But staying, the playlist advanced again, unprompted. I hadn't hit play. The music spilled into the room from my phone speaker, low and distorted. The new track title flashed up. Don't leave yet. Lee heard it through the line. What was that? My phone I grabbed it, thumb hovering over the screen. The song was already halfway through its intro, a warped loop of what sounded like a car door slamming over and over, slightly out of sync. Turn it off, she said. I tried. The app froze for a second, then stuttered. The pause button didn't respond. The loop kept going, slam, slam, slam. I held the power button and forced the phone to shut down. The sound cut abruptly, leaving a ringing quiet behind. Is it off? Lee asked. Yeah. Okay, good. I set the phone down carefully, like it might start up again on its own if I moved too fast. Pack a bag, Lee said. Just essentials. You're coming here. Okay, I stood, moving on autopilot now. Laptop, charger, a change of clothes. The USB drive, I hesitated, then slipped it into a side pocket of my bag despite Lee's earlier warning. It felt wrong to leave it behind. Evidence, I told myself. Something tangible. My phone powered back on as I zipped the bag. Startup chimes sounded too loud. A second later, it buzzed. No app open, no music playing, just a text, unknown number. I stared at it for a full 3 seconds before opening. You forgot your keys. I went cold in a very specific, practical way, like all the heat had just been redirected somewhere else. My keys were on the small hook by the door. I hadn't touched them yet. Lee, I said, my voice low and flat. I just got a text. From who? Unknown number. What does it say? I didn't answer immediately. I walked to the door instead and looked at the hook. My keys hung there exactly where they always did. Say it, Lee said. It says I forgot my keys. Silence on the line, then, do not open that door. I wasn't going to. Good. Stay where you are. I'm coming to you. No, Lee, don't. I'm already grabbing my jacket. Lee, I'm not arguing about this. I pressed my forehead briefly against the cool wood of the door, listening. Nothing from the hallway. No footsteps. No voices. Just the distant thump of something from another apartment, maybe someone dropping a pan. Okay, I said, okay, just text me when you're here. I will, 10 minutes. Lee, it's not 10 minutes. I'll make it 10. The line clicked dead. I stood there for a long moment, my bag at my feet, my keys still on the hook, the apartment too bright and too quiet. Then my phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. I opened it. Opened the door. It's just me. I didn't move. A third message followed, almost immediately. I don't want to do this the hard way. I locked the deadbolt again, even though it was already locked, the metal sliding into place with a heavy, final sound. And for the first time since the playlist had started, the situation snapped into something simple and unavoidable. This wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't something I could minimize into normal. Someone was here, and I had just told Lee to come straight into it. I didn't answer the messages. That felt like the only control I had left. Silence. No response, no engagement, no confirmation of anything. I picked up my phone and dialed 911 anyway. It rang twice. 911, what's your emergency? My name is Nora Walsh, I said, and my voice sounded flatter than I expected, like I was reading off a script I didn't quite believe in. I think someone is outside my apartment trying to get me to open the door. Okay, Nora, are you in immediate danger? I don't know. They're texting me. They knew where my keys were. They sent me a package. I swallowed. They might be watching me. All right, stay on the line with me. What's your address? I gave it. Unit number, floor, the back entrance. The operator, female, calm, mid-30s, by the sound of her typed as I spoke. I could hear the keyboard through the line, steady and grounding. Do you hear anyone outside your door right now? She asked. I pressed my ear against the wood again. No, any movement, footsteps, voices. No, okay. I'm dispatching officers to your location. Stay inside. Keep your doors locked. Do not open the door for anyone unless they identify themselves as police, and you confirm it through dispatch. Understood? Yeah, understood. Do you have any weapons in the apartment? No. All right. Stay on the line. I leaned against the wall beside the door and slid down until I was sitting on the floor. My legs felt shaky, like I just finished a run I didn't remember starting. On the other end, the dispatcher said, "You mentioned a package. Can you describe it?" I looked over at the table. Small padded envelope, no return address. Inside was a USB drive. Do not plug that into any device. Yeah, I wasn't planning to. That wasn't entirely true. 10 minutes ago, I absolutely had been. The dispatcher asked a few more questions. Evan's name, last contact, any prior threats. I answered as cleanly as I could. Saying it out loud made it sound smaller and worse at the same time. Smaller because it was just words. Worse because the words didn't add up to anything good. My phone buzzed again in my hand. Same unknown number. I didn't open it. Are you receiving more messages? The dispatcher asked. Yes. Do not engage. I'm not. Good. A faint sound filtered through the door then. Not a knock. Not quite. More like a light scrape. Metal against metal. I froze. Did you hear that? I whispered. I'm here, the dispatcher said. Tell me what you hear. Another scrape. Then a soft, deliberate click. The deadbolt didn't move, but the outer handle it shifted, just slightly. Testing. My throat tightened. They're trying the handle. Stay where you are. Officers are 2 minutes out. 2 minutes stretched. The handle didn't turn again. No pounding, no forced entry. Just that one test, like someone checking if I'd made a mistake. Then silence. Still there? Dispatcher asked. Yes. Okay, stay on the line. I stared at the door, waiting for the next thing. My heartbeat had moved up into my throat, pulsing against my jaw. Every sound in the building sharpened the pipes in the walls, a television through the floor, someone laughing faintly from another unit. Then, from outside, a voice. Nora, male, muffled by the door, but clear enough. My stomach dropped. Do not respond, the dispatcher said immediately. Nora, it's me, the voice again. Closer now. Softer. I just want to talk. I closed my eyes. Evan, or someone who sounded enough like him. I'm not opening the door, I said, louder than I meant to, a beat. Then, from the other side, a small, almost amused exhale. I didn't think you would. My skin prickled. You shouldn't be here, I said. I know. Then leave. Not yet. The dispatcher's voice cut in firm. Nora, do not continue the conversation. I pressed my lips together. Silence again. A few seconds passed. Then footsteps. Fading down the hall. I didn't realize how tightly I'd been gripping my phone until my hands started to cramp. Officers are arriving now, the dispatcher said. I waited. A minute later, a knock at the door, firm, official. 3 beats. Seattle Police, a man's voice called. Ms. Walsh. I didn't move. Can you verify? I whispered into the phone. The dispatcher did. Badge numbers. Names. She stayed on the line while I opened the door with the chain still latched. Then wider once I saw the uniforms. 2 officers, mid-40s, both of them. One male, one female. Damp shoulders from the rain, radios clipped at their collars. "Evening," the male officer said. "You called," I nodded. They stepped inside, careful, professional. The female officer, Officer Dana Ruiz, 38, female, closed the door behind her and looked around the apartment with quick, practiced eyes. "You said someone was outside?" the male officer asked. Officer Mark Ellison, 44, male, according to his badge. "Yes. He just left a minute ago." "Which direction?" "Down the hall, toward the stairs, I think." Ellison nodded and stepped back out to check. Ruiz stayed with me. "You okay?" "I think so. You look like you just ran a mile." "That's about right." She gave a small, understanding nod. "Walk me through it." I did. The playlist, the texts, the package, the voice outside the door. She listened without interrupting, but I could see the shift behind her eyes when I mentioned Spotify. Not disbelief, just categorizing, figuring out where this fit. "Do you have the messages?" she asked. "Yes." I handed her my phone. She scrolled, brows tightening slightly. "All right," she said. "We'll document this. Could be harassment, could be something more. We'll need you to file a report." "Is he still here?" I asked. Ellison came back in, shaking his head. "No one in the hall. Stairwell's clear. Checked the back exit, doors propped open though." My chest tightened. "Propped with a piece of cardboard," he said. "Looks recent." Ruiz exchanged a look with him. "That's how he got in," she said quietly. I felt a flash of anger cut through the fear. Sharp, clean. "So he's just, walking around the building?" "We'll do another sweep," Ellison said. "But he could have left already." "Of course he could have, of course." Ruiz handed my phone back. "You mentioned a package." I pointed to the table. She picked up the USB drive with 2 fingers, like it might bite. "We'll take this as evidence. Don't plug it into anything." "Yeah," I said. "I got that part." Ellison glanced at me. "Anyone coming to stay with you?" "My friend, Lee. She's on her way." "Good. Don't stay alone tonight." "I won't." They took a few more notes, gave me a case number, the usual instructions. Lock doors. Call if anything else happens. They de-patrol the area for a bit. Routine. Procedural. It should have helped. It didn't, because none of it explained the playlist. After they left, the apartment felt bigger, emptier, like the walls had shifted outward just enough to make everything echo. I checked the hallway once more through the peephole. Nothing. Then I went to the window. From my 3rd floor vantage, I could see the back lot, the single working light, the dark alley beyond. A car pulled in fast, headlights cutting across the wet pavement. Lee. She parked crooked, half in the line, killed the engine, and got out in one quick motion, jacket pulled tight around her. Relief hit me so hard it almost hurt. I grabbed my keys and moved toward the door. Halfway there, my phone buzzed. Spotify. I stopped. Slowly, I looked down. The app had opened on its own again. The playlist sat there, 14 tracks now. The newest one at the bottom. SHES, here my chest tightened. Through the window, Lee was already heading toward the back entrance, pushing the door open. The one that had been propped earlier. "Lee," I whispered, but she couldn't hear me. My phone buzzed again. A text. Unknown number. "Don't let her use the back door." My heart slammed once, hard enough to make my vision flicker. I ran to the window. "Lee," I shouted, banging on the glass. She looked up, confused, rain streaking her face. "What?" she mouthed. "Front," I yelled, gesturing wildly. "Use the front." She hesitated, then nodded, backing away from the door. For a second, everything held. Then the back door shifted, just slightly. From the inside, not Lee, not anyone I could see. The metal edge moved a fraction, like someone had just stepped away from it. My stomach dropped. "Lee, go," I shouted. "Go around." She didn't argue. She turned and ran along the side of the building toward the street. I stood there, breath coming too fast, staring at the door. Then my phone buzzed again. The playlist updated. Wrong door, and beneath it, a new one already loading. Try again, I felt it then. Not panic exactly. Something colder. This wasn't just watching. This was guiding. And I had just moved Lee exactly where it wanted her to go. I grabbed my keys anyway, because if I stayed here, I was waiting. And if I left, at least I was choosing it. I grabbed my keys and yanked the apartment door open before I could talk myself out of it. The hallway outside was empty. Gray carpet, brass numbers, the buzz of the fluorescent light over the stairwell door. Normal enough to make me feel stupid for moving, until my phone buzzed again in my hand. "Take the SDAIRS, no," I said out loud, breathless, angry now. "No, not anymore." I hit Lee's name and started moving toward the elevator instead. She picked up on the second ring, wind loud around her. "I'm out front. Where are you?" "Third floor. I'm coming down." "No, stay where you are. I'll come up the front, don't." I hit the elevator button hard enough to hurt my finger. "Just stay visible. Stay near the street." "Nora, I think he wanted you at the front." There was a beat of rain noise on her end. Then, okay, I'm by the entrance, under the awning. The elevator was still somewhere above me. 4th floor maybe, or 6, moving slow. My phone buzzed again. Elevators brake, I stared at it. Then, from inside the shaft, came a heavy mechanical clunk. Not catastrophic, not dramatic. Just the wrong sound at the wrong time, followed by a strained groan of cables and a metallic shudder through the wall. The floor indicator over the doors blinked, went blank, then came back as a single red line. I stepped back instinctively. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Lee asked. "The elevator just," I swallowed. "It just stalled. Jesus." I looked at the stairwell door. The fluorescent light above it buzzed. The metal push bar was scarred and dull from years of use. I hated stairs in old buildings at night. That was the private part underneath everything practical, the thing I usually kept folded up and hidden. Not because of the stairs themselves, because stairwells had blind turns and concrete echo, and too many places for someone to wait. When I was 19, a man followed me into one in a parking garage outside Tacoma. He never touched me. He only came down 3 flights behind me, matching my pace, never speaking, until I started running and tripped on the landing. Security found him before he got farther than the next floor. Nothing technically happened, according to the report. It still sat in me anyway. The smell of wet cement, the sound of my own foot catching on the edge. I had never told Evan that story directly. I had told him once lightly, as a joke about why I paid more for apartments with elevators. My hand tightened around the phone. "Nora," Lee said again, "I have to take the stairs. Then wait for the cops. They're gone. Call them back." I should have, I know that. I know exactly how stupid the next minute was. But Lee was downstairs, exposed under a front awning, and if he wanted me moving, there was a chance he also wanted me frozen. Every choice felt contaminated. I had to make one anyway. "Stay on the phone," I said, and pushed through the stairwell door. The air changed immediately. Cooler, damp concrete, and old paint. The sound was different too, my breath closer. Footsteps from other floors, traveling strangely up and down the central well. The emergency light over the third floor landing through a weak amber pool onto the steps, leaving the corners darker than they should have been. I kept one hand on the rail and moved fast. Third to second, second to first. "Nora, talk to me," Lee said. "I'm on the stairs. Can you hear anything?" I stopped for half a second on the second floor landing. Below me, nothing. Above me, a door closed somewhere on the fifth or sixth floor with a hollow boom that rolled down the concrete shaft like distant thunder. "Nothing useful," I said. "Good, keep going." I took the next flight too quickly. My boots slipped on the edge of the last step where someone had tracked in rain. My shins slammed hard into the metal nosing. Pain shot up my leg hot and immediate. "Ah, shit. Nora, I'm fine." I was. My eyes watered from the impact. I grabbed the rail and kept moving, limping now. At the first floor landing, the door to the lobby should have been 5 feet in front of me. It was propped open, just an inch. A sliver of yellow light from the lobby cutting across the concrete. I stopped dead. The phone felt slick in my hand. "Lee," I whispered. "What?" "The stairwell door to the lobby is open." "Open how?" "Open." A long second passed. Then Lee said, voice low and clear, "Go back up." I stared at the thin wedge of light. On the other side of that door was the lobby, the front entrance, the mailboxes, the street. Safety, maybe. Or the simplest trap in the world. My phone buzzed. "Don't Geo back up," I almost laughed. My nerves were so tight it came out as a breath that hitched and broke. There. That was the line, wasn't it? If I obeyed the phone, I died by inches. If I reacted against it every time, I was still letting it steer me. I took one careful step down to the landing. Then another. The lobby was quiet beyond the door. I could hear the building heater clicking on somewhere, and a faint rush of traffic through the glass front entrance. I put my palm against the door and pushed it open wider with the side of my body. Empty. Mailboxes on the left. Elevator ahead, and to the right, dark now, out of service light glowing red. The glass front doors beyond that, rain rippling down them in silver lines. The entry rug dark with water. No one standing there. No one crouched behind the desk that no one ever used. No movement except the rain. "Lobby's clear," I said. "Come outside now," Lee said. "I can see the door." I limped forward. Something moved in the reflection on the glass. Not behind me, beside me. A shape, fast and low, separating itself from the dark pocket near the package shelf by the side corridor. I turned too late. He hit me shoulder first. Not hard enough to break something immediately. Hard enough to knock the phone out of my hand and slam me sideways into the mailboxes. Metal doors rattled. Pain burst across my left arm and cheek. I smelled wet fabric and male sweat, and cold air from outside caught in his jacket. I shoved back on pure reflex and got a glimpse of him as he staggered half a step. Evan, 32 male, leaner than when I'd last seen him, cheeks drawn tighter, rain in his hair. One of those good jackets gone dark at the shoulders. His expression wasn't wild. That was the worst part. He looked intensely, terribly focused, like a man trying to finish a complicated task before a deadline. "Nora," he said, almost irritated. "Stop making this ugly." I backed toward the front doors, one hand scraping for anything solid. "Lee," I screamed. Outside, under the awning, her head snapped up. Evan moved between me and the glass. "I told you not to bring her into it. You sent her out there. I sent you options." His breathing was fast, but controlled. "You always choose the wrong one when you panic." I stared at him. Then at the side corridor behind him, the short hall leading to the back entrance and recycling room, the same place the officers had found the propped door. He saw my eyes flick and smiled without humor. "You finally understand." Outside, Lee yanked the front door handle. It didn't open. The deadbolt on the interior vestibule was engaged. I hadn't even noticed. "Open the door," she shouted, palms smacking the glass. "Nora." I lunged for the lock. Evan caught my wrist and twisted. Pain flared bright and electric from my hand to my elbow. I yelled and drove my knee upward, badly aimed because of my shin. It hit his thigh instead of his groin, but it was enough to make him grunt and loosen his grip. I tore free, skin burning. "You need to calm down," he snapped, and for the first time the smoothness slipped. "I spent all day getting this right." "All day," he laughed once, breathless. "Not all day. Don't flatter yourself." Was still outside, one hand already digging in her pocket for her phone, calling 911. Good. Evan saw it too. His face changed, not bigger, smaller, colder. He moved toward the front door. I grabbed the first thing my hand hit, the brass umbrella stand beside the entrance, half full of abandoned umbrellas, and one heavy wooden cane Martin Doyle used on bad knee days. I yanked the cane free and swung it two-handed. It cracked across Evan's forearm just below the elbow. He shouted and stumbled back, more shocked than injured. The sound of the hit jolted all the way up my shoulders. "Jesus Christ, Nora, stay away from the door." He clutched his arm and stared at me like I'd broken some agreement he thought we had. Rain kept striping the glass behind him. Lee outside, shouting now into her phone. Cars passing. Red taillights sliding over the wet street. Evan took one step sideways toward the side corridor instead, toward the back. My phone was on the floor near the mailboxes, screen lit. From its tiny speaker, muffled but unmistakable, music had started again. I hadn't touched it. A track title glowed on the lock screen. He used the back exit for one absurd second. All three of us looked at it. Then Evan bolted. He ran for the side corridor. I went after him. I didn't think. I wish I could say I made some tactical decision about not letting him disappear into the building or out into the alley. Really, I just moved because he moved, adrenaline making my injured leg feel briefly numb. The side corridor was narrower than I remembered, concrete under cheap brown runner mats, one buzzing ceiling light halfway down. Doors on the right, recycling room, utility closet. Back exit straight ahead with its square safety window blacked by rain. Evan hit the bar on the back door. Nothing. He hit it again, harder. The door jerked and held. His cardboard prop was gone. The officers must have cleared it completely. The latch had caught when it closed. He turned. I was 6 feet away, still holding Martin's cane, breath ripping in and out of me. For a second, no one moved. Then the recycling room door opened behind me. Martin Doyle stepped out in slippers, flannel pants, and an Old Navy rain shell over a white undershirt, a bag of cans in one hand. His beagle, Oscar, stood at his ankle on a frayed leash, ears back, already growling. Martin blinked once at the scene. At me, at Evan, at the cane in my hands. "What the hell is this?" he said. It should have broken the moment. Instead, Evan lunged, not at Martin, at me again, trying to take the cane before another witness could matter. I swung once and missed. He grabbed the shaft with both hands. We both wrenched hard in opposite directions. The polished wood tore through my palm, skin peeling. My shins screamed when he shoved forward. I hit the wall with my shoulder. Martin dropped the bag of cans. Aluminum exploded across the floor. Oscar went feral, barking in rapid, panicked bursts and snapping at Evan's ankle. "Get off her," Martin shouted, and drove his own shoulder into Evan's side. It wasn't a movie tackle. Martin was 67 and had a bad knee. But the impact was enough to throw Evan off balance for half a second. Enough for me to bring the cane up and jam the curved handle hard into the side of his throat. He made a choking sound and staggered back, one hand flying to his neck. "Open the fucking door," Martin barked at me. I dropped the cane, slapped the crash bar, and shoved. The back door flew outward into cold rain. Evan moved at the same instant, not away from us, but through. Straight into me. We hit the slick concrete, landing outside together. My hip smashed down first. My head clipped the brick wall hard enough to throw sparks across my vision. Evan scrambled up on hands and knees, slipping on the wet steps. I grabbed the back of his jacket. He kicked backward blindly. His heel caught me just above the eyebrow. A white burst. Warm blood immediately in my eye. Then Oscar shot past us through the open door, barking like a siren. The dog launched at Evan's pant leg and hung on. Evan shouted, tried to shake him loose, lost his footing on the wet metal edge of the bottom step, and went down hard into the alley on his bad arm with a sound I still hear when I wake up sometimes. Not a scream, a snapped-off, animal sound of shock and pain. He rolled once and curled around the arm, swearing. I stayed where I was on the landing, one hand to my head, blood sliding between my fingers, and rain washing pink trails down the steps. Martin stood in the doorway above me, breathing hard, one hand braced on the frame. "Don't you move," he told Evan, voice shaking now that the effort had caught up to him. Evan laughed raggedly from the alley, face turned to the concrete. "What, you're gonna citizens arrest me?" Sirens rose then. Close, very close. Front street, not far. Lee must have given them everything. Evan heard them too. He tried to push up with his good arm. Failed. Tried again. This time he got to one knee, face slick with rain, eyes glassy with pain and fury. He looked up at me from the alley, and for the first time all night, he seemed fully stripped down, no performance left, no careful voice. "I was trying to keep you ahead of me," he said. I stared at him, blood in my eyelashes. "What? The playlist?" He swallowed hard. "I was making it fair. Fair. I knew what you'd do." His mouth twitched. I always knew. Something in me went very quiet. The sirens cut off outside the alley mouth. Doors slammed. Footsteps. Evan heard those too, and his face changed one last time, not remorse, not exactly. More like disbelief that the pattern had finally broken somewhere he hadn't planned for. He tried to stand. His left arm buckled uselessly. He collapsed back to one knee, hissing through his teeth. Officers flooded the alley seconds later. Shouts. Hands visible. "Get down. Don't move." This part was messy and bright and human. No clean ending. No single decisive moment. They forced him flat in the rain while he cursed, and then laughed, and then said nothing at all. Someone sat me down on the landing and pressed gauze to my forehead. Someone else led Martin back inside with Oscar tucked under one arm, still barking himself hoarse. Lee came through the alley entrance after the uniforms did, stopped when she saw the blood on my face, and made a sound I'd never heard from her before. Small, cracked down the middle. And she was there, crouching in front of me, hands fluttering before settling carefully on my shoulders. "You're okay," she said, except it came out like a question. I don't think my head agrees. You're okay, she said again, firmer this time for both of us. I leaned forward until my forehead touched her shoulder for 1 second, maybe 2, while rain blew sideways across the landing and police radios hissed. And Evan said something furious from the pavement that I couldn't make myself listen to. The conflict was over by then, technically. He was caught. The playlist had an author. The voice outside my door had a face, but the damage had already spread wider than that. My wrist was swelling. My shin had gone stiff. Blood had dried tacky down the side of my nose. And somewhere behind all the physical pain sat the worst thing. That he had built the night out of my habits, my fears, the pieces of me I had once handed over in the ordinary intimacy of being known. Later at the hospital, they would close the cut over my eyebrow with 5 stitches and tell me I had a mild concussion. Martin's knee would blow up to the size of a grapefruit. Oscar would get celebrated by half the building and fed contraband bacon for a week. But sitting there on the back landing in the rain, before any of that had been organized into reports and treatment and evidence bags, all I really understood was this. He had been right about one thing. He knew the map of me. Just didn't know that under enough pressure, people stop following maps. The first thing I remember clearly is the sound of fluorescent lights. Not the sirens, not the radio chatter, not even Lee saying my name in that careful, controlled voice she used when she didn't trust herself not to break. Just the lights. A thin, constant buzz over everything else, while a nurse pressed gauze to my forehead and told me not to move, and someone else asked me my name, my date of birth, if I knew where I was. Know where I am, I said, though it came out slower than I meant it to. My tongue felt thick. My thoughts lagged a half step behind my mouth. Good, the nurse said. That's good. Stay with me. Lee stood off to the side, arms crossed tight, her knuckles pale. She wasn't pacing. That wasn't her style. She held still like she could anchor the room that way. Hey, she said when my eyes found her. You look like hell. You always know what to say. Her mouth twitched, almost a smile. It didn't make it all the way. The emergency room smelled like antiseptic and something faintly metallic. My head throbbed in slow, heavy pulses. When I lifted my hand, I saw dried blood along my fingers and under my nails. Concussion symptoms, the doctor said later. A man with tired eyes and a voice that had settled into a practiced calm. Mild, but you're going to feel off for a few days. Headache, maybe some nausea. We'll stitch the cut, keep you for observation. Then you can go home with someone. Not alone, Lee said immediately. Not alone, the doctor agreed. I didn't argue. They stitched me up under bright, unforgiving light. 5 neat pulls of thread I couldn't feel, just the pressure and the faint tugging at my skin. I watched his hands work because it was easier than closing my eyes and letting the rest of the night replay. Try to keep it dry, he said when he finished. Come back in a week to have them removed. Okay, any dizziness right now, just everything. He gave a small nod. That's expected. Lee drove us back to her place instead of mine. She didn't ask. She just said, "We're not going there tonight," in a tone that ended the conversation before it started. I sat in the passenger seat with a paper bag of discharge instructions in my lap and watched the city move past in wet streaks of light. My phone sat face down in the cup holder between us. I hadn't turned it on since the hospital. Do you want me to call your landlord? Lee asked at a red light. About what? Security, the back door, cameras, anything. Tomorrow, I said. Not tonight, she nodded. We drove in silence for a while, the kind that wasn't empty, just full of things we weren't ready to say. At her apartment, she handed me a towel and pointed me toward the bathroom like she was directing a guest who might break if given too many choices. "Shower," she said. "I'll make tea." I stood under the water longer than I needed to, letting it run over the bandage on my forehead, careful, but not careful enough. The heat loosened something in my chest I hadn't realized was clenched. When I stepped out, the mirror showed someone I recognized only in pieces. The shape of my face, the line of my jaw. The rest was altered swelling at my brow, a thin strip of white tape holding everything together. I looked like someone who had been interrupted midlife and hadn't quite resumed. Lee had already set up the couch with blankets by the time I came out. A mug of something steaming waited on the table. "Chamomile," she said. "Don't argue." I wasn't going to. She sat on the arm of the couch while I sank into it, every joint in my body complaining in its own quiet way. We stayed like that for a while, not talking, just existing in the same room, the television on low with some late night show neither of us was watching. After a while, Lee said, "They're holding him." I stared at the steam rising from my mug. "Yeah, assault, breaking and entering. They're adding harassment, stalking. Maybe more once they go through everything." "Everything," I repeated. "The texts, the playlist, whatever S on that drive." She hesitated. "You okay hearing his name?" I thought about it. About his voice outside my door. The way he'd said I was making it fair, like that explained anything. "Not really," I said. "But I can handle it." She nodded, accepting that as enough for now. "Asked about you," she added after a moment. My fingers tightened around the mug. "What did you say?" "That he should talk to his lawyer." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Good. We didn't talk about him again that night. Sleep came in pieces. Shallow, uneven stretches where I would drift off and then snap back awake at the smallest sound, the refrigerator kicking on, Lee moving in the kitchen, a car door slamming somewhere outside. Once, I woke up convinced I could hear music. Not loud, not even clear, just a low, rhythmic pattern under everything else, like a track bleeding through a wall. I sat up, heart hammering, listening. Nothing, just the building settling, pipes shifting, the faint hum of the city. I lay back down and told myself it was residual, my brain filling in gaps. That was what it did. That was what it had always done. Morning came gray and ordinary. Lee made coffee. Real coffee this time. We sat at her small kitchen table and went through practical things, because that was easier than anything else. "You'll need to go back to your place," she said, "at some point." "I know. I can come with you, please," she nodded. "Police will want a statement," she added. "A full one. I'll give it. And your job, I'll email clients. Tell them I'm out for a few days." She studied me for a second. "You don't have to minimize this." "I'm not minimizing. I'm scheduling." That got a real, brief smile out of her. It faded quickly, but it was there. By noon, we were back at my building. The front entrance looked the same. Glass doors, rain-streaked. The entry rug still dark from yesterday. If you didn't know, nothing had happened. Inside, the lobby smelled faintly of cleaning solution. Someone had mopped recently. The mailboxes were closed, quiet. The elevator still showed an out-of-service light, though a handwritten sign taped to it said technician called. "Stairs?" Lee asked. I looked at the door, the push bar, the buzz of the light above it. My chest tightened. "Together," I said. We went up slowly. My leg protested every step, my head reminding me with each jolt that it wasn't entirely okay yet. Lee stayed close, one hand hovering near my elbow without touching. At my floor, the hallway looked unchanged. My door stood exactly where I'd left it, a small strip of police tape now stretched across the frame. An officer stood there waiting. Not one from the night before. Younger, early 20s maybe. Officer Caleb Singh, 26 male, according to his badge. "Ms. Walsh," he said. "Yeah." He peeled the tape aside. "They finished the initial sweep. You can go in, but try not to move anything until the techs finish processing later today." Okay, the apartment smelled like nothing. That was the strangest part. No trace of what had happened. No hint of someone else's presence. Just the faint, stale scent of a place that had been closed up overnight. Everything was where I'd left it. Bag on the table. Couch slightly askew from when I'd grabbed it. A faint smear of something blood, probably on the edge of the wall near the door. Lee walked through first, checking each room with quick, efficient movements. "Bedroom, bathroom, closet. All clear," she said. I stepped inside. For a second, nothing moved. Then my phone, still in my pocket, buzzed. Lee froze. "What was that?" "Probably nothing," I said automatically, already pulling it out. The screen lit up. No new texts, no calls, just a notification. Spotify. My stomach tightened. I hadn't opened the app. I hadn't even connected to Wi-Fi yet. Slowly, I tapped it. The playlist loaded for the way home. 15 tracks now. All the same titles, the same order, the same clean, white text on gray. Except for one thing. The last track. It hadn't been there before. I knew that. I knew it the way you know the number of steps in your own apartment. I tapped it. The title expanded. "You made it home." The room felt smaller around me. Lee stepped closer. "What is it?" I turned the phone so she could see. She read it, her face tightening in a way I hadn't seen before. Not fear, not exactly. Something closer to anger that didn't have a target it could reach. "Could be automatic," she said, but there was no weight behind it. Like a scheduled thing, something he set up before. Maybe. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. The track hadn't started playing. There was no music, just the title. I backed out of the app and held down the power button until the screen went black. "Turn it off," Lee said unnecessarily. I did. We stood there in my too bright apartment, the hum of the refrigerator filling the silence. After a moment, Lee said, "We should go." "Yeah." I picked up my bag, left everything else. On the way out, I paused just long enough to look at the hook by the door where my keys hung. Still there, unmoved. I took them this time. Outside, the rain had slowed to a mist. The city sounded almost normal again, cars, distant voices, the low, constant movement of everything continuing. We walked to Lee's car without speaking. When we got in, she started the engine and glanced at me. "You okay?" she asked. I thought about the night, the playlist, the way he'd said he knew me, the way I had still managed to break out of what he expected, but not without paying for it. "I will be," I said. It wasn't a promise, just a direction. She nodded like that was enough. As we pulled away from the curb, my phone, still powered off, sat quiet in my bag. For now, that's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.